You open your eyes and find yourself floating around in an empty void of endless darkness. Am I dreaming, or am I dead? You ask yourself. A screen suddenly pops up right in front of your face. On the screen you find one of those choice games that you are so fond of. Since there isn't anything else to do, you start reading it. Its title seems to be Magic: The Awakening, and you keep reading the Choose Your Own Adventure. The whole experience is pretty surreal. You look around you and suddenly find yourself back in your home. The screen is still in front of you, and your memory of the vast blackness that you found yourself in has completely vanished from your mind, just like the memory of a distant dream. The only reminder you have of the event is the CYOA on your screen, which describes it happening to you. But it's as if it had never happened, and this day just felt like it was one of many completely ordinary days in your mundane life. But in reality, it was not. It was a momentous day that would change your life forever. It was the day when your existence would be torn out of reality and inserted into a new one. Your new reality is the multiverse. The multiverse is very similar to the fictional universe of that card game, you know. Yes, that would be Magic: The Gathering, as the familiar title of the CYOA hints at. However, it is different, yet familiar, as you will soon come to find out. Multiverse. You aren't the only one who is getting isekai'd. There are multiple other Earthlings who find themselves in the exact same position as you. The multiverse is vast. There are even limitless amounts of alternate versions of it. Which version of the multiverse would you wish to end up in? Note that all versions of the multiverse that are available to you will start out as virtually identical to each other. Single player. Game plus 250. You may choose to create your own version of the multiverse, a version that is hidden from the gaze of the other Earthlings that are getting isekai'd. This will ensure that you are the only one in this entire multiverse who originates from another reality. Choosing this option will unlock some unique opportunities to shape and customize your very own version of the multiverse. You should know that events will tend to play out similarly to how they do in Magic: The Gathering lore, if outside forces don't interfere. And since you're the only Earthling in this multiverse, you can expect things to mostly follow canon. Co-op. Game plus 200. Alternatively, you could create your own multiverse as described in single player, and guide the souls of two Earthlings to your hidden multiverse to act as your loyal companions. Create 2 additional builds for this CYOA. Each additional build you make must choose co-op, and do not get to choose a plane in the planes section, as they will start out together with you. Then you can either choose 2 Earthlings that you know, and the builds that you made for them will be applied to them, or make a description of the personalities that you wish your companions to have, and the souls of 2 Earthlings with the most matching personalities will be found for you, and they will be empowered with the builds you made for them. Multiplayer. Game plus 300. This pre-existing version of the multiverse offers you the most power points, in exchange for being potentially the most dangerous multiverse. The source of this danger will come from your fellow Earthlings, and the chaos they will inevitably bring. Note that this could potentially be the safest multiverse, if everyone would just behave themselves and work together, but fat chance of that happening. Multiversal threats like the Eldrazi, Phyrexians, and the machinations of Nicol Bolas will be the least of your worries. Some Earthlings might even decide to join those threats, or do far worse things. Planes. Like the name suggests, The multiverse is made up of multiple different universes, known as planes. You don't know how or why, but you know you have become a planeswalker, a being of massive power, capable of traveling between the different planes that make up the multiverse. While a planeswalker can planeswalk between planes, they cannot planeswalk between different versions of the multiverse. You must choose which plane you will arrive on. No matter what plane you choose, you are guaranteed to appear in a safe place inside a city, possessing the knowledge to speak the most common language spoken on that plane. As a planeswalker with a newly ignited spark, it will usually take a while before you are able to planeswalk, so you will likely spend a considerable amount of time on the plane you choose to arrive on. The following list of planes makes up all of the different planes that exist within your version of the multiverse. Choose wisely. Dominaria. Dominaria was the nexus of the multiverse before the mending. The mending was a process that healed the multiverse, particularly Dominaria, from damage caused by accumulated time rifts through the sacrifice of multiple planeswalkers. It caused a fundamental restructuring of the nature of travel between planes of the multiverse, preventing many types of travel that had formerly been possible. It also rebalanced the power of a planeswalker's spark, permanently diminishing the power of all current and future planeswalkers in the multiverse. Following the mending, mana on Dominaria began to stabilize again, and new centers of civilization like New Benalia and Talaria West emerged. Vitality flowed back into the land. After generations of peaceful development, much of Dominaria has managed to rebuild the cultures of its past. Benalia, New Argiv, the Talarian Academies, and Femeref all thrive as primarily human societies, while the Vordalian merfolk, the Lanawa elves, and the treefolk of Yavimaya have all also flourished in recent decades. Rabaya. Rabaya is a connected collection of 1001 originally identical planes, all refracted off of the original Rabaya, during the mysterious event known as the Thousandfold Refraction. It is for this reason that Rabaya is known as the Infinite Plane. Over the centuries, the multiple versions of Rabaya have since developed independently of each other. However, there are some general features that are consistent across almost all variations of Rabaya. Rabaya is a desert world. Where Rabaya's plane touches another, the severe environment often begins to infect its neighbour. However, that rarely worries Rabaya's inhabitants, since they are hardy desert dwellers. Planar links in Rabaya often appear in the form of giant desert twisters. Such dust storms violently propel any who venture too near them into the particular plane the gates link to. Furthermore, one plane, known as Dark Rabaya, has been taken over by sinister forces, and is almost as evil a place as Phyrexia was. Chandalar. Chandalar is a rogue plane, drifting through the multiverse instead of retaining a steady position or course. It is a relatively small plane, and incredibly rich in mana. The magical energy is so prevalent that it all is sentient, and the common people use minor spells as an everyday convenience. The magical energy is so rich that in ancient days, wizards here were able to create creatures of pure mana. Those creatures, and their descendants, among them the great dragons, still roam the land. During the time of the Shard of the 12 Worlds, the Shard of the 12 Worlds was an envelope containing 12 planes, separating them from the rest of the multiverse. Chandalar weaved in and out of that protective barrier due to its rogue nature. Many planeswalkers trapped upon planes within the Shard saw Chandelier as a route to escape. 3 of these planewalkers were named Farallin, Tevesh Zat, and Leshrak. Limdul, a powerful necromancer, was also brought along by Leshrak. They immediately began to wage war upon the plane, ready to claim it for their own. Antorsia. Antorsia's mana-rich landscapes were exploited long ago by powerful wizards. The Great Magus War was a nearly 600-year-long battle of mages, including planeswalkers. The war took place mostly on Antorsia due to its powerful, untutored magic. The people of the open lands tried to protect themselves from the spurious battles by fortifying their lands to keep the magi out. Unfortunately, it only attracted more mages. In the interest of the inhabitants of the plane, many mages chose to have their battles staged in the wastes of Farreach. The magic of the plane became more resistant here, and often worked against its wielder. After nearly 600 years, mages managed to make it so difficult for one another to battle that the war couldn't continue. In the wake of the war, Antorsia has become a very different place, broken into 8 realms separated by a vortex. Even though the war is over, mages continue to battle there, perhaps because that's all they know to do there. The Meditation Plane. Requirement: Nicol Bolas, Tezzeret, Lylin or Ugin. The Meditation Plane, also known as Bolas's Meditation Realm, is a surreal, always changing plane whose geography can mirror the thoughts and potential futures of its inhabitants. It is a hidden plane. Millennia ago, it was visited by Ugin and Nicol Bolas on their first planeswalks. Other planes were accessible from here, through bubbles floating in the air. Many, many times and adventures later, the 2 planeswalking brothers confronted each other. First above the wide waters of the Meditation Realm, and then on a wild plummeting path through the plains, which eventually led them back to the Meditation Realm. In the end, Bolas killed Ugin. Considering the Meditation Plane the site of his greatest triumph, Nicol Bolas thought it a fitting place for him to ruminate over his plans. To give himself a focal point on which to center his meditation, he chose a spot at the center of a vast span where no islands broke the surface. Here, he erected 2 gigantic curved horns, so they emerged from the waters as if a gargantuan dragon lay sleeping beneath. New Phyrexia. Argentum was an artificial world created by the planeswalker Karn, and renamed after the Mirani by its warden, Memnarch. Mirrodin's environments and inhabitants were mixed organic and metallic. Phyrexia was another artificial plane of mechanical and biomechanical life, an ecosystem comprised of metal, death, and tissue. A hellish world with an accelerated evolution of artificial lifeforms. It was also known as the Machine Hell and the 9 Hells. The plane of Phyrexia is nothing but a smouldering shell now. However, Karn had unknowingly brought Phyrexian oil to Mirrodin. It planted a virus on Mirrodin that slowly spread. The first to be infected had been Memnarch. Phyrexia is currently rebuilding itself, using the metal structures of Mirrodin as its host substrate. The metal-infused inhabitants of Mirrodin are a perfect breeding ground for the spread of Phyrexian corruption, giving rise to a legion of creatures whose goal is to corrupt the people of the plane and turn them into Phyrexians, giving rise to New Phyrexia. The Mirran resistance continues to fight for the eventual purification of Mirrodin, but they are fighting a losing battle. Kamigawa. The plane of Kamigawa is governed by the interplay between the mortals and the kami, minor gods or spirits of the world. The Kakuryō, or Reikai, is the spirit world, where the kami dwell. Its other half is that of the Utsushio, where mortals live. Together they form a sphere that makes the whole of the world. The damage caused by the ringing of the apocalypse chime on the now destroyed neighbouring plane of Olgrotha has weakened the veil between the material realm and the spirit realm of Kamigawa. This enabled the Daimyo Konda and his accomplices to use powerful magic to pull an aspect of O Kagachi, the supreme kami of all kami, through the veil, thus beginning the Kami War. Lord Konda's act greatly enraged the spirits, who turned against the physical world with a vengeance. The kami began to attack the physical world to reclaim that which was taken, though most mortals know nothing of Konda's crime, nor understand why their gods have turned on them. Fearful and confused, humanity fights back. Ravnica. Ravnica is a plane whose main planet is covered in a large city, eponymously known as Ravnica. The guilds of Ravnica are 10 socio-political factions that hold power on the city plane of Ravnica. Each guild has its own distinct ideology that unifies its members with one another, with the guild itself, with its functions and purposes, and with its structure. The guilds are Azoria Senate, House Demir, Cult of Rakdos, Gruul Clans, Silencia Conclave, Orjos Syndicate, Ized League, Golgari Swarm, Boros Legion, and Simic Combine. Collectively, the guilds of Ravnica have ruled the plane for 10,000 years, since the signing of the ancient and magically potent Guild Pact, a binding spell, document, and contract that details the specific role and responsibilities of each of these guilds. The original city of Ravnica was made up of 10 districts, named in simple numerical order. No correlation exists between the 10 guilds and the 10 districts. All guilds are active in every district. Muraganda. Muraganda provides a seemingly primordial setting with dinosaurs. Fang druids live in the valleys, and mages study ancient petroglyphs in the mountains. Saurid warriors live in the south, and elves live in the tropics. Another notable group of inhabitants is the Scar Witches. Little is known about the bizarre entity called the Mimoplasm. It has the ability to absorb the power of already dead creatures to advance its own form. Even if little is truly known of this bizarre entity, every civilization of the plane is aware of its existence. It got its name from the Fang Druids, which calls it the Mimoplasm, as it absorbs the traits of anything it engulfs. The Saurid warriors seek it out wherever it roams, believing it to be the key to a mysterious afterlife, and hoping to see it in traces of their fallen loved ones. The elves believe it to be part of nature's cycle, a way to channel death back into life. The Scar Witches hiss when it approaches, seeing it as the ultimate enemy of the world. Whether it's a natural process or a malevolent force, the Mimoplasm never fails to command respect. Lorwyn and Shadowmoor. Lorwyn and Shadowmoor is a plane with two aspects. While Lorwyn represents day, Shadowmoor is night. Lorwyn exists in perpetual midsummer and eternal daytime, though its denizens still operate on a daily cycle. Lorwyn switch to Shadowmoor cyclically, every 300 years. Whereas Lorwyn is defined by its greenness, especially its forests, its dark reflection is practically devoid of green. In contrast to its daytime aspect, the plane of Shadowmoor exists in perpetual dusk, where the sun is never directly visible, and the only light seems to come from unseen sources. The former inhabitants of the plane don't recall their previous lives when the plane cycles between the two aspects. There are, however, a handful of beings who retain their memories, including planeswalkers. Another difference between the two plane states is that most creatures turn dark and sinister in Shadowmoor, while the majority remain kind and friendly in Lorwyn. Currently, the plane is in its Lorwyn state, and will shift to Shadowmoor within a few years. Alara. It was once a serene plane with few internal conflicts, but the Sundering broke the world into the 5 shards: Bant, Esper, Grixis, Jund, and Naya. Bant is a haven of order, honor, and community. Traditions have thrived and are protected by innumerable knightly orders, warrior angels, and a caste system designed to support the good of the many over the good of the few. Esper is a world where purpose and control have triumphed over savagery and chaos. Under the foresight of Esper's ruling sphinxes, the Shard has transformed from wilderness to a tightly controlled majocracy. Grixis is a world of death, darkness, undead, hatred, envy, and a lot of other bad things. It is dominated by demons, horrors, necromancers, and other forms of undead. Jund is composed of active volcanoes, sharp mountain ledges, and lush jungles. Life on Jund is a never-ending struggle of survival of the fittest. Naya is a glorious tropical jungle plain. It seems like a paradise, but that is a deceptive view, as Naya tremors with peril. Zendikar. Zendikar's landscape is constantly shifting and changing. This process is called the Royal. It makes settlements very scarce, and only few outposts of civilization are present. The plain consists of 7 continents: Akum, Belaged, Goldrax, Borassa, Ondu, Sajiri, and Tazim. Another geographical feature to be noted is the large floating polyhedron-shaped stones, called hedrons, that litter the landscape. These ancient rune-covered monoliths are strewn across Zendikar. Up to 10 miles long, some of these stones drift in the sky, others are buried in the ground, some whole, some broken. Trap-riddled ruins can be found on every continent. Mysterious glyphs hint at truths long forgotten. Unspeakable monsters lurk in the quiet of these hidden monuments of a forgotten past. The ruins still emanate power, and both planeswalkers and local explorers will undergo great peril to reap their rewards. The plane is inhabited, among others, by goblins, elves, merfolk, humans, and vampires. It is also the home of the core. Innistrad. The plane is primarily populated by humans, but these live in fear of several creatures of horror, and regularly fall prey to zombies, werewolves, vampires, or ghosts. Further, demons are becoming an ever-growing threat. Life on Innistrad is dominated by the single moon in its sky. Though the inhabitants of the plane know little about it, the moon drives the seasons, and also the hunting patterns of the monsters, harvests of the humans, etc. Human society is dominated by religion, with the Church of Afasin promising protection from the evils that lurk in the night. The church is named for an archangel, who helped to drive back the monsters that preyed on humans. The central figure of the church is so pure and extremely powerful that she was able to contain Innistrad's darkness and give humans the faith of true eternal rest in peace. On Innistrad, church and state are deeply interdependent. There is virtually no separation of the two. Local governments rely on the power of the church to keep order, and maintain public safety. Fiora. Fiora is home to countless intrigues and plots. The High Lords of the High City of Paliano vie for supremacy. Move is met with countermove, and trust with betrayal, all under the auspices of the monarch of the moment. Those who sit in the legislative seats of the High City control the vote, and the laws issued from the Paliano mystically bind the populace. Murder, manslaughter, and violence have never been outlawed. In fact, they are tools utilized by politicians and nobility on a regular basis. Mechanical constructs doing menial tasks used to be part of every household. However, cogwork was eliminated from the streets of Paliano after the bid for power by Muzio. The former king, Brago, and the Custodi closed down Academy, happy that those who stood against them were absent or dead. The current queen is Marchesa, the Black Rose. Outside of Paliano, the populace lives in smaller towns, run by local government, equally rife with corruption and back-alley dealing. The expansive wilderness of Fiora remains unexplored. Theros. Theros is a plane governed by the gods of Nyx, where heroes face monsters, the sea rages, people offer burnt offerings, and adventures take place. It is defined by mankind's struggle against the primal forces of the world, and mankind's conflict with the many other sapient races that populate the world. Theros has a unique metaphysical property. Things believed and dreamed here eventually become true. Thousands of years ago, before the current gods of Theros rose to power, the Titans, horrific primal urges made flesh, roamed the mortal realm, sowing death and destruction in their wake. The mortals, powerless to defend themselves, turned to prayer in their hour of need. From this prayer, this concentrated devotion, sprang forth the gods themselves. Imbued with incredible power by the faith of mortals, the gods sealed the Titans away in the underworld. The oldest of the current gods, often considered siblings, and some sort of offshoot from the Titans. Tarkir. In the original timeline, dragons were extinct on Tarkir, leading to Sarkhan Vol's fascination with them as a planeswalker. They had been hunted to extinction long before Sarkhan's time. In the centuries that followed, 5 warrior clans claimed dominion over Tarkir. The clans had co-opted ancient draconic magic to gain the upper hand on their foes. When Sarkhan eventually travelled back in time, he prevented the extinction of the dragons. During this time, the dragons grew more numerous and powerful, and eventually overtaking the clans in an event known as the Khan Fall. In the aftermath, the word Khan was abolished among all clans, and 5 dragon lords and their broods rose to dominate the humanoid races, forming new clans over the remains of the old. These new clans continued to clash with each other over territorial disputes. Each of the clans embodies a single draconic aspect. Dracoka embodies endurance, Ojutai cunning, Silumagar ruthlessness, Kolagan swiftness, and Atraka ferociousness. Vryn. The landscape of Vryn is littered with lines of gigantic, inhabited mage rings. These rings are controlled by ring mages and are conduits of mana. Enormous mana collection stations channel the energy of the ley lines into the ring network. Ley lines, sometimes called mana lines, are ancient mana paths that flow and crisscross each other across a given landscape. All planes have a network of ley lines. The core states, sitting in the middle of the ring network, gather all the energy of an entire continent for use by the Mage Elite from the Amprin League. Power over the core states and the mana stream is contested by the Trovian Separatists. Arbiters work to keep the conflict from escalating into causing destruction for Vryn's infrastructure. The age and origin of the plane's mage rings are unknown, and many are in disrepair. Kaladesh. The atmosphere of Kaladesh is saturated with ether due to a greater proximity to the boundaries of the blind eternities. The influence and cyclical passage of ether through the world below is the driving force of the plane. The ether sphere may be observed as twisting swirls in the sky. From time to time, this ether comes down to the Earth via rain or similar weather events. The entire ecosystem is influenced by it, and grows with it in similar swirling and twisting patterns. Refined ether is the primary power source for most of Kaladesh. In Girapur, the raw ether is harvested from the sky via large ether spires placed on mountaintops or thropters, refined and then pumped through large pipelines all over the city. Natural mages are a rarity on Kaladesh and are regarded with suspicion and dread. Work that would be done with magic on other planes is instead accomplished through devices. The automatons, thopters, and other constructs of the plane are all fueled by the ether. These artifacts are built as much for beauty as for function. Amonkhet. Much of Amonkhet is covered in desert and ruins, which are known to the inhabitants as the Broken Lands. The only known settlement is the city of Naktamun, where the gods dwell among the population and act as stewards for the god Pharaoh until his return. The people within the city are divided into several districts that prepare for the trials of the 5 gods, and the elaborate series of tests overseen by viziers. Physically exemplary and magically unparalleled, these gods are whom the citizens of Naktamun beseech in their time of need. Unlike the distant gods of Theros, the gods of Amonkhet walk openly among their people. The citizens gladly build monuments to these gods. The most unusual aspect of Amonkhet is that things that die on the plane transform into undead, which is referred to as the Curse of Wandering. If they are embalmed, they become servile mummies. When no flesh remains on their bones, the Curse of Wandering ends. Ixalan. Ixalan is a plain full of uncharted jungles, where dangerous beasts, magnificent ruins, and lost treasures lie waiting to be discovered. On this plain, the planeswalker Azor created a powerful artifact, known as the Immortal Sun, in order to trap the evil Nicol Bolas. For this reason, planeswalkers can enter Ixalan but cannot leave. The Immortal Sun was once guarded by holy custodians in a mountaintop monastery on the continent of Torrazon. The Immortal Sun was eventually lost during a war. Long story short, the victors became the Legion of Dusk, while the conquered took to the sea and formed the Brazen Coalition. Nobles of the Legion had been turned into vampires in the rite of redemption. On the continent of Ixalan, the Sun Empire war with the once mighty River Heralds. The Sun Empire recently came under siege by pirate raids by the Brazen Coalition and the advance of the Legion of Dusk, which is seeking the Immortal Sun. All factions search for the lost city of Oraxar, which is said to hide the ancient artifact. Kylem. On this world, beings flock from all over the plane to the arena of Valor's Reach, where 2-on-2 combat is the pinnacle of sport. The goal of the combatants isn't to kill their opponents outright, but to defeat them with style and flair, using spells and spectacles that make the crowd go wild. Before contestants could compete in Valor's Reach, they must win in various smaller stadiums across Kylem to qualify. The stadium has an ever-changing landscape, and is well stocked with hazards to force the action if combatants show too much caution. Arena beasts, Bred for flashiness and foul temper are sometimes added as additional challenges. The built-in obstacles force competitors to think 3 moves ahead. Many different forms of combat take place in Valor's Reach. By far, one of the most popular forms of combat is 2-on-2 battling. Many have fought here, and a few particularly notable duos have received fame, glory, and sometimes notoriety. Gobakan. Gobakan is a plane with twin suns, where civilization is surrounded by 2 massive sandstorms known as the Eastern Cloud and the Western Cloud. The storms are comprised of diamond dust and are impossible to defend against without advanced defensive magic. The majority of the landscape of the plane is desert that has been pulverized by these storms, with key settlements with diamond exteriors making the exceptions. The people of Gobakan depend on the monks of the Order of the Shield Mage to protect them against the diamond storms. One of the bigger settlements on Gobakan is the town of Oasis, which has a park in the town square. People of this plane use floating ships as a means of transport to avoid the dangerous wildlife that lurks beneath the dunes of sand, such as dune sharks and sandworms. But the diamond storms and local fauna aren't the only danger on this plane, as lawless desert pirates sail the sand sea of Gobakan. Eldraine. Eldraine is a medieval world filled with knights, castles, and magical creatures. Wild magic is woven through the heart of the plane, and 2 opposing but intertwined sides battle over it, impossible to untangle one from the other. The realm is ruled by High King Kenrith. It is split into 5 courts that came to be after mankind rose up and overthrew the elven laws that had enslaved them. These are Ardenvale, Vantress, Lochwain, Embereth, and Garenbrig, each of which is aligned with a mana colour. Here, anyone might be knighted and become a Sir. 2 individuals are chosen each generation by the questing beast to possibly become High King and High Queen, both having to quest throughout the courts and become knighted in each to receive the honour. Currently there is no High Queen, as Lyndon Kenrith was unable to complete the last quest to Embereth. Outside of the realm lie the Wilds, a place of untamed magic, where the fair folk roam. Ikoria. Monsters on this plane are everywhere. They come in all shapes and sizes, from terrifying city-stomping behemoths to clever small beasts. Humans are the only civilized species to have survived on Ikoria, occupying a precarious midpoint in its monstrous food chain. They owe their resilience to a variety of strategies that have allowed them to elude extinction for generations. Most of them choose to live inside of protective sanctuaries. These communities range from small wilderness outposts to massive walled cities, and each employs a combination of techniques to ward off monster attacks, both physical and magical. Ikoria has 5 major geographical regions called triomes. Each triome has its own unique terrain, a dominant clade of monsters, and a fearsome apex monster. The triomes came into existence due to the unique flow of mana through the land of this plane. Each region is the result of 3 distinct types of mana colours mixing together. Kaldheim. Kaldheim is steeped in storytelling and song, and all of its denizens share a common ethos. It is a plane of warriors who boast of their great deeds and yearn to die heroically in battle, who fight hard and celebrate harder, and where great tales pass into myth between the ages. Pivotal to the plane is the cosmos, a realm between, which planeswalkers cannot cross, represented by a massive walled tree, from which 10 separate realms hang like fruits. The 10 realms are separate mini-planes moving around the walled tree, and can even collide. There is Istfell, Karfell, Immersturm, Notvold, Bretagard, Starnheim, Surtland, Skemfar, Axgard, and Lichara. Each realm is loosely aligned with a colour pair. Additional realms outside of the 10 are known to exist. At some point in the past, the Aenir gods ruled the realms, but they were replaced by the Skolti, who became the new pantheon. The defeated Aenir became the Plains Elves. Arcavios. At the birth of the plane, as the manner of two planes overlapped in conflicting ways, and many new forms of life were spawned, 5 particularly powerful vortices of overlapping mana became luminous spheres, from which were hatched 5 dragons. These dragons had become emblems of the magic of the plane. The dragons would found an institution devoted to the study of the 5 mana dichotomies, and that institution is what we now know as Strixhaven. Strixhaven University is Arcavios' premier institution of magical learning, drawing promising young mages from all around the plane to study in its halls. Strixhaven is divided into 5 colleges, each with its distinct campus, faculty, and magical specialties. The 5 colleges were based on the magic mastered by each of the founding dragons. There is Lorehold, Prismari, Quandrix, Silverquill, and Witherbloom. The Yorick is a secret society of mages on Arcavios, who use magics forbidden by the colleges of Strixhaven. Forgotten Realms. The Forgotten Realms world of Aber Toril is but one of several other worlds in the realm-space crystal sphere. The planet Aber Toril is shared by humans, dwarves, elves, goblins, orcs, and other people and creatures. Technologically, the world of the Forgotten Realms resembles the pre-industrial Earth of the 13th or 14th century. However, the presence of magic provides an additional element of power to societies. There are several nation-states and many independent cities, with loose alliances being formed for defense or conquest. Religion plays a large part in the Forgotten Realms, with deities and their followers being an integral part of the world. Deities interact directly in mortal affairs, answer prayers, and have their own personal agendas. All deities must have worshippers to survive, and all mortals must worship a patron deity to secure a good afterlife. A huge number of deities exist within several polytheistic pantheons. Neon Kamigawa. Prior to the mending, the plane of Kamigawa was affected by a time-space anomaly that created Neon Kamigawa, a twin version of the plane. But Neon Kamigawa isn't just a copy of Kamigawa. It's a copy of one of many possible future versions of Kamigawa. The Kami War has long since been resolved on Neon Kamigawa. The inhabitants have discovered electricity, experienced an industrial revolution, and entered a computerized era. The Utsushio has transformed into a futuristic world of cyberpunk ninjas and samurai, where tradition and modernity meet. The Kami feel threatened by the growth of the modern city of Tawashi. Many have fled to the remains of the Jukai forest and are hostile to humans. For this reason, Eiganjo trained many Kami diplomats to try to keep the peace between the mortal and spirit realms. Some Kami have adapted to the electricity, taking on industrial-style bodies. Among the Kami, opinions are mixed. Some Kami are resistant, while others are more eager to see how things will change. Whatever their opinions, though, many see the appearance of new Kami aligned with technology as a sign that the soul of the plane itself has been irrevocably altered by this changing landscape of technological upheaval. Capenna. Several centuries before the modern day, Capenna was a plane of chivalry, castles and fantastic beasts. Sometime before the Phyrexian invasion of Dominaria, Phyrexia invaded Capenna. It was only through the intervention of Capenna's archangels that the plane's mortal defenders stood a chance. To save the people of Capenna from total defeat, the archangels turned to an old familiar enemy, the archdemons. This unlikely deal laid the foundation for a new place that would hold the plane, a fortress that became a city, which the people called New Capenna. The demons betrayed the archangels with the help of 5 noble families: brokers, cabaretti, maestros, obscura, and riveteers. The archdemons appointed the 5 families to rule the city in their name, drafting a contract with the head of each family and conferring demon status to each signatory. The 5 became demonic hybrids, gifted and cursed by the archdemons bound to them. Their vices magnified and powers enhanced. While the people were told, the archangels had voluntarily sacrificed themselves to protect the city from the enemy. New Capenna is a city of steel and industry that has both grit and glamour. It is a place built by angels, but now ruled by 5 demon crime families, battling for supremacy. Other plane. Requirement: not multiplayer. Cost: -25. This option will allow you to create your very own plane and add it to your multiverse. You cannot make yourself more powerful inside your plane by granting yourself powers or godlike abilities that are tied to the plane, but you can choose to make the population of your plane loyal to you or worship you like a god. To create your plane, you can either choose a pre-existing fictional universe, like Arda, from J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, or you could make a build for any choose-your-own-adventure that allows you to create your own world or pocket dimension. If you choose to do so, skip all sections and options that focus on personal power and similar things which aren't related to the objective of creating the plane. For example, if you choose to make a build for How Would You Like a Magical Realm, also known as Magical Realm CYOA by Bliss and Vexarian, then you would have to skip the following sections: personal, powers, companions, ascendants, and complications. All options in the capital section would be allowed. Color affinity. Mana is the magical energy that fuels the spells of spellcasters and flows along the ley lines of any given plane. It is deeply interconnected with the life force on every plane in the multiverse. Mana exists in 5 main varieties, known as mana colors, or colors. Each of these mana colors is fundamentally different and is used for different types of magic. For example, black mana is necessary to cast necromancy spells. How many mana colors are you compatible with? Being able to wield multiple colors doesn't necessarily make you more powerful, but it will make you a lot more versatile. However, it will be trickier to control multiple colors since your mana pool will be split as evenly as possible among your different mana colors. For example, if you have a mana pool of 6 and are tuple colored, black, red, and green, then your mana pool will consist of 2 black mana, 2 red mana, and 2 green mana. If you have a spell with a mana cost of 1 red mana, you will only be able to cast it twice in a row before having to wait for your mana pool to generate more red mana. Monocolored. Color identity colors: 1. Gain +40. You are able to use a single color of mana. Being monocolored is very common. In fact, it is the single most common color affinity among planeswalkers and spellcasters. Dual-colored. Color identity colors: 2. Cost 0. You have access to 2 mana colors. This color affinity is the second most common color affinity, being nearly as prevalent as monocolored. Tuple-colored. Color identity colors, free. Cost, -20. You can wield 3 colors of mana. It is rather uncommon for a planeswalker, or any mage for that matter, to be able to control this many colors. Quadruple colored. Color identity colors, 4. Cost, -30. You can manipulate 4 mana colors. Being quadruple colored is extremely rare. It is, in fact, the rarest color affinity. Omnicolored. Color identity colors, all except colorless. Cost, -35. You hold mastery over all 5 mana colors. Being omnicolored is typically a sign of an enlightened mind. Color identity. The different colors of mana are not just different kinds of fuel for spells. Each of the 5 colors has a will of its own. They are metaphysical forces that shape reality. Your color identity will be made up of the colors that you choose, and will determine what mana colors make up your mana pool. Normally, a planeswalker would not be able to choose their own color identity, as their color identity would be deeply connected to their personality. If their personality and mental state would change, so would their color identity. While this is true for a regular planeswalker, this is not the case for you. White. White is the color of order, light and healing, but it also has more of a militaristic side, using groups of smaller soldiers or the holy wrath of mighty angels. It doesn't go right for the kill, as the more aggressive colors might, but it will prepare itself for the inevitable conflict. It won't let opposing armies into its territory, and should enemies declare war on White, White will take this as license to be as fierce and cruel as possible in order to protect itself. White puts value in the group, the community, and its civilization as a whole. White believes that suffering is a byproduct of individuals, not prioritizing the good of the group. White's ultimate goal is peace, a world where there is no unnecessary suffering, a world where life is as good as it can be for each individual, a world where everyone gets along, and no one seeks to disturb the bonds of unity that White has worked so long to forge. To govern and protect his community, White makes use of and puts value in a number of broad concepts. Morality, ethics, grace, truth, order, law, discipline, duty, uniformity, conformity, religion, and structure, government, planning, reason. More than every other color, White believes there is a clear good and evil in the world, and it is not too hard to distinguish them. White is a color commonly associated with fairness and justice, but if left unchecked, or if everyone is not working towards the same unified goal, White can become totalitarian, inflexible, and capable of sacrificing a small group for the sake of a larger one. Everything necessary to preserve the laws, rules, and governance that White has created. White is able to convince people to work together in a way no other color can, but White must be ever vigilant that it does not become the very evil it hopes to eradicate from the world. Blue. The color of the deep sea and the endless sky. The strength of blue magic lies in trickery and manipulation. Blue is all about not letting your opponent make his moves and ensuring your own. Blue mages work behind the scenes, scheming and stealing secrets, controlling their environments completely before making a move. For the most part, Blue likes to take it slow. It despises hasty actions and is also very big on deception, cloaking the truth and concealing its true motives. Blue, as the color of intelligence, takes great pride in never running out of options. Blue is the color that wants perfection, and looks on the world and sees opportunity to achieve that, figuring out what one could achieve with the right education, experience, and tools. For Blue, life is constant discovery, as one keeps seeking to better oneself. This requires one to be open to possibilities, but to also not be too hasty to act. Blue is methodical and exact, and recognizes that there are many forces, even some that come from within, that lead an individual astray. Better to think one's options out carefully and select correctly than to rush. Consequently, Blue is, at times, excessively patient in the face of adversaries, but Blue regards this as a virtue rather than a vice. Blue is the colour most interested in technology, and wants the latest and greatest version of whatever it is using. Moreover, Blue believes in logic, as it is the only tool that Blue regards as being truly objective. Blue has little use for sentimentality. Beyond its devotion to logic and direction of change, Blue seeks to understand everything. For truly, comprehension can only improve one's effectiveness in any task. Since acquiring knowledge will inform every other decision, Blue thusly forms its ultimate goal, omniscience, the knowledge of all. Black. Black magic is powerful and easy to wield, but it comes with a high price. Its spells can warp the mind, poison the land, turn creatures into nothing, raise the dead, and summon unspeakable horrors. Black looks at all the other colours and feels that each of them sees the world as they wish it to be. Black is the only realist, the only colour to see the world as it is. An individual is free to have whatever they want, provided they have the power to obtain and keep it. This makes power the most important resource, because it's the one thing that can guarantee your ability to control your life and thus your happiness. Black is the most honest and unashamed colour in its core. While it can pretend to be something that really isn't in order to surpass others, doesn't allow itself to fall in its own lies and masquerade. Black values and respects the reality and the truth, even if it misrepresents them before others in order to get an advantage. But with itself and to those it wants to help, Black speaks the naked truth without distorting or hiding anything. This adherence to truth is key for its success, as allows it to do things no matter how horrible, abhorrent, shameful, or even laughable they are, overcoming any remorse or peer pressure. Black's philosophy is very simple. There's no one better suited to look after your own interests than you. Therefore, if everyone looks out after their own interests, you've created a system where everyone has someone looking out for them. In addition, Black's system allows everyone the opportunity to succeed. Black's selfishness and lack of ethical restraint can result in tragedy if misapplied, but Black is not inherently evil. Egoism and pragmatic ambition are the source of much good, and are the basis of individual rights. Red. Red magic is filled with fire, frenzy and storms of rock and lava. Its creatures are warlike and dangerous, ranging from mighty dragons to hordes of rampaging goblins. Mages who master red magic have no patience for talk or subtlety. They act quickly and recklessly. Act first, think later. Red mages can channel their wild emotions to crush the ground you walk on, or to wield flame like a living weapon. Red is based around impulse, fury, and destroying things. Red is a great colour for planeswalkers who like to act fast, aggressive, and keep their opponents on their toes. Above all else, red values freedom. It wants to do what it wants, when it wants, and to whom it wants, and nobody can tell it otherwise. Red lives by emotion. What makes one laugh, what makes one cry, what one hates and what one loves. This makes up what a person is. Red believes that a person need only look to these things to find one's wishes and desires in life. To deny them is to deny one's life of meaning. Red believes that life is an adventure, and that it would be much more fun if everyone stopped caring about rules, laws, and personal appearances, and just spent their time indulging their desires for experience. Red doesn't live its life questioning choices it has made, and lives in the moment. Red is spontaneous and embraces every adventure put before it. Red is often charismatic, even as its antics upturn the established order. Red is the colour of immediate action and immediate gratification. If it wants something, it will act on its impulses and take it, regardless of the consequences. On the other hand, red may also seek to make amends. Red embraces relationships and knows passion and loyalty and camaraderie and lust. When red bonds with another, it bonds strongly and fiercely. Green. Green is a strong colour, centred around brute force. With the power of green mana, you can call powerful beasts to maul your enemies to a pulp, and destroy unnatural magical creations. Green seeks harmony, and it tries to achieve that harmony through acceptance. The other colours are all focused on how they change the world to make it better. Green is the one colour that doesn't want to change the world, because green is convinced that the world already got everything right. The natural order is a thing of beauty, and has all the answers to life's problems. The key is learning to sit back and recognise what is right in front of you. Each individual is born with all the potential they need. The secret to a happy life is to recognise the role you were born into and then embrace it. Do what you were destined to do. Part of life is recognising what role you play, and how that role interconnects with the web of life. You're not alone. You're part of a complex system full of interdependencies. The world is this elaborate system, and each one of us gets to play a part. Green accepts that change is a part of the natural process. What green can't stand is unnatural change, where an outside force alters something that was not meant to be changed. Tying in with green's affinity with nature, another of the colour's core principles is strength, and the concept of the survival of the fittest. Green sees the struggle between predator and prey as a central part of the natural order, and so places great value on strength. When in battle, green does not favour trickery or invasion to steal the victory, relying instead on pitting its natural strength against that of its opponents. The strong will triumph and the weak will fall. Whether green wins or loses the contest, it has filled its place in the natural order. Colourless. Requirement: no colour affinity, or devoid. Although colourless mana exists, colourless is not a colour. Colourlessness is the absence of colour in mana. Each colour has a philosophy, while colourless doesn't. Colourless magic tends to reflect one of three things: the artificial, the unknowable, and the underdeveloped. Most artifacts are colourless because they typically do not possess any thoughts, feelings, or will of their own. This is one way of being colourless, to exist and yet not exist. Besides artifacts, creatures outside of our understanding are often aligned with colourless mana, such as the Eldrazi. This ancient race of unfathomable beings are native to the Blind Eternities, the space between the planes and the multiverse. Only planeswalkers and the most powerful godlike beings can enter the Blind Eternities and survive its hostile environment, but they can only do so for extremely short periods of time. The birth and existence of Eldrazi should be an impossibility. Eldrazi has neither physical form nor colour alignment, making them colourless. Their nature seems to be ceaseless hunger. They used to travel between planes, devouring the mana until the plane's destruction. While all mages can turn coloured mana into colourless mana, to summon artifacts among other things, there are very few mages who possess a colourless colour identity. But those who exist often transcend the colours of mana, like Ugin. Accordingly, he has developed colourless magic, like his Ghostfire, an invisible flame that can incinerate virtually anything in the multiverse. Color attunement. Now that you have chosen your color identity, you are able to attune yourself to your colors or color. Doing so will allow you to tap into more power at the cost of altering your personality and or body to be more aligned with your color identity. The total amount of power points that you receive from a single color for being attuned to the color will decide which mana colors you have a stronger connection to. If you have an uneven mana pool, the color of your uneven mana will be decided by your connection to the colors. For example, if you have a mana pool of 3 and your color identity is white and blue, then your mana pool will consist of 1 white mana, 1 blue mana, and 1 mana of a color which you have the strongest connection to. Selfless. Requirement: white and not selfish. Game plus 10. You are much more concerned about the needs of others than those of your own. You would not hesitate to risk your own life to save one of your friends, even if that meant sacrificing yourself to save them. Logical. Requirement: blue and not emotional. Game plus 10. Your emotions are severely dimmed. They no longer hold any sway on your judgment. Instead, you rely entirely on logic to guide you through life. To other people, you might come off as cold, unemotional, and robotic. Selfish. Requirement: black and not selfless. Game plus 10. The needs of others mean nothing to you. Your main concern is and always will be your own personal profit and pleasure. Sacrificing the happiness of others for your own benefit is an obvious choice for you, and something you won't fret over. Emotional. Requirement: red and not logical. Game plus 10. The intensity of your emotions is much more extreme, both when it comes to positive and negative emotions. For example, when you are angry, your wrath will be terrible to behold, and woe to those who angered you. But when you experience joy, it will be so powerful that it could easily bring you to tears or laughter. Tolerant. Requirement: green and not intolerant. Game plus 5. You are generally friendly and peaceful towards others. You believe in living and letting live. You are willing to tolerate behaviors, habits, and beliefs that are different from your own, although you might not agree with or approve of them. You would never harm someone over such differences. Lawful. Requirement: white and not chaotic. Game plus 10. You value rules and structure, and therefore value systems that support those ideals. Laws, traditions, respect, honor, etc. These are all things that are very important to you, because without order there is only chaos. Laws are what separate men from wild beasts. When you visit a new plane, you will do your absolute best to follow the laws of that plane, as long as you deem them just. Cautious. Requirement: blue and not impulsive. Game plus 10. You are naturally cautious. You will want to think through all of your options and ensure you don't make any rash decisions or mistakes. You will also hate to take risks. You're the type of person that always has a plan, a backup plan, and a backup plan, if things don't go as planned. Ruthless. Requirement: black. Gain plus 15. There is nothing you wouldn't do to achieve your dreams and goals. If something stands in your way, you wouldn't think twice about trampling all over it without any remorse whatsoever. No taboo you wouldn't break, no crime you wouldn't commit, and no limit you wouldn't cross. The most important thing is results, and the method to achieving those results is unimportant to you. Chaotic. Requirement: red, and not lawful. Game plus 12. Freedom is something you value highly. You hold little regard for laws, authority figures, bureaucracy, traditions, and religions, especially if those limit the freedoms of others. Only unfettered personal freedom allows people to express themselves fully, and let society benefit from the potential that its individuals have within them. Impulsive. Requirement: green, and not cautious. Game plus 10. You rely on your instincts to guide you through life. You don't like to overthink things and prefer to rely on your gut feeling to make judgments rather than wasting time thinking about unnecessary things. Making you rather impulsive and spontaneous, you're the kind of person that will judge a book by its cover. Idealist. Requirement: white, and not sadist. Game plus 10. You are more guided by your ideals rather than practical considerations. You have a deep and profound respect for sentient life and a concern for the dignity of sentient beings. You protect the innocent, fight injustice, and go out of your way to live your life as the embodiment of your ideals. Perfectionist. Requirement: blue. Game plus 10. You seek perfection in all that you do, and you will work hard and tirelessly to achieve your goals. You also become extremely conscious about your environment. Anything less than a tidy and clean area will be a source of constant annoyance to you. Sadist. Requirement: black, and not idealist. Game plus 12. You derive pleasure from inflicting pain and humiliation on others. Watching others writhe in pain, people grovelling at your feet begging for mercy, and looking into the eyes of the damned, as the life slowly drains from their eyes, brings you immeasurable joy. Hedonist. Requirement: red. Game plus 10. You are devoted to the pursuit of pleasure and self-gratification. It is the most important thing in your life. This will lead you to seek out the things that bring you joy, whether that is sex, drugs, glory, violence, food, or something else entirely. Savage. Requirement: green. Game plus 15. You hold the laws of nature in high regard, the survival of the fittest. People are either strong or weak, predator or prey. You have a deep-seated hatred for technology, science and civilization, as these things tend to disrupt the natural order of things. Uncreative. Requirement: white. Game plus 10. You are very set in your ways. You lack a flexible mindset and do not have the ability to quickly adapt and come up with creative solutions to problems. Instead, you will rely on the old tried and true methods of doing things, making you rather predictable. Passive. Requirement: blue. Game plus 10. You have adopted a purely defensive mindset, patiently waiting for your enemies to take the initiative and then punishing them whenever they expose any weakness. However, your passive inclination will make you miss a lot of opportunities a bolder man wouldn't. Paranoid. Requirement: black and not naive. Game plus 20. You always expect the worst out of people. Betrayal, deceit, trickery, and exploitation. This is what you suspect from others, even if there is no evidence or very little evidence for it. You will never let your guard down and constantly anticipate the absolute worst scenarios. Short-sighted. Requirement: red. Gain +15. You have a complete lack of foresight. You only care about the present, and you're somewhat unable to think about how your actions will affect the future and what long-term consequences your actions might have. Naive. Requirement: green and not paranoid. Gain +10. You are fundamentally trusting of others. You believe in other people's honesty and the sincerity of their words, unless they give you a good reason not to. With subtlety and trickery, others can exploit your trusting nature. Intolerant. Requirement: white and not tolerant. Gain +15. To you, good and evil are as easy to discern as the colours black and white. You view those who hold two different views and opinions from yourself as evil, immoral and wretched. Depending on the difference of opinion, you would either treat them with extreme prejudice or attempt to murder them. Curious. Requirement: blue. Gain +15. You are very curious by nature. Your unquenchable thirst for knowledge will often lead you to disregard your better judgment in favour of your pursuit of knowledge. This can manifest itself in many ways, such as conducting dangerous experiments, asking too many questions, or poking a wild beast with a stick. Ambitious. Requirement: black and not harmonious. Gain +15. Ambition burns inside your heart. You have a strong desire and are determined to fulfill your ambitions, whatever they may be. Once your goals are achieved, you will want something more and set your mind on fulfilling those ambitions. You will never be satisfied with what you have, as you will always want more. Passionate. Requirement: red. Gain +10. Your feelings of love are strong beyond words, whether it is romantic love or the love of one's friends. Your loved ones mean the world to you. There is little you wouldn't do in the name of love. If you are not mindful of your feelings, this could as easily turn you into a creepy jealous stalker, as it could turn you into a beloved passionate romantic. Harmonious. Requirement: green and not ambitious. Gain +10. You are content with what you have been given. You want little more than what you already have. Ambitious goals like conquering a nation or becoming the strongest planeswalker in existence seem tedious and like a complete waste of time to you. You are happy just living life at your own pace. Racist. Requirement: white. Gain +15. Choose 5 races that exist in the multiverse. You possess a burning hatred towards your chosen races. You will treat them with extreme prejudice, if not outright attacking them on sight. To you, they are vermin. Exterminating them would make the world a better place. Nonconformist. Requirement: blue. Gain +10. You possess a strong dislike of traditions and ceremonies, viewing those concepts as largely useless roadblocks that stand in the path of progress. You will refuse to conform to long-established customs and instead oppose prevailing conventions. Risk-taker. Requirement: black. Gain +10. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. You like to take calculated risks. The thing with risks is that they don't always pay off, and can end up backfiring. In some ways, your greatest enemy is no one other than yourself. Stubborn. Requirement: red. Gain +15. You are very strong-willed and stubborn. Your determination is steel. You don't like to listen to advice. Instead, you prefer to follow your own path, even when everyone around you is saying that disaster awaits. Gentle. Requirement: green. Game +10. You have a gentle soul, and possess an unwillingness to inflict harm on other humanoids. If your hand is forced, you will not shy away from it, but you will refuse to use lethal force, even sparing those who would seek to take revenge on you in the future. Hero. Requirement: white, and not villain. Game +10. Your appearance is the very personification of the archetypical hero. Your features can only be described as valiant, noble, heroic, and regal. Respect, trust, and admiration are what your good looks inspire in others. Bookworm. Requirement: blue, and not brute. Game +10. You might not be a bookworm, but you sure look the part. Your appearance could be described as scholarly, learned, and intellectual. While your features will accentuate your mental abilities, they will do the opposite to your physical abilities. Villain. Requirement: black, and not hero. Game +10. Sinister, menacing, ominous, and baleful are words that would accurately describe your looks. You could be grotesque and hideous, or beautiful yet terrible. You're free to choose your appearance as long as it fits that of a stereotypical villain. Heartthrob. Requirement: red. Game +10. You are ridiculously attractive. Love, lust, and desire are what others will feel when they look upon you. If you enter a room, all eyes will be on you, as your impossible good looks are something out of a storybook. Seduction is easy, while discretion is not. Brute. Requirement: green, and not bookworm. Game +10. You have the body of a wild savage, who has lived a harsh life far removed from civilization. The kind of life that would break a lesser man. Your fierce primal features makes you look like you wrestle bears for fun. Otherworldly. Requirement: colourless. Game +15. Your appearance is best described as strange, alien, unnatural, weird, and otherworldly. Your uncanny features are so abnormal that they can make members of your own race unable to recognize you as their kin. They will most likely view you as some kind of abomination. For mortals fear what they do not understand, and your form is a representation of the unknown. Subservient. Requirement: colourless. Game +20. Your only desire in life is to find and serve a master. Being useful to your master is the only thing that makes you happy. Disobeying your master is utterly unthinkable to you. You will gladly live and die at your master's command. You are more like a tool than an actual person at this point. If your master were to die, you must find a new master to serve. Colour-coded. Game +5. The visage of your form must heavily feature the colours of your colour identity, while you're in a public setting, making your colour identity easy to discern with just a gaze. If you aren't dressed in your colour identity's colours while in public, you will feel extreme discomfort and suffer nausea. If you possess a colourless colour identity, you would have to mostly dress in different shades of grey. Eldritch. Requirement: colourless. Game +20. You have glimpsed the secrets of the multiverse. This has irrevocably altered your mind. However, your enlightenment has robbed you of everything that made you human. You no longer think or feel like a mortal, and can no longer sympathise with such rudimentary creatures. To them, your mind and actions are utterly incomprehensible. trying to understand you is maddening. Reborn. Requirement, colorless. Gain plus 40. Upon your entry into the multiverse, you will die and be reborn as an infant or an egg, depending on your race. You will enter this new world as a blank slate, losing all your memories of your previous life. These memories cannot be restored and will be lost forever. Your spark will ignite at a random age, between 16 to 24. Before then, you are basically powerless. Gender. As you might have suspected, you won't be going into the multiverse with your current body. You get to make a completely new one, with whatever appearance and gender you want, assuming that your created body does not contradict any of the color attunement options that you have chosen, which affect your appearance. Such options will override your creative freedom and cannot be contradicted. Before you choose your gender, you should know that you will receive 15 power points if the color to which you have the strongest connection to is connected to your chosen gender. Male. Color connection, white, blue. You're a man, having male genitals and a universal masculine anatomy. The male gender is connected to white and blue because men generally value strength, honor, order, justice, and intelligence. They favor logic and reason over fickle emotions. Men rely on the skills they have honed and acquired to find success in life. The male gender tends to be stoic and self-sacrificing, willingly putting themselves in danger to protect the weak and innocent. Women often favor form over function. This is not the case for men, as they are more concerned about functionality and practicality than the vanity of aesthetics. Female. Color connection, black, red, green. You're a member of the fairer sex, having female genitals and a universal feminine anatomy. In general, females value their intuition, instincts, and emotions over the coldness of logic. They navigate life using their innate abilities, such as their natural beauty and charm. Females are generally nurturing, accepting, and tolerant. Where men favor rigid structure and order, women prefer flexibility, spontaneity, change, and freedom. Women are generally not afraid to enjoy themselves and value the well-being of themselves and their loved ones over that of others. This is why the female gender is connected to black, red, and green. Genderless. Color connection, colorless. You are genderless, devoid of reproductive organs, and possess an anatomy that is neither male nor female. Your body can be androgynous, alien, or look like something incomprehensible, as long as it fits into the concept of being genderless. While there exist no intelligent biological species that are genderless, the vast majority of artificial life forms, such as constructs and golems, are genderless. As you might have suspected, the unnaturalness of being genderless is connected to colorless, as the absence of gender is similar to that of the absence of color. Race. There are many different races in the multiverse, and since you are creating a new body for yourself, you get to choose the race of your new body. Races that has color identities that share a color with your color identity cost 50% less power points, or grant 50% more power points. In addition to learning the most commonly spoken language of the plane of your choice, you will also become proficient in the most common language spoken by your chosen race on the plane of your choice, so you might want to take that into consideration too. You do not need to fulfill requirements for abilities that you gain. Ability requirements only make you eligible to purchase abilities. They don't prevent you from wielding abilities. Human. Color identity, white. Gain plus 10. Humans are the most prevalent species in the multiverse. The only natural plane where humans are known not to exist at all is Lorwyn and Shadowmoor. Unlike most races in the multiverse, the human race looks fairly similar on most planes. Because of this, human planeswalkers can easily blend in most places. Merfolk. Color identity, blue. Cost -14. Gain, Island Walk. Merfolks are neither mammals nor fish, but something in between. Their origins are magical rather than biological. Merfolk possesses both gills and the capacity to breathe the air above water. They are excellent swimmers and possess amazing speed, agility, and grace underwater. Vampire. Color identity, black. Cost -16. Gain, lifelink. Vampires are a subspecies of the undead. The most defining characteristic of vampires is that they feed on the blood and or life forces of others. Other notable features are that they have somewhat elongated fangs, high sensitivity to sunlight, supernatural regeneration, eternal youth, and they can turn others into vampires. Goblin. Color identity, red. Cost -18. Gain, pack tactics. A race of diminutive humanoids, frequently encountered in underground warrens in mountain areas. They are warlike and often have poor judgment, but also demonstrate a certain ingenuity and affinity for artifacts. Goblins seem to be abundant in the multiverse, to the extent that their absence is more notable than their presence. Elf. Color identity, green. Cost -14. Gain, forest walk. Elves typically live in forests and are close to the land. Their most distinctive features, which all elves share no matter what planes they hail from, are their pointy elongated ears, long lifespans, and otherworldly beauty. They are ubiquitous throughout the multiverse, second in prominence throughout the many worlds only to humans. Kithkin. Color identity, white. Cost -20. Gain, flanking. Kithkin are a race of small elf-like humanoids. They value community, simplicity, and forthrightness, and are quick, agile, and highly cooperative in battle. Kithkin are generally taller than most dwarves, hobbits, and halflings. Fittingly, as a community-oriented race, the word Kithkin originated from the term kith and kin. Vedalken. Color identity, blue. Cost -16. Gain, wisdom. Vedalken is a tall, thin, hairless, blue-skinned humanoid race, with a dispassionate view towards life, though in some planes they have a more positive view. Their infatuation with knowledge makes these hyper-intellectual people natural artificers and wizards. Aetherborn. Color identity, black. Cost -20. Gain, death touch. Aetherborn are made from ether. Their bodies are in constant flux as the ether residue they're made of gradually dissolves and is reclaimed by the ethersphere. Thus, their lives are typically short. Aetherborn can draw life essence from other beings into themselves to prolong their existence. Dwarf. Color identity, red. Cost -20. Gain, metalcraft. Dwarves are very similar to humans, but shorter, stouter, and typically more stubborn. Many males wear long beards, and most dwarves live underground, although some of them are known to live outside the mountains. Dwarves are renowned for being excellent craftsmen and smiths. Dryad. Color identity, green. Cost -20. Gain, awaken. Dryads are nature spirits that take on a physical form. Taking a nymph-like or tree-folk form, they usually look like green-skinned elves with various plant features. Dryads are able to control and manipulate the environment, allowing them to entangle or even strangle their enemies with vines, roots, and plants. Core. Color identity, white. Cost, -14. Gain, mountain walk. Core is a human-like race with blue, grey or white skin. Male Core have small barbels hanging from their chins. The Core race originates from the plane Zendikar, where they live a sparse and nomadic existence. Because of Zendikar's ever-changing landscape and floating islands, the Core has become masters of ropes and hooks, using them to travel and hunt. Siren. Color identity, blue. Cost, -16. Sirens are sea creatures, typically female. Some are winged and bird-like, while others look similar to merfolk. Sirens are known to lure mariners to destruction with their seductive singing. As a siren, you'll be able to mind control up to one target non-planeswalker creature with your singing, but only if your charisma stat is higher than your target's mana pool, or mana cost. Gorgon. Color identity, black. Cost, -24. Gorgons are a race of humanoid females, with hair made of snakes or snake-like tendrils. Incredibly deadly, these creatures are rare across the various planes. Gorgons have the ability to calcify organic entities that look into their eyes. The transformation is rapid, leaving the victim as a stone statue. Gorgons are able to control their petrifying gaze and can use it at will. Orc. Color identity, red. Cost, -10. Gain, menace. Orcs are a humanoid race with brutish features, and often greenish skin. They are found on Dominaria, Tarkir, Ixalan, and some other planes. Orcs are larger and stronger than goblins, and are usually vicious, violent, savage, and brutal. They are a warlike race of natural warriors who thrive on conflicts and battle. Troll. Color identity, green. Cost, -14. Gain, regeneration. Trolls are a large, bestial, ill-tempered humanoid race that usually dwells in forests or swamps. They are famous for their regenerative powers, which are thought to be the reason why they often mutate and take on physical traits of their environment. For example, they can grow bark on their skin or plants in their hair. Spirit. Color identity, white. Cost, -20. Gain, phasing. Spirits are often humanoid creatures composed of energy. A spirit's origin may be related to the way the previous being was killed, as a vengeful spirit, as a form of undead, or as an aspect of a worshipped object or concept. Spirits come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, but they are usually transparent and have an ethereal look to them. Changeling. Color identity, blue. Cost, -10. Changelings are a race of beings capable of assuming other shapes and forms, often imitating other beings. As a changeling, you will be able to shapeshift, but your stats and abilities will stay the same. You will also be affected by spells and abilities as if you were every race in existence. For example, a spell that would heal all slivers in a large area would affect you. Shade. Color identity, black. Cost, -20. Gain fear. Shades are shadowy ghosts of dead people, which linger beyond their death. They are powerful beings of darkness. Shadows tend to cling to them, giving them a fear-inducing aura, which intimidates most mortals. Some shades look like shadowy knights, while others have the appearance of nightmarish ghosts. Viashino. Color identity, red. Cost, -20. Gain Enrage. The Ashino are bipedal humanoid lizard folk, descended from dragons, over whom they exert some power. The savage Viashino possesses lean but muscular builds and can be agile, quick and vicious when necessary. They are intelligent, but possess a volatile temperament, similar to that of dragons. Naga. Color identity: green. Cost: -30. Gain: poisonous. Naga are a snake-like race with a humanoid upper body and a serpentine lower body, similar to some gorgons. The Naga of Amonkhet have hoods similar to that of cobras, while the Naga of Tarkir has features similar to vipers. Similar to snakes, most Nagas are highly venomous. Catfolk. Color identity: white. Cost: -14. Gain planeswalk. Catfolk are an anthropomorphic cat-like race found on multiple planes. Catfolk can be split up into 3 different subspecies: Nakatl, Leonin, and Nishoba. Nakatl have coats like tigers, jaguars, and ocelots. Leonin look more like lions, while Nishoba have features of snow leopards and smilodons. Cephalid. Color identity: blue. Cost: -10. Gain unblockable. Cephalids are a race of octopus-like humanoids, having tentacles and a highly flexible body. They can both breathe underwater and above water. Cephalids have color-changing markings controlled by their emotions, 3 hearts, and boneless anatomy that allows them to pour themselves into tight spaces. Azra. Color identity: black. Cost: -14. Gain tribute, with a cost of -15. Azra are native in Kailem and have a distant demonic ancestry. They have the appearance of a horned human with purple, blue, or dark skin. Wealth, taste, and trickery are the Azra's primary interests. They love anything gold and shiny, and aren't afraid to show off their wealth. Giant. Color identity: red. Cost: -10. Gain trample. Giants are massive creatures resembling gigantic humans. Most are known for being dim-witted and violent. They are not to be confused with creatures from other races that, by magical or artificial circumstances, have grown to giant sizes. Across the multiverse, giants vary in size. Centaur. Color identity: green. Cost: -14. Gain haste. Centaurs have equine bodies with human torsos at the withers, instead of a horse's neck and head. They have 6 limbs, 4 legs ending in hooves, and 2 arms ending in hands. Centaurs are known for their mobility and skill in battle, particularly as archers, heavy cavalry, and druids. Demigod. Color identity: white. Cost: -30. Gain devotion. Demigods are powerful beings with partial or lesser divine status, such as a minor deity, the offspring of a god and a mortal, or a mortal raised to divine rank. Demigods with mortal ancestry often take on a more humanoid appearance, while a demigod with a more supernatural origin often looks more otherworldly. Jinn. Color identity: blue. Cost: -30. Gain phylactery. Jinn are spirits of air or fire, commonly forced into slavery by mortal beings to utilize their immense magical powers. A Jinn must be bound to a magical object, such as a ring, lamp, cauldron, or bottle. Also, some Jinn are so powerful that they can break free after a certain number of days in slavery. Zombie. Color identity: black. Cost -20. Gain: persist. Zombies are normally simply animated dead and have little to no connection with the soul of the deceased, though some especially formidable necromancers know how to bind the dead to their bodies to create intelligent zombies, or turn themselves into powerful zombies known as liches. Devil. Color identity: red. Cost -16. Gain: flashback. Devils are atrociously wicked, cruel, or ill-tempered evil spirits, having the power to inflict bodily harm and spiritual corruption. Physically, they bear a resemblance to demons, except that they are usually smaller and lack wings. Let loose in the world, they satisfy their mad craving for destruction in a whirlwind of chaos. Bugfolk. Color identity: green. Cost -14. Gain: swampwalk. Bugfolk is a race of arthropod humanoids. There are multiple different subspecies of bugfolk across the multiverse, like the locust-like crow, native to Ravnica, the Nantuko, which possesses similarities to praying mantises, and the Eumidians, whose appearance looks similar to that of wasps. Angel. Color identity: white. Cost -20. Gain: flying. Angels are humanoid beings with large feathered wings on their backs. Often worshipped as divine beings, angels are manifestations of predominantly white mana, though some have been corrupted with black mana. Angels from various planes have boasted traits from each of the other colors. Almost all known angels are female. Fairy. Color identity: blue. Cost -20. Gain: flying. Fairies are creatures with humanoid appearance, often small in stature, with insectoid wings on their backs. Fairies are known to be mischievous tricksters, as well as naturally talented when it comes to magic. They are referred to by many names within various folklore, such as fae, wee folk, fair folk, little people, and so on. Demon. Color identity: black. Cost -20. Gain: flying. Demons are powerful evil beings who are often difficult to control and exact a price from anyone who tries to deal with them. Almost all of them are male. However, female demons do exist. Most demons have a monstrous humanoid form with horns, wings, and the occasional tail. Dragon. Color identity: red. Cost -20. Gain: flying. Dragons are a race of huge, four-limbed, two-winged reptilians. These powerful serpentine creatures exist across the multiverse. They have formidable physical strength, and many of them also score high on intelligence and magical capabilities. Baby or miniature dragons are referred to as hatchlings and whelps. Tree folk. Color identity: green. Cost -10. Gain: reach. Tree folk is a race describing large, lumbering, sentient humanoid trees. They are often guardians of the forest which they inhabit. There are many varieties of tree folk inhabiting a variety of forests. In battle, they are known to swat down flying enemies with their long limbs, and hurl large rocks with uncanny precision. Other. Color identity: none. Cost: -10 or X. Game: unknown. You may choose to become any race that is not already represented as an option, a subrace of a race that is represented, or you can even create your own race. You also get to choose one ability from the ability section which your race will grant you. This ability must be thematic and somewhat iconic to your race. X is equal to the cost of your chosen ability. Construct. Color identity, blue or colorless. Cost, none. Gain, +6, and artificial. Constructs are artificial life forms, powered by mechanical or magical means. Constructs are different from golems, which are created through magic, but there is some degree of ambiguity between the two. Constructs can be thought of as robots or automatons, and come in a wide variety of forms, often imitating organic life. Phyrexian. Color identity, black or colorless. Cost, -10. A Phyrexian is a creature who has undergone the corrupting process of Phyrexis. Phyrexians consist of a mixture of metal and organic matter, and can appear in many forms. Phyrexians were created by Yawgmoth, a eugenicist who believed things should be made perfect through artifice. As a Phyrexian, you are able to convert your life force into mana, allowing you to fuel your spells with your own health. Elemental. Color identity, red. Cost, -20. Elements are sentient beings, composed of elemental energy. Some are more humanoid than others, such as flamekins, stormkins, and waterkins. As an elemental, you cannot be damaged by the element that you are connected to, and you are immune to negative effects from said element. Being exposed to your own element will instead have a healing effect on you. Satyr. Color identity, green. Cost, -10. Gain, provoke. Satyrs are carefree woodland beings, part human and part goat, which are noted as lovers of pipe playing, wine, and lovers. They are ready for every physical pleasure. On Theros, satyrs are hedonists that worship the god Perforos, associated with creativity, artistry, and passion, and that occasionally honor Nyella, goddess of the forest and the hunt. Class. The 2 languages that you got from the planes and race sections aren't the only knowledge that you will be imbued with. You get to select a skill set known as a class. The skills and knowledge you gain from your chosen class will be pretty average, and on the same level as that of a journeyman of that class. You will also receive clothes and equipment that are appropriate for someone of your chosen class. But more importantly, you will receive a special ability based on the class that you choose. Note that you cannot select an option unless you meet its requirements. Cleric. Requirement, white. Clerics channel the power of their faith in a cause or higher being into potent magic. Most clerics are part of a formal church, cult, or other religious institution. You gain 8 talent points, which you can only spend on options that have white as a requirement. Wizard. Requirement, blue. Wizards cast their spells by using their required magical knowledge and experience, learned through years of practice and study. You gain 8 talent points, which you can only spend on options that have blue as a requirement. Warlock. Requirement, black. Through pacts made with powerful entities and demons, warlocks wield potent magic, which is equally spectacular and terrible to behold. You gain 8 talent points, which you can only spend on options that have black as a requirement. Shaman. Requirement, red. Shamans are similar to wizards in that their magic comes from rituals, lore, and years of practice, but their craft has an emotional and spiritual component to it. You gain 8 talent points, which you can only spend on options that have red as a requirement. Druid. Requirement: green. Druids are primal spellcasters, priests of nature, who gain their power through being at one with nature, or through a connection to a powerful deity or nature spirit. You gain 8 talent points, which you can only spend on options that have green as a requirement. Soldier. Requirement: white or red. Soldiers are trained combatants who are part of a formal army, mercenary company, village militia, or some other military organization. They are tough and disciplined, adept at fighting in concert, using formations and tactics to destroy their enemies. You gain 20 power points, which you can only spend on the ability Battalion. You may also purchase Battalion, even if you do not meet its color requirements, and you can purchase it multiple times. Spy. Requirement: blue or black. Rulers, nobles, merchants, and other wealthy individuals use spies to gain the upper hand in a world of cutthroat politics. A spy is trained to secretly and expertly gather information. You are able to shapeshift into any target creature within your sight, replacing your appearance, abilities and stats with theirs. Upon taking damage or being affected by a spell or ability, you will revert to your original form. This ability takes some time to activate. Assassin. Requirement: black or red. Assassins are highly trained killers, who have honed their skills to deadly perfection. They are masters of stealth, poisons, and death. Assassins are amoral in the extreme, ending the lives of others for money, or the thrill of killing. You gain Death Touch for free. Additionally, your Death Touch will work on other planeswalkers. Berserker. Requirement: red or black. Hailing from uncivilized lands, these warriors walk armorless into battle, and are as crazed as wolves, and as strong as bears. Berserkers are well trained at tapping into that most primal of emotions: rage. They fight with reckless disregard for their own safety. For as long as you are wounded enough to only have half or less of your life force remaining, your natural power is doubled. Ranger. Requirement: green or white. Rangers are hunters, scouts, trappers, and assassins who excel at exploring the fringes of civilization and hunting down deadly monsters. Choose one mana color. You gain 40 power points, which you can only spend on abilities that require only your chosen color. The abilities you purchased can only be used while you are in an environment that is color aligned to your chosen color. Knight. Requirement: white or black. Knights are highly trained elite combatants who are usually part of a formal army. Knights share an unparalleled mastery of weapons and armor, and a thorough knowledge of the skills of combat. You are able to instantly and magically equip yourself with any artifact equipment under your control. Doing so will cost no mana. Spell Shaper. Requirement: blue or red. Spell Shapers are amongst the most narrowly focused spellcasters. They devote themselves to perfecting a single spell, or selection of spells, relying on their mastery of their focus to make up for their lack of versatility. You gain Signature Spell. The card you choose for your free signature spell can be chosen as if you had Talent 10. Mercenary. Requirement: black or red. Mercenaries are professional combatants, with no ties to a singular nation or king, who fight for gold. For mercenaries, the warrior path is only a work line, and the sword is a mere tool used to achieve this goal. You are able to create unbreakable magical contracts. While actively working to fulfill a contract, your power and toughness are increased by 2. Warrior. Requirement: red or green. Warriors are combatants who fight alone or in loose hordes. Warriors favour brute strength over cunning, and sheer will over tactics. A warrior makes his place in any battle, dying 1,000 times and walking out alive, surviving wounds that would kill most. Attacks that possess less power than your natural power stat will deal half of their regular damage to you. Archer. Requirement: green or white. Archers are masters of ranged combat. They prefer to take down their enemies from afar, and generally avoid close combat. You gain reach. Any ability that you possess that has the term physical melee attack in its description will have that term changed to physical ranged attack instead. Monk. Requirement: white or green or colourless. Monks are individuals whom have devoted their lives to quiet introspection and meditation. Monks are skilled in magic and martial arts. Some live their lives in solitude, while others come together in monasteries. You gain prowess. Whenever your prowess triggers, you may heal a target equivalent to the damage caused by an attack with power X. X is equal to half your talent stat. Pilot. Requirement: blue or white. Pilots are experts in maneuvering vehicles, be it an aeroplane, a ship, or a mechanical suit of armour. Pilots typically have excellent reflexes and are intuitively attuned to navigation. You are able to crew any vehicle all by yourself. Any vehicle that you pilot will have its power and toughness increased by 1 and gain haste. If it already has haste, it will gain dash. Dash will drain your mana. Noble. Requirement: black or white. A noble belongs to the aristocracy of their race, either by rank, title, or birth. Most nobles are hands-off characters, preferring to achieve victory by empowering a champion, rather than doing the dirty work themselves. You gain 60 power points, which you can only spend on abilities that you are eligible to purchase. You do not gain any of these abilities. Instead, you are able to imbue one creature with those abilities. Pirate. Requirement: red or blue. Pirates are motley fighters and scoundrels, who sail the sea and skies to loot and plunder the unexpected. Pirates are famed and feared for their unpredictability and ruthlessness. You are supernaturally lucky to the point of absurdity, or you are in an environment that could be classified as an island, or is aligned with blue mana. Among other things, you will be able to win any game of chance. Bard. Requirement: green or red. Whether scholar, skald, or scoundrel, a bard weaves magic through words and music. The bard is a master of song, speech, and the magic they contain. You can inspire your allies, temporarily increasing either their power or toughness, equal to half your charisma stat rounded up. For example, if you have charisma 6, you can increase your allies' power by 3. Advisor. Requirement: white or blue. Advisors are tacticians, courtiers, ministers, and others known for their wisdom. Advisors often serve roles in government, where they can obtain significant personal power. All triggered abilities that belong to minions, creatures, creature spawns, commanders, and planeswalkers that you control will trigger twice in your presence. Artificer. Requirement: blue or red or colourless. Artificers are those who specialise in working with artifacts. Some artificers are smiths, engineers, or merely mundane tinkerers, while others possess magical skills at their craft. You may purchase one ability at twice its cost. You won't gain your purchased ability Instead, whenever you summon an artifact, you will be able to grant the summoned artifact your purchased ability. Rogue. Requirement: black or blue. Rogues might be ruthless criminals, sly tricksters, charismatic conmen, or good-hearted thieves. Nevertheless, they excel at deceit, stealth, and theft. Whenever you deal damage to a spellcaster with a physical melee attack, you are able to magically steal one artifact under their control, effectively gaining control over the stolen artifact. This ability can't trigger more than once every 10 seconds. Rebel. Requirement: red or white. Rebels are freedom fighters who are defined by their charismatic presence and ability to draw forth the masses towards a singular cause. They are experts in guerrilla warfare and sabotage. Whenever you or a creature that you control deals damage to a spellcaster with a physical melee attack, you are able to magically destroy one of their artifacts, as long as your charisma is higher than the artifact's mana cost. Scion. Requirement: green or blue or colorless. Scions are descendants of a force or a powerful being. They embrace their heritage and have learned to channel their inborn magical abilities. Scions often aim to help their originator. Choose an originator. You gain 30 power points which you can only spend on abilities that are thematically related to your chosen originator. These power points can be spent as if you meet all color requirements. Samurai. Requirement: white or red. Warriors of old, wielding techniques perfected and passed down through countless generations. Few warriors are more dedicated to honor and the code of the warrior than the samurai. You gain Bushido. When you make a physical melee attack with a sheathed weapon, your attack will become empowered and hit with twice the power of Bushido. Ninja. Requirement: blue or black. Ninjas, also called shinobi, are masters of both stealth and armed combat, who may find employment as spies, warriors, mercenaries, or assassins. They are famed for their versatility. You gain ninjutsu. Whenever a minion is summoned under your control, you may summon them anywhere within your field of vision. When you do so, you are able to switch places with them. Witch. Requirement: black or green. Witches are practitioners of witchcraft. They can be male or female and possess malignant supernatural powers and are proficient at casting curses. You are able to afflict up to one target with an enchantment spawn curse. The curse will temporarily make its victim lose one ability of your choice for as long as the curse lasts. Clown. Requirement: red or white. Clowns, jesters, harlequins, and court fools are comic entertainers who wear traditional comical costumes and exaggerated makeup. They are pranksters who use their cunning wit to humiliate their enemies. You gain Provoke. Whenever you provoke someone, their power is temporarily lowered by X. X is equal to half your charisma stat. Scout. Requirement: green or white. Scouts are experts in stealth and survival. Masters of their environment, they are able to slip like ghosts through the trees and lay traps in the paths of their enemies. You are able to create magical traps that contain an instant or sorcery spell. You can't create more than 20 traps at a time. If you do so, your oldest trap will be destroyed. Stats. Your physical and magical characteristics can be summarized by numerical values, known as stats. Basically, the higher your stats are, the more capable you are. You can spend power points to increase your stats. All of your stats start out on level 1. To purchase a higher level, you must purchase the desired level and each level before it, excluding 0 and 1. For example, Charisma 3 would cost 20 power points. Charisma. Cost -10. Charisma measures persuasiveness, personal magnetism, ability to lead, and the ability to influence others. You will gain 2 influence points for each rank of Charisma that you have above 0. 0. Game +20. You are tactless and non-empathetic. Your presence tends to make people uncomfortable. 1. Your Charisma remains unchanged. 2. There is something about you that makes you mildly interesting. Making friends is a bit easier. 3. You are rather interesting. You're the kind of person people want to be friends with. 4. You tend to know what to say and do to sway the opinion of others, who normally would not be so easy to persuade. 5. You are magnetic and compelling. Complex negotiations tend to go heavily in your favour. 6. You are popular and the life of the party. People trust and admire you. Some will even try to emulate you. 7. You will become renowned for your quick wit, unique personality, and silver tongue. 8. You are the centre of attention. Your presence inspires loyalty, devotion, and love in others. 9. You are able to sweet-talk people into doing things that are very out of character for them, which they normally wouldn't do. 10+. Your charisma is simply otherworldly. The effects your words have on people are borderline magical, and comparable to actual spells. Mana pool. Cost -10. The size of your mana pool decides how much mana you have at your disposal. The bigger your mana pool is, the more powerful spells you will be able to cast. It will also determine how much mana you can manipulate at any time. This is referred to as your mana manipulation limit. You can't control permanents that have a combined mana cost that is higher than your mana manipulation limit. Your mana manipulation limit is equal to your mana pool outside of battle. When in battle, your mana manipulation limit is equal to twice your mana pool. 0. Game +20. You have no mana to spend on spells. 1. You only have enough mana to cast the most rudimentary of spells. 2. You are limited to casting simple spells. 3. The spells you have access to are still kind of basic, but have some added utility to them. 4. The most common spells are within your grasp. 5. You have enough mana to fuel advanced spells with versatile effects. 6. With the mana you have at your disposal, you can cast powerful spells. 7. Your mana pool is exceptional, even among planeswalkers. 8. Your mana pool is ridiculously large. There are very few spells with a mana cost that is beyond your ability to cast. 9. Your mana pool gives you access to spells that are the stuff of legends. 10+. You can cast spells with godlike effects, and few can match the raw power that you can fuel your spells with. Talent. Cost -10. Your talent decides how naturally gifted you are. Your talent will heavily influence your ability to use magic, but it will also affect non-magical skills as well. You will gain 3 talent points for each rank of talent that you have above 0. 0. Game +20. You are pretty much talentless. 1. You possess talent equivalent to that of the average person. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, the card you choose must be legit in Pioneer. 2. You possess above average talent. 3. Your talents are exceptional. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, the card you choose must be legal in Modern. 4. You are considered gifted. 5. You are highly gifted. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, the card you choose must be legal in Legacy. 6. You are a virtuoso. 7. You possess the raw talent of a genius. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, the card you choose must be legal in Vintage. 8. Your talents are surreal. 9. Your talents are legendary. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, the card you choose must be legal in Commander. 10 plus. Your excellence and pure talent are unparalleled. If an option allows you to choose a Magic the Gathering card, you may choose any Magic the Gathering card as long as it doesn't have a silver border. Power. Cost -10. Power determines your physical strength and ability to inflict damage with physical attacks. Note that power does not measure your accuracy or ability to land attacks, only how much damage your attacks deal. 0. Gain +15. Your power is below that of a squirrel, making you unable to inflict any kind of damage with physical attacks. 1. You have power comparable to the average humanoid creature. 2. Your power is similar to that of a direwolf. 3. Your power is on the same level as that of the average giant. 4. Your power is on par with that of a mighty rhino. 5. You possess the same power as a magical beast, for example a manticore or hydra. 6. You possess the same kind of power as a huge hulking beast or a powerful elemental. 7. You have enough power to overpower most dragons and worms. 8. Your power is now beyond that of most gods. 9. You will be very hard-pressed to find any kind of creature in the multiverse that possesses a similar level of power as you. It will be even harder to find one which exceeds your power. 10 plus. Your power is of legendary proportions. It is safe to say that you are one of the most powerful beings in the existence of the multiverse, in terms of raw strength. Toughness. Cost -10. Toughness measures your physical durability and ability to withstand damage. The higher your toughness is the harder you are to kill. Toughness does not take into account your ability to dodge, block, parry, and evade attacks. Note that you will die if your toughness is reduced to 0 or less by some kind of spell or ability. 0.5. Gain +15. You are very frail and delicate. Your body is prone to injuries and disease. 1. Your toughness is on the same level as most humanoid creatures. 2. You have the toughness of a bear. 3. You possess a similar level of toughness to that of a giant armor-plated beetle. 4. Your toughness is similar to an elephant's. 5. Your toughness is comparable to a mythical beast, like a giant turtle. 6. Your toughness is on par with that of a titanic metal golem. 7. Your toughness is beyond most dragons and worms. 8. Your toughness transcends that of some of the strongest magical barriers and artifact walls in the multiverse. 9. There are extremely few creatures in the multiverse that are as tough as you. Even fewer are tougher than you. 10 plus. Your toughness virtually makes you unkillable by most non-magical means. Very few creatures in the multiverse will be able to produce an attack that could seriously harm you. An army of regular humans will be able to attack you for days without making much progress on ending your life. Perks. Perks consist of miscellaneous benefits, circumstances, and special powers that you may purchase to gain an edge over your fellow planeswalkers, or just make your new life in the multiverse more enjoyable. While all planeswalkers possess a unique spark that determines the conditions of their ability to planeswalk, you get to fully customize your own planeswalker spark, using the options available to you in this section. Class Mastery. Cost, -6 talent points. Choose one of your classes. Instead of gaining the proficiency of a journeyman in your chosen class, you will gain the proficiency of a true master of that class. The skills that your class grants you will basically go from being average to truly extraordinary. For example, a rogue will be able to unlock any lock in mere seconds. You may purchase this option multiple times. Multiclassing. Cost -8. You may choose one additional class, which you will gain in addition to your first class. For example, you could become a muscular warrior wizard, a gallant paladin, cleric and knight, or a wicked witch doctor, shaman and witch. You may purchase this option multiple times. Note that your classes will count as separate classes for class mastery. Unnatural sex. Cost, -3 power points. While your appearance will take on the general anatomy of the gender that you choose, you'll be free to customize your genitals. For example, you could be a futanari, female with a penis and vagina, a cunt boy, male with a vagina and womb, or a dick girl, female with a penis and balls. The appearance of your genitals is no longer limited to your race. You could have a horse cock. Nemesis. Gain unknown amount of power points. Choose one planeswalker in the planeswalker section. Your chosen planeswalker has become your nemesis. Your nemesis absolutely hates and despises you. They cannot be reasoned with, and will go out of their way to hunt you down and kill you. The gain of this option is equal to 7 times the base cost of your chosen planeswalker. Hybrid race. Cost -15. You may purchase a second race in addition to your first race. Your race will be a hybrid of both of your chosen races. For example, if you brought tree folk and centaur, you would become a giant tree-like centaur. Elf and fairy would turn you into an elf-sized fairy with pointy elf ears, or zombie and dragon would turn you into a Dracolich. Spell sight. Cost -5. You are able to instinctively understand exactly what magic specializations and known spells any spellcaster is capable of by just a quick glance at their person. With this information, you can make an educated guess as to what their color identity might be. Mage sight. Cost -10. Whenever you see someone casting a spell or using an ability, you will instinctively understand their spell or ability. This will allow you to make well-informed split-second decisions and take appropriate measures as a reaction to your enemy's actions, as well as the actions of your allies. Warrior sight. Cost -5. You are able to instantly gauge a being's power and toughness just by looking at them, as well as identifying and understanding any ability they possess. Sometimes looks can be deceiving, and this will make sure you are never deceived or surprised by someone's physical prowess. Mana sight. Cost -5. The color of someone's mana will tell you a lot about them as a person, and you can identify a person's color identity just by looking at them. You can even measure their mana pool, find out the color distribution of their mana pool, and how much mana they currently have available to them with just a glance. Night sight. Cost -3. You are able to switch between 2 modes of vision, regular vision and night vision. When using night vision, you are able to see in complete darkness. The colors you see will take on a greener tone in the dark. The darker it is, the greener it will look. Summonable. Gain +15. Choose one planeswalker in the planeswalker section, or another build in a different multiverse with Summoner. You have agreed to be a summonable planeswalker for your chosen planeswalker, who resides in an alternate version of the multiverse. When summoned, you will be magically compelled to obey your summoner. Reincarnation. Cost -5. Instead of randomly planeswalking into the plane of your choice, your existence will be seamlessly inserted into that plane. You will have family and friends and memories of your life on this plane. You are free to choose non-specific details about your life. For example, you are noble of birth, but you can't choose to be Ursa's son. Alternate look. Requirement: not multiplayer. Cost -2. Choose one planeswalker in the planeswalkers section. You are free to modify their appearance and even their gender. These changes will retroactively alter your chosen planeswalker's appearance, so that the changes you make have always been how they look. Confusion. Game +15. You will lose all of your memories connected to making the choices you have made in this choose-your-own-adventure, along with all your memories of Magic the Gathering lore. Once you are done, you will simply wake up completely clueless and confused, in a strange new world with otherworldly powers. Polyglot. Cost -3. By default, you will gain mastery over the most common language of the plane you choose to start on, and the most common language of your race on that plane. As a planeswalker, you will have a natural affinity for learning languages, but with this perk, you'll be able to speak any language that exists in the multiverse. Summoner. Requirement: planeswalkers. Cost -2. Choose one build with a different multiverse than your own that has summonable. You have convinced your chosen planeswalker to be a summonable planeswalker for you. The spell you use to summon them will count as a known spell. You may purchase this option multiple times. Planar travel. Cost -3. You are able to planeswalk to a different location within the same plane, essentially using planeswalking as a means of teleportation. You could technically achieve this without this perk by planeswalking to a different plane and then planeswalking back to the original plane, but doing so would require 2 planeswalks instead of 1. Static body. Cost -2. Your body is unchanging and fixed in its current state. You need not concern yourself with healthy diets, tiresome activities, such as exercise and time-consuming beauty routines, like putting on makeup. You will continue to look just as good as you choose to look, no matter your lifestyle. Hair will grow normally. Poor control. Requirement: not fine control. Game +5. You have poor control over your mana. For each time you take this option, your mana manipulation limit is decreased by 1 mana. You may take this option multiple times, unless it decreases your mana manipulation limit to below 0. A negligible drawback, if you intend to focus on non-permanent spells. Fine control. Requirement: not poor control. Cost -5. You have excellent control over your mana. You may purchase this option multiple times. For each time you purchase this option, your mana manipulation limit is increased by 1 mana. A great advantage for summoners, artificers, and enchanters. Alter setting. Requirement: not multiplayer. Cost -3. This option will allow you to alter the setting of one plane of your choice. Note that you can't alter the history or events of your chosen plane, only its setting. For example, you could turn Innistrad into a sci-fi universe where psychic vampires prey on humans. You may purchase this option multiple times. Sculpted spell. Cost -1 talent point. Choose one of your known spells. You get to alter the appearance of your chosen spell slightly. For example, you could change a red lightning bolt spell into looking like a blue lightning bolt shaped, like your own head, but you can't make drastic changes to the spell, like changing the fire spell to look like an ice spell. Added plane. Requirement, not multiplayer. Cost, -25. Was other plane not enough for you? Want to add more planes to your multiverse? This option allows you to create new planes as described in Other Plane. You may purchase this option multiple times. The difference between this option and Outer Plane is that the latter decides where you start. Special Skill. Cost, -1 talent point. Choose a non-magical skill that you become proficient in. For example, smithing, dancing, singing, love-making, fencing, riding, fishing, statecraft, or haggling. Note that some of the mentioned skills will be redundant with some classes. For example, a bard will already know how to dance and sing. Attuned Mana. Requirement, not mana pool 0. Gain +15. You can only generate mana while in places that are attuned to the mana color in your color identity that you have the strongest connection to. For example, a forest, jungle, grove, rainforest, garden, or an overgrown ruin will be attuned to green mana. Signature Spell. Cost, -1 talent point. Choose one Magic the Gathering card to represent one of your known spells. Known spells are different from regular magic. When using magic, you are able to shape and improvise your own spells to a certain degree, while staying inside the limits of the different magics that you know, allowing you to adapt to different situations and mold your magic after your needs. A known spell is a crystallized spell, which is the exact same spell every time you cast it. However, known spells are much more potent than regular spells, both when it comes to the mana cost and the effects of the spell. Another difference is that a spellcaster can only control up to 4 of the same known spell permanents, unless the permanents are spawns. This limit does not apply to permanents or regular spells. You may purchase Signature Spell multiple times, but you may only possess up to 7 known spells. Note that you cannot choose a card as a known spell if you aren't able to cast it. For example, the mana cost is too high for your mana pool. Note that you may circumvent the given example. For example, if a card has a mana cost above your mana pool, you could still choose it as your known spell, if the card has Convoke, and you are technically able to cast it. Most cards are very easy to interpret as known spells, while others can be a bit trickier. When it comes to tricky cards, try and use common sense, and take the rules, art, spirit, and the general theme of the card into consideration, and try to convert it into a spell that fits with the mechanics of this CYOA. Do so in good faith, or not at all. You should also note if a card has an ability that exists in the ability section of the CYOA, you should not always interpret that ability in the same way as it was displayed in the ability section. For example, if a card has a mass, you should not use the ability section to interpret the card, as that would make little sense. Instead, a mass would work much more similarly to how it works in the actual card game, allowing you to summon an army of creature spawns. Slow Spark. Requirement, not Fast Spark. Gain +8. After you have planeswalked, it will take a while for your spark to recharge, preventing you from planeswalking again until 100 days have passed between planeswalking. You may take this option up to 3 times, increasing the recharge time up to 300 days. Accurate Spark. Requirement, not Displaced Spark. Cost -2. A regular planeswalker cannot choose the exact position they will planeswalk to. They will appear somewhere in the vicinity of the place they aim for, and sometimes hundreds of kilometers off. You, however, have pinpoint accuracy when it comes to planeswalking. Ritual Spark. Requirement, not instant spark. Gain +5. Planeswalking usually takes no more time than casting a fast spell, but for you it will take far more time and effort to planeswalk, comparable to casting the slowest of spells, making it somewhat impractical for you to use planeswalking as a means to escape. Fast spark. Requirement, not slow spark, and not chaotic spark. Cost, -20. The standard planeswalker would need 1 month's worth of time in between planeswalking, but you are one of the rare planeswalkers that can planeswalk continuously, without any need to recharge your spark. Instant spark. Requirement, not ritual spark. Cost, -10. The act of planeswalking is a form of magic and will count as a spell, which can be countered by null magic, for example. For you, planeswalking takes less than a split second, making it impossible for conventional spells to prevent you from planeswalking. Cleansing Spark. Cost, -5. Whenever you planeswalk, you will be cleansed of negative effects, including lasting debuffs, undesirable enchantments like curses, and negative temporary effects from instant and sorcery spells, like being polymorphed into an animal. Displace Spark. Requirement, not accurate spark. Gain +10. You are not accurate when it comes to planeswalking to specific coordinates. You can be off by several thousand miles, but at least you will appear on the same continent that you aim for when planeswalking. Powerful Spark. Cost, -5. Normally a planeswalker cannot bring any living being with them when they planeswalk, but you are an exception, as you can bring up to one other living being with you as you planeswalk between planes. Volatile Spark. Gain +10. Whenever you planeswalk, your arrival will cause massive destruction, comparable to a natural disaster at the point of your entry. You will draw a lot of attention to yourself when traveling the multiverse, and this can potentially get you into a lot of trouble. Spark Sensing. Cost, -15. You are able to sense other planeswalker sparks within 100 miles of you. You can also sense whenever someone planeswalks within the same radius. Being able to track and identify planeswalkers can be hugely beneficial for various different reasons. Portal Spark. Cost, -15. You are able to construct and use planar portals. These arcane structures allow you to planeswalk from a planar portal to another planar portal. You can only planeswalk to planar portals which you have visited. This type of planeswalking reduces the time it takes to recharge your spark after planeswalking by 50%. Save Spark. Requirement, not Battle Spark. Cost, -4. When you planeswalk, you are guaranteed to arrive at a place that is safe. You won't appear on an active battlefield, an area affected by a dangerous natural disaster, or under any other circumstances that could bring you harm. Chaotic Spark. Requirement, not Fast Spark. Gain +20. Your planeswalker spark will randomly teleport you to random planes that you are normally able to planeswalk to. How often this occurs will depend on how fast your spark recharges between planeswalking. The faster your spark recharges, the more often you will get randomly teleported. Battle Spark. Requirement, not Safe Spark. Gain +8. Whenever you planeswalk, more often than not, you will find yourself in a dangerous situation. Whether you appear in the middle of an armed conflict, close to a hungry monster, inside a den of bandits, or some other scenario that is likely to end in bloodshed. Attune Spark. Gain +10. You can only planeswalk at places where large natural concentrations of mana exist, namely at leyline nexuses, where multiple leylines intersect. Ley lines, sometimes called mana lines, are ancient mana paths that flow and crisscross each other across a given landscape. All planes have a network of ley lines. Mystic Spark. Cost -2. Normally whenever a planeswalker planeswalks, they will automatically unsummon all of their permanents as they planeswalk. You, however, are able to maintain all of your enchantments during planeswalking. Artificial Spark. Cost -2. When you planeswalk, you are able to planeswalk with your artifacts. It is not unwise to planeswalk fully armoured and armed, since you never know what you will find on the other side. Especially if you have taken Battle Spark. Bound Spark. Game +20. Choose one item. Your chosen item cannot be an artifact. Your chosen item cannot be destroyed in any way, shape or form, and hold your spark, making it impossible for you to planeswalk without making physical contact with it. Travelling Spark. Cost -5. Whenever a planeswalker planeswalks, they will leave an invisible trace behind that won't disappear for 3 days. Planeswalkers are able to sense and see those traces, but you are able to use them to teleport to whatever location the other planeswalker planeswalked to. Primal Spark. Cost -2. Whatever dangers you might planeswalk into, you won't have to face alone, as you are able to bring all of your summoned creatures with you when you planeswalk. Note that this perk will also affect commanders if they are creatures. Bright Spark. Requirement: not Hidden Spark. Game +10. Whenever you planeswalk, you will appear in a gigantic beam of light that can be seen from a great distance. Additionally, every spellcaster on that plane will be able to sense your arrival. Discreet Spark. Cost -2. When you planeswalk, you are guaranteed to keep a low profile. You will always arrive out of sight whenever you planeswalk, so that no one will be able to catch you in the act of planeswalking. Hidden Spark. Requirement: not Bright Spark. Cost -4. It is completely impossible to identify you as a planeswalker. Spark sensing won't even sense the presence of a planeswalker with a hidden spark. A great perk, if you value discretion. Emotional Spark. Game +5. Choose any emotion. You are only able to planeswalk when you are feeling your chosen emotion. You should probably choose an emotion that is natural and common for you. Fear could be useful if you plan to use planeswalking as a means of escape. Hungry Spark. Requirement: not Vital Spark. Game +5. Planeswalking is now a physically demanding action and will burn loads of calories. You will feel an intense hunger each time you planeswalk, and if you planeswalk in rapid succession, you can possibly die of starvation. Fashion Spark. Cost -2. Whenever you planeswalk, you are able to transform whatever attire that you are wearing to alter its design in order to flawlessly blend into the fashion and culture of the new plane, making it much easier to blend into the local populace of the plane and avoid being recognized as a planeswalker. Taxing Spark. Requirement: not Vital Spark. Game +5. Planeswalking is now a physically and mentally tiring action. Each planeswalk will leave you feeling unfocused, worn out, and in bed need of rest. Your exhaustion level will be similar to that of staying awake for 3 days without sleep. Planeswalking in rapid succession can possibly kill you. Painful Spark. Game +15. Planeswalking is a painful experience for you, to say the least. When you arrive on a plane, you will be racked by terrible agony. Your torment will last for 1 full minute. During this minute, you'll be so distracted by pain that you won't be able to do much except scream and convulse as you suffer. Limited Spark. Game plus 30. Choose 2 planes. You are only capable of planeswalking between 3 planes, namely your 2 chosen planes and the plane that you chose to start your adventures on. Note that if you somehow end up on another plane, you won't be able to planeswalk away from it, since you can only planeswalk between your 3 planes. Vital Spark. Requirement: not Hungry Spark and not Taxing Spark. Cost -2. The act of planeswalking has a rejuvenating effect on you. It will fill you with energy and nourish your body. After planeswalking, you won't need to eat or sleep for 1 week, and any minor wounds you have sustained will instantly heal. Spell types. A spell type is the shape or form that a spellcaster is able to make their magic assume. A mage who is talented at healing magic can manifest his healing magic in a number of different ways. For example, as a potent healing potion that can be summoned in advance, artifacts. A slow but powerful healing ritual capable of healing the gravest of wounds, sorceries. A quick but less potent healing spell that can save lives at a moment's notice, instants. Or a summoned healing spring that can heal multiple lightly injured people, lands. All spell types have their strengths and weaknesses. You can think of them as tools. Different tools are better for certain tasks than others. Spell types can be classified into 2 different categories: non-permanence and permanence. A non-permanent spell is a spell that produces an effect, and a permanent spell summons or creates something that will last until it is unsummoned, or the caster summons a permanent that exceeds their mana manipulation limit, in which case the caster must sacrifice any number of permanents until they don't. Unsummoning a permanent takes almost as much time as it took summoning the permanent. You should also note that a spellcaster cannot control an infinite amount of permanents, as the total mana cost of all of their permanents cannot exceed their mana manipulation limit, as described in the mana pool stat. You should also know that it is impossible to control more than one of the same permanent, if that permanent is legendary. Very few spellcasters are able to cast spells of every spell type. So, which spell types will you be capable of casting? Enchantments. Type: permanent. Casting speed: slow. Cost -1. Enchantments are essentially spells that have been woven into a more lasting state. These persistent magical effects can be quite versatile. While not as quick as instants or as powerful as sorceries, they make up for it with consistency over a long duration of time. Enchantments often take on a supportive role, like bestowing beneficial effects to allies, yourself, weapons, and armor. But they can also bestow negative effects on enemies. Artifacts. Type: permanent. Casting speed: slow. Cost: -1 talent point. Artifacts are summoned magical items. They can be anything from animated objects like mechanical constructs, magical golems, and animated walls. Pieces of equipment such as legendary weapons and epic shields. Vehicles like mythical sea ships, marvelous hovercars, and devastating siege engines of war. Other objects and devices, like gemstones of power, enchanted treasures, and mystical focuses for spellweaving, also exist. Sorceries. Type: non-permanent. Casting speed: slow. Cost: -1 talent point. Sorceries are powerful ritual-like spells. It is not ideal to cast sorceries in the midst of battle, as these spells aren't the fastest to cast, and could be interrupted. They are often cast from a safe distance, such as from the sidelines or backlines during battle. Despite the impracticalities of sorceries, they are extremely mana efficient, and produce much more potent magical effects in comparison to instants. This is why sorceries are more common among mages who aren't combat-oriented. Instants. Type: non-permanent. Casting speed: quick. Cost: -1. Instants are quick spells that can be cast at a moment's notice. These spells are designed to be used in the midst of battle, and for magical dueling. What instants lack in terms of power, they make up in terms of speed. Because every other spell type is slower than instants, they can be used to interrupt, prevent, or strategically counter other spells, including other instances if the caster is swift enough. Creatures. Type, permanent. Casting speed, slow. Cost, -1. Creatures are basically summonable beings that you can call upon to aid you in various ways. The most obvious use is perhaps to have them fight for you, but there are many ways to use creatures beyond fighting. Some can supply you with additional mana, while others can cast spells of their own. A creature can be anything from a legendary elven druid to a lowly beetle, but even a beetle can pose a threat if you summon a gigantic swarm of them. Conspiracies. Type, permanent. Casting speed, none. Cost, -2. Conspiracies are similar to enchantments, but cannot be destroyed and are often hidden until their magical effects are triggered, hence the name. Unlike other spell types, conspiracies do not have a mana cost, and are instead active at all times. You may only have one conspiracy. You must choose one Magic the Gathering card to represent your conspiracy as a known spell. Note that conspiracy cards are not legal in any format, and thus would require you to possess a talent of 10 or more. Battles. Type, permanent. Casting speed, slow. Cost, -1. Battles are spells that bend reality to temporarily recreate a historic or legendary battle that has taken place within the multiverse, or from an alternate version of the multiverse. As you cast a battle spell, you, your allies, and your enemies will find yourself on opposing sides of a specific battle. Whoever wins the battle will lend the reality distortion and be granted a powerful reward. Battles are beneficial to the caster, as they can choose a battle scenario that plays to their strengths and they are familiar with. Commanders. Type, permanent. Casting speed, fast. Cost, -2. Commanders are a form of refined summoning spell. Commander spells usually consist of legendary creatures. Choose one or multiple Magic the Gathering cards to represent your commander, as a one or multiple known spells. The chosen card or cards must count as a single commander by the Magic the Gathering rules, but it does not need to have the exact same color identity as yourself. Only half a commander's mana cost count towards your mana manipulation limit. You may only have one commander, as per the Magic the Gathering rules. Planeswalkers. Type, permanent. Casting speed, slow. Cost, -1. Planeswalkers are summonable planeswalkers from alternate versions of the multiverse. Powerful magic users in their own right. These planeswalkers are subservient to their summoner, but still retain a will of their own. Maintaining a friendly relationship is beneficial. While summoned, they are weaker than they normally would be in their original multiverse, but can't be killed even when suffering fatal wounds. If they are destroyed, they will simply return to their multiverse, completely unscathed. Lands. Type, permanent. Casting speed, slowest. Cost, -1. Lands are spells that overwrite reality, replacing a small to large area with a new magical environment. These lands will allow the spellcaster to choose their battlefield, or provide a defensible territory. But they will also have their own magical effects, and the spellcaster will be able to tap into the natural mana of their land, temporarily increasing their mana pool while staying close to the land. A spellcaster can only summon and control as many lands as they have land-known spells. Magic. Now it's time to choose your magic. Each magic has 3 specializations. The specializations are not the limits to what the different schools of magic are capable of. They merely represent the optimal way to use that magic in battle. Each specialization costs 2 talent points to purchase. Once purchased, you will gain an affinity and deep understanding of that specialization, as well as the ability to cast miscellaneous spells of that magic that aren't tied to any of the magic specializations. The terms lasting boons and lasting debuffs refer to lasting positive and negative effects that are similar to enchantments, but they do not count as permanents. These effects will last 1 minute outside of battle. During battle, they will last throughout the entirety of the battle. There is also the term spawns, which refers to permanents that don't count towards your mana manipulation limit. Similar to lasting boons and lasting debuffs, spawns will last 1 minute outside of battle and last indefinitely during battle. Theurgy. Requirement: white. Theurgy is a godly form of magic that allows the user to wield divine powers. Deliverance. You excel at healing spells that can heal the gravest of wounds and bring the dying back to pristine health. Resurrection. Your forte lies in spells that resurrect the dead. Doing so will require some of their remains. Retribution. You're a master of spells that summon forth the fury of the gods to smite your enemies. Such indiscriminate wrath can cleanse an entire battlefield of all life, except for planeswalkers. Hydromancy. Requirement: water. Hydromancy is the magical art of manipulating the treacherous power of water. Deluge. You excel at spells that manipulate water to bind and restrain others. This is very mana efficient, but these spells require water to be present. Hydration. You're an expert at strengthening aquatic and amphibious creatures in various different ways. Submersion. You hold mastery over spells that can conjure up large amounts of water. You can flood lands and wash away enemies with huge tidal waves. Necromancy. Requirement: black. Necromancy is death magic that focuses on ways to manipulate death rather than inflicting it. Resilience. Similar to a healer, you are skilled at preventing and cheating death with magic, but in a darker, unnatural way. Animation. You are proficient at raising multiple undead creature spawns using the corpses of the fallen. The undead you raise in this way will be on the weaker side. Reanimation. You hold mastery over spells that raise undeads that are more powerful than they ever were in life. Pyromancy. Requirement: red. Pyromancy is magic that harnesses the ruinous power of fire. Incineration. You are skilled at using damaging spells that target a single individual. The focused firepower of your fire magic will prevent regeneration and makes healing less effective. Conflagration. You excel at casting highly damaging spells that cover a large area. These spells tend to cost a lot of mana. Combustion. Your expertise lies in spells that grant you a burst of mana and temporarily increase your mana pool. Animancy. Requirement: green. Animancy is a form of life magic that harnesses the raw energies of the wilds. Channeling. You're a master of spells that allow you to tap into the mana of the natural world, temporarily increasing your mana generation and mana pool by a small amount over a long duration. Conversion. You excel at spells that allow you to change the color of your mana, making it easier to manage multiple colors. Infusion. Your forte lies in spells that increase power and toughness, proportional to the amount of life there is in the surrounding environment. Exorcism. Requirement: white. Exorcism is a form of anti-magic that specializes in the banishment of magical properties. Purification. You're skilled at destroying all kinds of enchantments, curses, sagas, auras, and so on, removing them from existence and thus making it impossible to repair them. Disenchantment. You are proficient in destroying artifacts by magical means. Sanctification. Your mastery lies in spells that remove the lingering energy of destroyed permanents, making it impossible to magically interact with them. Cryomancy. Requirement: blue. Cryomancy is a form of elemental magic that is tied to ice, snow, and cold. Cold. You're talented at creating spells that douse multiple creatures in a large area with cold, decreasing their power, speed, and agility. Frost. You excel at spells that trap enemies in ice. These spells will be stronger and last longer the fewer targets they affect. Hibernation. You're good with spells that allow you to enter a meditative state, increasing your perception of time, restoring your memory, and stimulating your thought process. Sangromancy. Requirement: black. Sangromancy is an ancient and powerful form of magic that relates to blood. Hemorrhage. You are adept at spells that inflict low amounts of damage over a long period of time. Exsanguination. You're skilled at casting spells that drain your enemies of blood, damaging them while at the same time healing yourself. Siphon. You hold mastery over spells that exploit the death of others, weaving life force into powerful boons for yourself and or your allies. Electromancy. Requirement: red. Electromancy is elemental magic that revolves around electricity and lightning. Electrocution. You're good at casting single-target spells that inflict the largest amount of damage for the least amount of mana possible. Conduction. You are skilled at damaging spells that will affect multiple enemies. These spells are very mana efficient but do little damage. Paralyzation. Your expertise lies in lightning spells that will stun and disorient multiple flying targets, or all flying creatures in a large area. Druidcraft. Requirement: green. Druidcraft is nature magic that draws upon the physical forces of the natural world. Awakening. You're adept at animating and controlling the environment, awakening the very land to fight for you as spawns. Shapeshifting. You're skilled at shapeshifting spells that turn you into different kinds of animals or magical beasts. It's great for fighting, but it also has a lot of utility to it. Meteokinesis. You are an expert at controlling and manipulating the weather, making you extremely efficient at dealing with flying enemies. Hieromancy. Requirement: white. Hieromancy is essentially law magic. It's conceptually tied to law and order, and often used to enforce lawful order. Suppression. You are skilled at magically suppressing the abilities of others, as well as making it harder for them to cast spells. Capture. You are particularly good at restraining and incapacitating others with your magic. Resurgence. You have a natural talent for casting spells that fully repair destroyed enchantments. Aeromancy. Requirement: blue. Aeromancy is elemental magic that harnesses the fickle power of the wind. Zephyr. You're adept at casting spells that generate cleansing winds that dissolve lasting debuffs and or lasting boosts. Gale. You're a master at casting spells that manipulate the wind to knock back and displace a single target, or multiple individuals in a large area. Aeronautics. Your expertise lies in spells that aid flying creatures in different ways, as well as granting yourself and others the ability to fly. Hex magic. Requirement: black. Hex magic, also known as curse magic, revolves around creating adversity and misfortune for others. Innovation. You are an expert at greatly reducing the power and toughness of others. The effects of these spells are very potent, but will not last for a long time. Decryptification. You're proficient at casting spells that inflict lasting debuffs to the power and toughness of others. Affliction. You can cast spells that curse your target with bad luck. This will affect your victims in unpredictable but terrible ways. Lavamancy. Requirement: red. Lavamancy is elemental magic that embraces the volatile power of lava. Carbonization. You're adept at casting damaging spells that target a single creature. If the creature is killed, there will be nothing left of their body, making it impossible to bring them back to life. Pyroclastation. You're skilled at casting spells that inflict damage on a single planeswalker target. These spells are especially hard to dodge. Eruption. You're an expert at casting incredibly damaging spells that affect an absolutely massive area. Veil magic. Requirement: green. Veil magic is a type of anti-magic that focuses on creating walls and barriers that repel magic. Enshroudment. You're skilled at spells that shroud yourself and others in mystical energies that make them untargetable by spells. Enveilment. You're a master of casting spells that protect spells by making them untargetable by other spells. Engulfment. You command mastery over spells that engulf a large area in mystical essence. This will slow down all spells that are cast in the area, effectively lowering their casting speed. Abjuration. Requirement: white. Abjuration is a school of magic that focuses entirely on protective spells. Absorption. You are skilled at creating protective magical barriers. These barriers are mana efficient, but can only absorb a set amount of force. Reflection. You're an expert at creating magical shields that reflect the damage they absorb back onto the attacker. Protection. You hold mastery over spells that grant yourself and/or others force fields that will protect them from a mana color that you choose when you cast a spell of this specialization. Mentalism. Requirement: blue. Mentalism is a form of mind magic. It manipulates the minds and mental functions of others. Manipulation. You're a master of spells that manipulate the minds of others in subtle ways that are extremely hard to detect, nudging their thoughts and emotions in a way that is beneficial to you. Domination. Your expertise lies with mind control. You are able to dominate the minds of others and bend them to your will. Ruination. You are proficient in spells that inflict mental damage. Doing so takes time but can destroy their mind. Demonology. Requirement: black. Demonology is magic that taps into the power of demons. Rites. You can cast spells with a multitude of powerful effects, but doing so requires you to sacrifice willing creatures. Pacts. No spell or magical effect is beyond this specialization's grasp, but such power comes with a steep price. Binding. Your mastery lies in bending demons to your will through binding spells, stealing their power or enslaving them. Should a demon break free, it will turn on you, and death might become the least of your worries. Geomancy. Requirement: red. Geomancy is elemental magic that revolves around stone and earth. Upheaval. You're adept at casting earth spells that knock down and stun enemies. You can target individuals or large areas, but these spells won't affect flying enemies, for obvious reasons. Cataclysm. You're skilled at casting damaging spells. You can either target individuals or large areas with these spells, but these spells are largely useless against flying enemies. Calamity. You're good at spells that destroy lands, buildings, and environments. Naturalization. Requirement: green. Naturalization is a form of anti-magic that specializes in the deconstruction of magical creations. Corrosion. You are proficient at destroying artifacts in a way that removes them from existence, making it impossible to repair them. Entropy. You're adept at casting spells that excel in enchantment destruction. Reclamation. You're proficient in casting spells that destroy lands. Destroying a land will properly restore the previous environment that the land was overwriting. Summermancy. Requirement: white. Summermancy is a magic that focuses on controlling and manipulating sand. Dust. You hold mastery over spells that destroy multiple or single reckless enemies. This type of spell is best used on aggressive enemies. Sculpt. You are skilled at casting spells that imbue yourself and/or others with lasting boosts to their power and toughness. Scavenge. Your expertise lies in casting spells that allow you to turn your lasting boosts into powerful temporary boosts. Illusionism. Requirement: blue. Illusionism is a deceptive type of magic that manipulates the senses. Fantasy. You are skilled at casting hyper-realistic optical illusions with auditory effects. These illusions will dissipate if someone physically interacts with them. Reality. You're adept at casting illusions that device reality itself. These illusions can even inflict real damage on your enemies, but will dissipate if someone magically interacts with them. Existence. You're a master of weaving illusions that hide, mask, and conceal artifacts and creatures. Umbramancy. Requirement: black. Umbramancy harnesses the devious power of darkness and shadows. Obscure. You're an expert at casting spells that hide, camouflage, obscure, and conceal yourself and/or others. Penumbra. You're a master of spells that infuse weapons with magical darkness, causing the weapons to trigger powerful effects whenever they deal damage to a spellcaster. Umbrage. You are talented at casting spells that will allow you and/or others to walk through walls and other non-organic objects. Ferromancy. Requirement: red. Ferromancy is a specialized form of geomancy that focuses on the manipulation of metal. Break. You possess mastery over spells that sacrifices artifacts that you control and turn them into attacks that deal an impressive amount of damage. Smelt. You excel at spells that destroy single or multiple artifacts. Doing so will destroy them in a way that makes it impossible to repair them. Reforge. You're an expert at spells that repair and reconstruct destroyed artifacts. Tribal magic. Requirement: green. Tribal magic is connected to a specific creature type, which is chosen by the caster. Choose one creature type. Invocation. You're talented at casting spells that produce effects that are thematically connected to your chosen creature. Summoning. You have mastered ways of summoning creatures of your chosen creature type as spawns. The more mana you use to summon these spawns, the more powerful they will be. Amplification. You're a master at casting spells that strengthen and aid creatures of your chosen creature type in different ways. Lumimancy. Requirement: white. Lumimancy is magic that revolves around creating, shaping and manipulating light. Extinguishment. You're an expert at casting spells that destroy single or multiple cautious enemies. This type of spell is best used on defensive enemies. Illumination. This specialization gives you mastery over spells that temporarily blind your enemies with bright light. Rejuvenation. You're a master of spells that bathe yourself and or others in a reinvigorating light that erases their exhaustion and fills them with vigor and energy. Null magic. Requirement: blue. Null magic is a form of anti-magic that specializes in nullifying spells, abilities, and magical effects. Nullification. You are talented at casting counter spells, spells that nullify the effects of other spells that you target. Disruption. You hold mastery over spells that nullify triggered and activated effects of abilities. Disturbance. You're good at temporarily disrupting the passive magical effect from magical creatures, such as enchantments, conspiracies, and artifacts. Exitiomancy. Requirement: black. Exitiomancy is a school of magic that focuses entirely on destruction. Eradication. You are skilled at casting spells that destroy the most amount of non-planeswalker creatures for the least amount of mana possible. Obliteration. You have a talent for spells that destroy non-planeswalker lifeforms in a way that makes it impossible to resurrect, raise, or repair them. You can even destroy indestructible targets. Annihilation. You are skilled at casting spells that destroy planeswalkers. These spells are somewhat easy to avoid. Fortunamancy. Requirement: red. Fortunamancy is often referred to as luck magic, as it manipulates probability. Luck. You are a master of casting spells that improve your chances for favorable outcomes, making you luckier. Risk. Your expertise lies in casting spells that can create extremely potent effects, or literally do nothing at all. The greater the effect that you aim for, the higher the chance of failure will be. Misfortune. You're an expert at changing the target of spells. You can achieve this by forcefully altering probability and fate in favor of the new course you want to send the spell you use your magic on. Biomancy. Requirement: green. Biomancy is a form of life magic that specializes in cellular manipulation. Mutation. You are an expert at casting spells that cause rapid mutation, temporarily increasing the power and or toughness of yourself and or others in short but powerful bursts. Evolution. You specialize in spells that create stable mutations, bestowing lasting boosts that increase power and toughness. Hybridization. You have expertise in spells that grant you and or others different abilities based on your color identity through genetic manipulation. Auramancy. Requirement: white. Auramancy excels at strengthening multiple individuals, often through various enchantments. Communion. You're exceptionally good at casting spells that bestow beneficial abilities on a large number of creatures. Sacrament. You're talented at casting spells that moderately increase the power and or toughness of a large number of creatures. Reinforcement. You are a master of spells that summon multiple weak creature spawns to aid you in battle, allowing you to overwhelm your enemies. Mimeomancy. Requirement blue. Mimeomancy is a specialized form of magic that copies spells and abilities. Imitation. You're a master of spells that allows you to temporarily gain or copy the effects of abilities that are being used. Replication. You hold mastery over spells that allow you to make copies of spells. You control the copies and can choose a new target for them if they are targeted spells. Impersonation. You can shapeshift yourself and or others into a clone of any non-planeswalker creature within sight, gaining their abilities and stats, etc. Lethomancy. Requirement black. Lethomancy is a form of mind magic that specializes in mental attacks. Dementation. You're a specialist at casting spells that inflict mental damage. Memoricide. You excel at casting spells that erase memories. Against a planeswalker, the memory destruction is temporary. You can make them forget known spells. Plagiarization. You're a master of draining memories from others. With these spells, you can temporarily make your victims forget known spells, and allow you to temporarily gain access to the forgotten spells. Potentiomancy. Requirement red. Potentiomancy excels at magically strengthening a single target. Burst. You have a talent for infusing yourself or others with magical energy to significantly boost your target's speed, reaction time, and agility. Bust. You're an expert at casting spells that increase a single target's power. Break. Your expertise lies in spells that increase a single target's power to an absurd level. While these spells are extremely powerful, they will strain your mind and temporarily make you forget a known spell as part of their cost. Viromancy. Requirement green. Viromancy focuses on the control of microorganisms and the creation of viruses and poisons. Symbiosis. You're a master of spells that strengthen creature by increasing existing lasting boosts by a significant amount. Contamination. You're a specialist at casting spells that bestow creatures with the ability to wield different poisons, infections, and diseases as a weapon. Putrefaction. You're a master of spells that weaken creatures by increasing existing lasting debuffs by a significant amount, and worsening the effects of afflictions. Locomancy. Requirement white. Locomancy manipulates and controls the concept of space. Teleportation. Your expertise lies in spells that distort space in order to move objects and individuals. Intangibility. You're a master of spells that phase shift single or multiple targets at once, effectively turning them intangible. Dimension. You're skilled at banishing others to different dimensions. The banishment can either be temporary or it could last longer, but then there must be some way to break the banishment. Chronomancy. Requirement blue. Chronomancy, also known as time magic, manipulates and controls the concept of time. Acceleration. You are talented at casting spells that accelerate your casting speed, making any spell as quick as an instant. Deceleration. You're an expert at casting spells that distort time in order to slow down targeted objects or individuals. Eternity. You've mastered lies in spells that temporarily stops time. These spells tend to cost a lot of mana to cast and don't last very long. Mortimancy. Requirement: black. Mortimancy is a form of death magic that focuses on inflicting death. Doom. You're an expert at casting spells that inflicts massive amounts of memory and mental damage on your opponent, as well as yourself. Demise. You're talented at casting spells that inflict massive amounts of damage on yourself, as well as another target. Termination. You're a master of casting spells that inflicts death on a massive scale to non-planeswalker creatures, affecting your own creatures as well as your enemies. Emomancy. Requirement: red. Emomancy is a specialized form of magic that harnesses, augments, and instills powerful but brief emotions. Inversion. You're skilled at casting spells that invert emotions, temporarily causing others to betray their allies. Manifestation. Your forte lies in casting spells that manifest powerful emotions. For example, uncontrollable rage or overpowering fear. Infatuation. You're an expert at casting spells that causes others to refuse to harm certain individuals through love, lust, and/or pity. Vitamancy. Requirement: green. Vitamancy is a form of life magic that focuses on healing. Restoration. You're skilled at casting healing spells. As long as your target is alive, there are no injuries you cannot heal. Note that healing is always more mana efficient than resurrection. Revitalization. You're a master of spells that resurrect the dead. These spells will require some of your target's remains. Renewal. You're talented at casting spells that restore memories and mend mental damage. Chaos magic. Requirement: colorless. Chaos magic is a form of colorless magic that harnesses the power of Emrakul. Corruption. You're an expert at casting spells that transforms non-planeswalker creatures into nightmarish Eldrazi creatures. Deformation. You're talented at casting spells that transform corpses into abhorrent Eldrazi creatures. Combination. Your forte lies in spells that combine multiple creatures that you control into a single horrific Eldrazi abomination that are vastly superior to the creatures that were used during its creation. Technomancy. Requirement: blue or colorless. Technomancy focuses on the manipulation of machines and artifacts. Transmutation. You are skilled at casting spells that transform artifacts into other artifacts. Reparation. You are talented at casting spells that repair damaged or destroyed artifacts. Repairing a destroyed artifact will always be more mana efficient than summoning a new copy. Energization. You're a master of spells that can either sap an artifact or energy, making it malfunction or recharge an artifact with an abundance of energy, making it perform at absolute optimal levels. Abyss magic. Requirement: colorless. Abyss magic is a form of colorless magic that wields the power of Kozilek. Contort. You're a master of spells that twist, bend, and contort creatures in order to increase either their power or toughness, while also decreasing the other stat by an equal amount. Distort. You're an expert of spells that distort perception to create reality-slicing nightmares or relentless insanity in order to inflict mental damage. Retort. You hold mastery over spells that destroys hostile spells that target one or more colorless creatures. Void magic. Requirement: colorless. Void magic is colorless magic that taps into the power of Ulamog. Consume. You are skilled at casting spells that turn non-planeswalker creatures into nothingness. Process. You're adept at casting spells that create potent lasting boosts to power and toughness. However, these spells use nothingness and mental damage that you have inflicted as fuel. Spawn. You're an expert at casting spells that summon weak Eldrazi creature spawns. These spawns can be sacrificed to gain colorless mana. Spirit magic. Requirement: colorless. Spirit magic is a form of colorless magic that Ugin the Spirit Dragon created. Ghost fire. You are skilled at casting damaging spells that make use of invisible fire to deal damage to your targets. Spirit flesh. You're talented at casting spells that bestow lasting boosts to power and toughness onto yourself and or others. Phantom mind. You command mastery over spells that decrease the mana cost of your colorless spells. Abilities. Abilities are natural and supernatural skills and powers. Abilities can be classified into 3 different types: static abilities, activated abilities, and triggered abilities. A static ability is a passive ability that is always on. An activated ability is a spell-like ability that the user can activate in order to turn it on, and a triggered ability is an ability which will only turn on once certain conditions are met. Some abilities can be purchased multiple times. When purchasing an ability with an X in its description multiple times, you do not gain multiple copies of the same ability. Instead, the rank of the ability is upgraded for each time it was gained and or purchased. Abilities are an important part of any planeswalker skill set, as they can augment your spells, boost your stats, and much more. Unlike spells, the vast majority of abilities do not cost any mana to use. Choose your abilities wisely. Vigilance. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: -15. You are supernaturally aware of your surroundings, able to detect and instinctively defend against attacks within your field of vision, even when you are focused on something else. Your perception is so impressive that it even allows you to defend against attacks that aren't aimed at yourself. Flying. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. You are able to fly, even if you don't necessarily possess any wings. As a wingless flyer, you don't have to worry about sustaining injuries to your wings, which can disable your ability to fly. However, if your race does have wings, you will be able to fly faster and carry a lot more weight during flight. Intimidate. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. Whenever you attempt to intimidate others, your intimidation will have twice the effect it normally would have on your audience. You can make enemies flee from you in terror, or give up important information by threatening them. Note that having a high charisma is very beneficial for this ability. Haste. Requirement: red. Type: static ability. Cost: -14. Your movement speed is exceptionally fast. You are able to flee from most threats with ease. You can outmaneuver most opponents in a fight, travel across the world at a faster pace, or charge into battle with frightening speed. With your speed, you are easily faster than a horse. Note that this ability will vastly improve the flight speed of flying. Trample. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. This ability will allocate the force of your physical attacks in the most efficient way possible. For example, if you punch an enemy, you might punch through his body and kill him. But if you have trample, you could punch him in a way that sends him flying, and end up killing him and multiple enemies behind him. First Strike. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. The speed of your physical melee attacks is extraordinary, manifesting itself as a burst of speed that allows you to strike your enemies well before they have any chance of landing an attack of their own, unless of course they also have first strike. Scry. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -10. When you compare into the future, doing so takes a bit of concentration and focus. Your visions will show you things that will happen to you in the near or distant future. The future is not set in stone, and can be changed by your actions. Death Touch. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. Any damage that you inflict with a physical melee attack is enough to destroy your victim. The source of this ability is usually some form of poison, but it can also be magical in nature. This ability will only work on non-planeswalker creatures. Double Strike. Requirement: red. Type: static ability. Cost: -15. The speed of your physical melee attacks is astonishing, manifesting itself as a steady, sustaining increase in speed. It allows you to make twice as many attacks. If paired with First Strike, you will be able to strike your enemies 2 times before they can strike you. Reach. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. You are either a master of ranged combat or a towering colossus. Nevertheless, you are exceptionally proficient when it comes to dealing with flying enemies, able to shoot them down or pluck them from the skies with relative ease. Lifelink. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -16. Whenever you inflict damage on an enemy with a physical melee attack, you will heal yourself an equal amount of damage to the damage you inflicted. Lifelink will work differently for summoned minions, as they will heal their controller instead of themselves. Unblockable. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. There is no obstacle that can block your path, as long as there is some kind of crevice in it. Doors, locks, metal bars, and even some walls cannot stop you. This ability can be either biological or magical in its nature. For example, a vampire might turn into mist. Menace. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. Your fighting style is ruthless and chaotic, making it impossible for a single creature to block your path forward and do battle with you effectively. It will take multiple creatures to contain you, otherwise you'll be able to run right through the scattered ranks of your enemies and go straight for their leader. Rampage. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -14. When fighting multiple enemies at once, you'll be fueled with supernatural strength, increasing your power and toughness by X as long as you are outnumbered. X is equal to the number of ranks that Rampage has. You may purchase Rampage multiple times. Y-Walk. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -14. Choose what Y is. Y can be any land type, for example plains, island, swamp, mountain, or forest. You are able to move freely with expertise, stealth, and familiarity that borders on the supernatural in any environment that could be classified as a Y or is connected to the color alignment of Y. Bushido. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: -16. Through flawless technique, you are able to produce physical attacks as if your power were X higher than it is. You can also use defensive techniques that will allow you to block and parry attacks with power X or lower. X is equal to the number of ranks that Bushido has. You may purchase Bushido multiple times. Ninjutsu. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you unsummon any minion that you control, you can choose to instantly unsummon them. If you do, you teleport to the unsummoned minion's previous location. The teleportation is so fast, it will look as if the unsummoned minion transforms into you. Inspired. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Violence serves as a wellspring of inspiration and creativity for you. Committing violent acts will stimulate your mind and has a chance to restore forgotten memories to you, such as forgotten known spells. This ability's effect will be more potent the extremer the acts of violence are. Boast. Requirement: red. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. When boasting about your accomplishments, your boasts will have twice the effect they normally would have on your audience. Boasts of violent deeds can make valiant warriors quake in their boots, while tales of heroism can inspire allies with courage. Note that having high charisma is very useful for this ability. Landfall. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you summon a land, you can make the geographical shift tumultuous for your enemies, knocking them down, stunning them, and displacing them while sparing yourself and your allies from the chaos. Additionally, you can cast land spells at a casting speed of slow. Squad. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you cast a creature spell, you are able to pay the mana cost of the spell any number of times. Once your spell is cast, it will summon as many creatures as you paid the mana cost of the spell, allowing you to summon multiple copies of the same creature with a single creature spell. Conspire. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you get to cast an additional copy of the spell, if you were aided in casting the spell by two minions that you controlled, who shared at least one colour with your colour identity. If the spell is a targeted spell, you may choose a new target for the copy. Delirium. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. All hostile spellcasters will suffer from delirium if 4 or more permanents of different spell types that you controlled have been destroyed or killed in the same battle that is relevant to the enemies you face. Delirious enemies will forget one random known spell until the battle is over. Cascade. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Choose one of your instant or sorcery known spells. Whenever you cast your chosen spell, one of your known spells is selected at random. If your selected spell has a lower mana cost than your chosen spell, your selected spell is cast along your chosen spell for no additional mana cost. Ravenous. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you touch a hostile creature that possesses one or more lasting boosts, you will consume the lasting boosts, healing yourself and restore memories of forgotten known spells. The amount of healing and memory restoration is proportional to the amount of consumed lasting boosts and their potency. Flanking. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. You are supernaturally good at flanking your enemies. When flanking an enemy, their power and toughness are reduced by X, where X is equal to the number of ranks their flanking has. You may purchase flanking multiple times. Flanking cannot reduce an enemy's toughness below 0.5. Skulk. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost -15. You are supernaturally stealthy and agile, allowing you to hide from any creature who possesses a higher power than yourself. You will have no problem sneaking past or evading any lumbering brutes that block your path. Note that this ability is not foolproof. You can still be detected by magical means. Exploit. Requirement: black. Type: activated ability. Cost -10. Whenever you cast a sorcery spell, you can sacrifice one creature, such as a captured enemy, a summoned minion, or a mind control slave. If you make a sacrifice, your sorcery spell will be cast at one higher casting speed than it normally would have been cast. Bloodthirst. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost 10. If you or an ally draws first blood in a fight, you will be filled with a powerful thirst for blood, granting you a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by X. X is equal to the number of ranks that Bloodthirst has. You may purchase Bloodthirst multiple times. Regeneration. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost -14. Your body naturally regenerates supernaturally fast, and is able to regrow dismembered limbs and destroyed organs. You're able to recover in seconds from literally any wound that doesn't kill you instantly. Note that regeneration does not work on mental damage or forgotten spells. Absorb. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost -5. Whenever you are dealt damage, that damage will be reduced, as if the power of the attack was X power lower than it is. X is equal to the amounts of ranks that Absorb has. You may purchase Absorb multiple times. Metalcraft. Requirements: blue or colorless. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. The presence of artifacts magically empowers you. As long as you control 3 or more artifacts, you are able to cast artifact spells at a casting speed of fast, and artifact spells will also cost 1 less mana to cast. Wither. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost -30. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack, that damage is dealt in the form of a lasting debuff, which reduces the victim's power and toughness, equal to half of the power of the attack. Battle Cry. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost -14. When charging into battle, you can perform an awe-inspiring battle cry, which will boost the morale of your allies, as well as temporarily increasing their power by X and provide a minor boost to their movement speed. X is equal to half your charisma stat. Soul Bond. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: unknown. Choose one of your known spells that summons a legendary minion. Then choose one ability that you are eligible to purchase. Your chosen minion is now your soulmate. For as long as you have your soulmate summoned, you and your soulmate gain your chosen ability. This option's cost is equal to the cost of your chosen ability. Indestructible. Requirement: white or colorless. Type: static ability. Cost -40. You are indestructible. Your body cannot be destroyed by either mundane or magical means. Conventional damage has no effects on you whatsoever. but your mind can still be destroyed by mental damage, and if your toughness is reduced to 0 or less, you will die. Magecraft. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, you are able to imbue yourself temporarily with one of 3 random abilities for a short amount of time. The 3 random abilities are random each time this ability triggers, and each ability will be connected to a random color that makes up your color identity. Madness. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. You are not completely sane. Your madness allows you to use magic in a way that would be impossible for a sane mage. If your memory of a known spell is magically erased, you will be able to instantly cast a spell without paying its mana cost before you forget the spell. However, it will take less mental damage to destroy your mind. Provoke. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost: -10. You can provoke others to abandon reason and attack you with reckless abandon if your charisma is higher than their mana cost or mana pool. The way you provoke your targets can be through offensive insults, snide remarks, abusive jokes, rude gestures, or disrespectful body language. Totem armor. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. If you were to die and are enchanted by at least one aura enchantment, whatever would have resulted in your demise is magically prevented, and all aura enchantments that are currently enchanting you are destroyed instead. When this happens, you will become fully healed as well. Miracle. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost: -20. You can perform magical miracles, casting powerful spells for seemingly no mana at all. Once in a while, you will instinctively feel that a specific known spell that you know can be cast once as a miracle spell. This will happen more often the more known spells you know. Miracle spells cost 50% less mana to cast. Hexproof. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -40. Any hostile spell will be unable to affect you directly. Note that hexproof and similar abilities like ward and shroud won't protect you from spells that affect you indirectly. For example, flying debris from a magical explosion would be able to damage you, and a summoned creature would also be able to damage you. Morbid. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever a sentient humanoid, non-summoned creature dies within your vicinity, you'll be able to add 1 black mana to your mana pool. Know that you can gain more mana than your mana pool allows. If you do, you'll be able to hold that additional mana for a brief amount of time before it dissipates. Double Team. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost: -150. Once per battle, you are able to summon a subservient clone creature spawn of yourself. Summoning your clone will cost you mana equivalent to the entirety of your natural mana pool. Your clone is identical to you, with the exception that it does not possess Double Team. Shroud. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -30. Like Hexproof, any hostile spell will be unable to affect you directly, but this is also true of any spell. Allies, and not even yourself, will be able to affect you with any kind of spell. Not even beneficial spells like healing spells and other supportive spells. Note that abilities can still affect you. Incubate. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. You are able to transform non-planeswalker creatures that you control into artifact eggs. After a moderate amount of time has elapsed, your artifact eggs will hatch, and a new creature will emerge. This creature will be similar to the old creature, but superior in every way, and they will also be Phyrexian. Cycling. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -10. You instinctively know which no spells you have forgotten, if you have forgotten any. You can spend 1 mana to forget 1 known spell of your choice, in order to remember 1 known spell of your choice that you have forgotten. Merciless. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever a non-planeswalker creature deals damage to you, it will get destroyed shortly after having damaged you. You can choose to toggle this ability on and off to avoid accidents. For example, it would allow you to spar with people without killing them. Overpower. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. When attacking a creature whose power is lower than your power, with physical melee attacks, your toughness will count as being X higher than it is when receiving attacks from the enemy that you are attacking. X is equivalent to your natural power stat. Amplify. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you summon a creature, that creature will be summoned with a lasting boost that increases the power and toughness of the creature by 1. But only if you possess another known spell that shares a creature type with the summoned creature. Heroic. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -30. Whenever you cast a spell that targets yourself, the spell will become twice as potent. For example, if you cast a spell that temporarily increases your toughness by 3, it will instead raise your toughness by 6. Flash. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. Choose one of your known spells. Your chosen spell can now be cast at the casting speed of quick. If your chosen spell already has flash or is an instant, it will instead gain the casting speed of fastest. Saboteur. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack to a spellcaster, you get to choose 1 creature that the spellcaster controls that will get unsummoned. This ability can't trigger more than once every 10 seconds. Dethrone. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you kill a creature that possesses a higher power or toughness than you, you will gain a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by 1. Explore. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -7. You are able to draw mana from any area, as if it were a land under your control, as long as you have explored it. Once you have fully explored a 1 kilometer radius of an area, it will count as if you have explored that area. Mentor. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. You are able to train any non-planeswalker non-minion creature. With training, your students will be able to increase their stats to a maximum equal to your own stats. You will also be able to teach them your abilities and magic, as long as their own color identity matches the color requirements of your abilities and magic. Fate Seal. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -30. You can peer into the near or distant future of others, and you are able to nudge your visions in different directions, ever so slightly guiding fate. Your future visions are set in stone and will come true no matter what. Using this ability will require a bit of concentration and focus. Extort. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you cast a spell, you may pay 1 additional black or white mana. If you do, every enemy spellcaster who is part of the same battle that you are will suffer damage equal to what a power 1 attack would inflict, while you will be healed equivalent to the combined amount of damage that Extort inflicted. Reconfigure. Requirement: red or colorless. Type: activated ability. Cost: -20. You are able to spend mana to switch between your regular form and an equipment form. Your wielder will have their power and toughness increased by the same amounts of power and toughness that you possess in your regular form, and gain all of your abilities. You can generate mana, but cannot cast spells in your equipment form. Aggressive. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -15. When fighting, you are relentless and unyielding, able to fight at a higher tempo than a regular combatant, forcing your enemies to try and keep up with you, or be overwhelmed by your attacks. But unlike your enemies, your stamina is seemingly endless, and will allow you to keep fighting for hours at a pace most individuals will find exhausting. Enlist. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost: -30. You can enlist the strength of a single minion, creature, creature spawn, commander, or planeswalker that you control. This will temporarily add your minion's power to your own, but lending their strength to you will be a distracting action for the minion, preventing them from fighting while they are aiding you. Ascend. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. As long as you control 10 or more permanents, enchantments, artifacts, creatures, conspiracies, battles, commanders, spawns, planeswalkers, and lands, you will ascend to a higher state of being, allowing you to generate mana twice as fast. Note that if you control fewer than 10 permanents, you will descend. Afflict. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -7. Whenever you deal damage to a minion with a physical melee attack, you will also inflict damage equal to an attack made with power X on the minion's controller, where X is the number of ranks that Afflict has. You may purchase Afflict multiple times. This ability can't trigger more than once every 10 seconds on the same minion. Fire breathing. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost: -10. You can spend any amount of red mana to perform a flaming breath attack. This attack counts as both a physical melee attack and a physical ranged attack. It will hit with the combined force of your power and the amount of red mana that you spent on it. For example, it would have power 7 if you had power 4 and spent 3 red mana on it. Kinship. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -8. You share a bond of kinship with all members of your race. They will never attack you unprovoked and will treat you with the same kindness and respect as if you were a member of their family. This will also affect any subraces of your race. For example, if you are a high elf, then kinship would also affect wood elves and dark elves. Grandeur. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. You can choose to temporarily forget a legendary creature known spell, or a legendary commander known spell. If you do, any creatures that you control which have been summoned by the forgotten known spell will receive a lasting boost that increases their power and toughness by 3. Converge. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. For as long as you control at least 5 permanents that each possesses a different mana color from the other 4 permanents, all of your abilities with an X in their description get its X increased by 1. Note that colorless does not count as a mana color. General. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -22. Your power and toughness are increased by 2, and the power and toughness of every commander that you control is increased by 1, for as long as you control a commander that you have summoned using a commander-known spell. Undaunted. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. For each hostile planeswalker that you are outnumbered by, in terms of planeswalkers, your mana generation is increased by 100%. For example, if you battle 4 planeswalkers, then your mana generation is increased by 300%. Note that planeswalkers count as planeswalkers. Domain. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. All creatures with hostile intent towards you, who are inside a land that you control, will have their power and toughness lowered by X, for as long as they remain on that land. X is equal to the number of different land types among lands that you control. Adamant. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you cast a spell, and paid the mana cost with 3 or more mana of the same color, your toughness is temporarily increased by 2 for a short amount of time. Learn. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -15. You have a perfect memory, and learn skills quickly and easily. Additionally, you may possess more than 7 known spells. You are also able to permanently forget known spells that you know in order to replace them with other known spells that you have studied. Bargain. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -10. Whenever you cast a spell, you may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or spawn that you control. If you do so, the mana cost of the spell is decreased by 1 mana, to a minimum of 1 mana. Celebration. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -10. If 2 or more permanents were summoned under your control within a short time frame, all of your minions will temporarily gain menace for a brief amount of time. If they already have menace, their power is increased by 2 instead. Soul Shift. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you die, you will respawn, losing your stats, abilities, and magic to become a spirit creature, known spell of your choice, that possesses a lower mana cost than your previous mana pool. Once the battle is over, you will revert to your original state. Renown. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -14. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack to a hostile spellcaster and don't have any lasting boost, you will gain a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by X. X is equal to the number of ranks that Renown has. You may purchase Renown multiple times. Proliferate. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -30. Whenever you create a lasting debuff, lasting boost, or make someone poisoned or diseased, the boosts or afflictions that you create will have their primary numerical value increased by 1. Additionally, your poisons and diseases will trigger every 5 seconds, instead of every 10 seconds. Prowl. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you summon a minion, the minion will be invisible. This invisibility will wear off if the minion moves, attacks, casts any spells, or uses any triggered or activated abilities. However, if the minion is a rogue, spy, assassin, ninja, fairy, or goblin, moving slowly won't cause the invisibility to break. Enrage. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Each time you take damage, and that damage is comparable or greater to the damage that an attack with power 1 would inflict, it will enrage you. temporarily increasing your power by 2 for a short time. Note that Enrage can stack multiple times to increase your power by a significant amount. Durable. Requirement: green. Type: static ability. Cost: -20. You cannot be damaged by anything that doesn't hit with a force comparable to a power equal to or higher than your toughness. Any attack that has less power than your toughness will harmlessly bounce off your skin. Note that this doesn't make you immune to mental damage. Fabricate. Requirement: white or colorless. Type: activated ability. Cost: -5. Once per battle, you are able to summon an artifact creature spawn with a combined power and toughness of X. You get to choose its power and toughness distribution, or you can choose to augment yourself with a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by Z. X is equal to the number of ranks that Fabricate has, and Z is half of X. You may purchase Fabricate multiple times. Freeze. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost: -1. You are able to release intense cold from your mouth as a form of breath attack. Those hit by this breath attack will be encased in magical ice and temporarily put into stasis. The ice and stasis effect will fade away after X seconds. X is equal to the number of ranks that Freeze has. You may purchase Freeze multiple times. Once Freeze has been used, it cannot be used again until 1 minute has passed. Amass. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -30. Creatures and commanders under your control that have a mana cost of 1 mana or less do not count towards your mana manipulation limit, making you able to amass and control an army of weak creatures. Additionally, whenever you summon a creature or commander with a mana cost of 1 mana or less, you may choose to summon that creature as a spawn. Join forces. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost: -15. Choose one of your known spells. You are able to cast your chosen spell in a way that allows friendly planeswalkers to supply your chosen spell with mana. For example, if you cast a spell that costs 10 mana, you could fuel that spell with 2 mana, while a second planeswalker contributes 3 mana to the spell, and a third planeswalker pays for the last 6 mana. Note that a summoned planeswalker has a mana pool equal to their mana cost. Graft. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost: unknown. Choose one ability that you have purchased. Whenever you summon a minion, you may graft a part of yourself into that minion, granting the summon your chosen ability, and increasing its power and toughness by 1. However, each time you graft, your own power and toughness will be decreased by 1, until the grafted minion is slain or unsummoned. The cost of this ability is equal to the cost of your chosen ability. Rally. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. Your presence is a wellspring of morale and inspiration to your allies. They will stand and fight to the bitter end. Never will they flee or become demoralized in your company. Know that this ability will counter intimidate, fear, and boast, if boast is used to demoralize your allies. Investigate. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost: -10. Whenever you investigate something, be it a crime, a mystery, ancient spells, or something else, you will continue to make progress on your investigation no matter what, as long as you continue your investigation. Uncovering the truth is just a matter of time for you. Frenzy. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -7. When attacking a planeswalker or spellcaster with a physical melee attack, the power of your attack will be increased by X. Power. X is equal to the number of ranks that Frenzy has. You may purchase Frenzy multiple times. Pack Tactics. Requirement red. Type triggered ability. Cost -18. If you and your minions outnumber your enemies, you and your minions will gain double strike for as long as that remains true. Those who already have double strike will instead gain aggressive. Pummel. Requirement green. Type triggered ability. Cost -30. When attacking a creature whose toughness is lower than your toughness, with physical melee attacks, your power will count as being X higher than it is when attacking that enemy. X is equal to your natural toughness stat. Fateful Hour. Requirement white. Type triggered ability. Cost -15. In your darkest hour of need, when you are badly wounded and close to death, you have 25% or less health. All instant and sorcery spells that you cast will become twice as powerful, and offensive single-target spells will become area of effect spells. Awaken. Requirement blue. Type activated ability. Cost -20. You are able to awaken the very land to fight for you. You can even awaken lands under your enemy's control to effectively gain control of them. The strength and usefulness of your awakened lands will be directly affected by your talent stat. Corrupted. Requirement black. Type activated ability. Cost -20. You are able to corrupt any poisoned, diseased, or infected minion and gain control over them for as long as they remain poisoned, diseased, or infected. Doing so will require you to pay half of their mana cost. Their mana cost can be paid with any mana colors. Dash. Requirement red. Type activated ability. Cost -20. You are able to dash short distances. When dashing, you will move at an uncanny speed that will make your movement seem like some kind of teleportation. While dash doesn't cost any mana, it is physically demanding to use, and will cost stamina. Constellation. Requirement green. Type triggered ability. Cost -25. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you are able to repair a destroyed enchantment that you controlled, as long as the destroyed enchantment hasn't been repaired before. Bolster. Requirement white. Type static ability. Cost -7. The creature spawn, or commander that you control, with the lowest combination of natural power and toughness, will have its power and toughness increased by X. This boost will shift target to always affect your weakest minion. X is equal to the number of ranks that bolster has. You may purchase bolster multiple times. Improvise. Requirement blue or colorless. Type activated ability. Cost -15. You are able to change the shape of any artifacts that you control. For example, you could turn a mechanical construct into a makeshift shield to protect you against an attack, or change the shape of your weapon to surprise your enemy and allow the weapon to circumvent your enemy's defense. Spell Mastery. Requirement black. Type triggered ability. Cost -15. If you have cast the same instant or sorcery known spell at least 2 times during the same battle, that spell becomes slightly more potent for the rest of the battle. For example, a spell that would inflict damage equal to that of a power 4 attack would instead inflict damage equal to that of an attack of power 5. Goad. Requirement red. Type static ability. Cost -10. You are supernaturally good at goading people, turning them against others. Whatever rumors, lies, gossip, truths, or half-truths you tell with the intent of goading, will have twice the emotional impact as it normally would have. Note that a high charisma will be very helpful for this ability. Formidable. Requirement: green. Type: triggered ability. Cost -60. If creature spawns, and commanders you control have a combined total power of 8 or greater, your power will become equal to the power of the creature who possesses the highest power within your vicinity. This will remain true for as long as your creatures possess a total of 8 or more power. Bestow. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost -20. You are able to spend mana to turn yourself into a sentient enchantment, then enchant a target of your choice. The enchanted target will gain all of your abilities and have their power and toughness increased by the same amounts of power and toughness that you possess in your regular form. You can generate mana but cannot cast spells as an enchantment. You can switch back to your regular form at will, and will automatically do so if the enchanted target is disposed. Y-Home. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Gain +25. Choose what Y is. Y can be any land type, for example plains, island, swamp, mountain, forest, or desert. Your body is suited to living in an environment that can be classified as a Y. Whenever you are in an environment that can't be classified as a Y, or the environment isn't connected to the color alignment of Y, you will be like a fish out of water, getting tired more easily, and your power and toughness will be halved, rounded down, for as long as you remain in that environment. Threshold. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. When 7 or more creatures have died during the same battle, the threshold between life and death will weaken, making it easier to use magic that bring back the dead to life. This will allow you to cast spells that resurrect or raise dead creatures for 1 less mana than they would normally cost. Additionally, any creatures that you resurrect or raise will receive a lasting boost that increases their power and toughness by 1. Spectacle. Requirement: red. Type: static ability. Cost -10. Everything you do looks visually more impressive and spectacular. Striking a pose will have a dramatic effect, and any fight you participate in is sure to be a spectacle and gather lots of spectators. Your dazzling moves will intimidate your enemies and impress your allies and any bystanders. But because of your flashiness, you will struggle to keep a low profile, and you will tend to gather a lot of attention wherever you go. Companion. Requirement: green. Type: activated ability. Cost -50. Once per day you are able to summon your legendary animal companion. Your companion counts as a creature, but doesn't count towards your mana manipulation limit. Choose a single color to represent your animal companion's color identity, and an animal race for your companion. You have 100 power points to spend on power, toughness, and abilities to design your companion. You may only purchase abilities that your companion's color identity allows. Overheal. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost -20. You can now be healed beyond your injuries. When that is done, you will be able to store the healing energy inside your body, and once you are damaged, the excess healing will kick into effect. There is a limit to how much healing you can store. The higher your toughness is, the more healing you are able to reserve. Clash. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you nullify a spell, you are able to clash with the caster of the nullified spell. You and your enemy will each have one of your known spells selected at random. The one who possesses the selected spell with the highest mana cost wins the clash. If you win the clash, you will inflict some mental damage on the loser. Phylactery. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost -30. You are able to turn one artifact that you control into your phylactery. Your phylactery's mana cost doesn't count towards your mana manipulation limit. If you die, you will respawn 30 seconds later at the location of your phylactery. If your phylactery is destroyed, you will die. Whenever you planeswalk, your phylactery will be brought with you. Flashback. Requirement red. Type activated ability. Cost -16. Choose one of your instant or sorcery known spells. Whenever you have cast your chosen spell, you will be able to cast it a second time instantaneously without paying its mana cost. If you do so, you will temporarily forget your chosen spell for a moderate amount of time. You may purchase Flashback multiple times. Reinforce. Requirement green. Type activated ability. Cost -15. Choose one of your creature known spells. You can choose to temporarily forget your chosen spell for a moderate amount of time, in order to channel that creature's power and toughness into another target, adding half of the power and toughness of the forgotten creature to the target as a lasting boost. Rebound. Requirement white. Type triggered ability. Cost -30. Choose one of your instant or sorcery known spells. Whenever you cast your chosen spell, it will rebound. After 30 seconds have passed, the effect of your chosen spell will trigger a second time. The rebound will count as if the spell was cast again, but cannot trigger a second rebound. Fuse. Requirement blue. Type triggered ability. Cost -10. When casting an instant or sorcery spell, you are able to fuse that spell with another instant or sorcery spell, allowing you to cast two spells as one spell, saving you some casting time. The fuse spell's mana cost will be equal to the combined mana cost of both spells that make up the fuse spell. Recover. Requirement black. Type triggered ability. Cost -10. Whenever a creature spawn or commander under your control dies, you will recover your memory of the known spell that summoned them, if that particular creature was summoned by a known spell that you have forgotten. Revolt. Requirement red. Type triggered ability. Cost -15. Whenever one permanent which is under your control is destroyed, you and all minions under your control will revolt, temporarily increasing the power and toughness of you and your minions by 1 for a short amount of time. Scavenge. Requirement green. Type triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you touch the corpse of a dead creature that was affected by one or more lasting boosts when it died, you'll be able to scavenge some of that power and gain a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by 1. You can't scavenge corpses that have already been scavenged. Reflect. Requirement white. Type triggered ability. Cost -35. Whenever something is about to deal damage to you, that damage will be redirected back onto the source instead, leaving you completely unharmed. For example, if someone tries to punch you, the punch will get damaged instead. Note that you can still be killed by destroy effects and mental damage isn't reflected. Ripple. Requirement blue. Type triggered ability. Cost -20. Choose one of your instant or sorcery known spells. Whenever you cast your chosen spell, one of your known spells will be selected at random. This will happen X times. X is equal to the number of known spells that you know. You get to create a copy of your chosen spell for each time it was selected. Undying. Requirement black. Type triggered ability. Cost -15. Whenever you are brought back to life, you will do so with a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by X. X is equal to the total number of times that you have died and come back to life for effects like resurrection, raise, repair, and respawn throughout the battle. Surge. Requirement, red. Type, triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, if a spell has been cast by yourself or an ally just before the new spell, you will be able to siphon some of the lingering mana of the previous spell into the new spell, making the new spell cost 1 less mana to cast. Surge can't reduce the mana cost of a spell to 0 mana. Channel. Requirement, green. Type, activated ability. Cost -15. You are able to turn lands that you control into mana, instantly unsummoning them and gaining 1 mana for each land that you unsummoned in this way. For example, if an enemy is casting a spell that would destroy your lands, you could unsummon them and gain a bunch of mana as a response. Battalion. Requirement, white and red. Type, triggered ability. Cost, unknown. Choose one ability that you are eligible to purchase. Whenever you are in a battle formation containing 10 or more participants, you and all the participants will gain your chosen ability for as long as the formation has 10 or more participants. The cost of this ability is equal to your chosen ability's cost. Detain. Requirement, blue and white. Type, activated ability. Cost -5. Once per battle, you are able to detain up to X targets inside an inescapable stasis sphere. The sphere will last for a moderate amount of time and prevent all its detainees from casting spells and using abilities. X is equal to the number of ranks that Detain has. You may purchase Detain multiple times. Undergrowth. Requirement, black and green. Type, activated ability. Cost -20. Once per battle, you are able to infect every corpse that currently exists on the battlefield with magical spores, making the cadavers sprout magical fungi that will continuously supply you with mana, boosting your mana generation ever so slightly for each corpse infected. Unless the infected corpses are destroyed, the fungi can't be destroyed. Riot. Requirement, red and green. Type, triggered ability. Cost -15. Whenever you summon a creature, spawn or commander, you are able to give them a lasting boost. This lasting boost will grant them haste and increase their power and toughness by 1. While they have this lasting boost, you won't be able to control them properly. They will mindlessly attack anyone you don't consider an ally. Adapt. Requirement, green and blue. Type, triggered ability. Cost -15. Whenever you suffer damage, your body will adapt to the damage, halving the damage you receive after the 3rd time you suffer damage from a similar attack. For example, you can adapt to piercing damage, poison damage, slashing damage, bludgeoning damage, or fire damage. Your adaptations are reset every battle. Radiance. Requirement, white and red. Type, triggered ability. Cost -30. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with yourself as a target, the spell will be reflected in a radiant shower of light that will make the spell affect not only you, but every friendly creature who shares a color with your color identity. Addendum. Requirement, blue and white. Type, triggered ability. Cost -10. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you can cast an extended version of the spell. This will increase the casting time of the spell, but doing so will boost the potency of the spell, making it more powerful. Dredge. Requirement, black and green. Type, triggered ability. Cost -25. Whenever you die, you will be resurrected but suffer some mental damage each time you resurrect, using this ability. Note that you can destroy your own mind if you resurrect multiple times in rapid succession, resulting in permanent death. Blood Rush. Requirement, red and green. Type, activated ability. Cost -15. You can choose to temporarily forget a creature known spell in order to channel that creature's power and toughness into yourself, adding the power and toughness of the forgotten creature to your own, making you very powerful for a brief moment. Evolve. Requirement: green and blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. You will evolve whenever a creature spawn or commander that possesses a higher power or toughness than you is summoned under your control. Each time you evolve, you will gain a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by 1. Afterlife. Requirement: white and black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Whenever you are killed, your death will summon a spirit creature spawn with a power and toughness of 1 that is otherwise a clone of you. This clone will think and act like you and has access to all of your abilities, magic, memories, etc. If your summoned spirit somehow manages to kill your killer, directly or indirectly, you will respawn. Cipher. Requirement: blue and black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you are also able to cipher a copy of the spell into your weapon. When a weapon with a cipher spell deals damage for a physical melee attack, it will release the encoded spell on its victim. A weapon may hold an unlimited amount of ciphered spells during combat, but can only hold a single spell outside of battle. Unleash. Requirement: black and red. Type: activated ability. Cost: -4. Once per battle, you are able to unleash your inner monster. When doing so, you will gain a lasting boost, increasing your power by X. For as long as you possess this lasting boost, you will become obsessed with killing and lose all sense of self-preservation. X is equal to the number of ranks that Unleash has. You may purchase Unleash multiple times. Replicate. Requirement: red and blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -20. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you are able to multicast it. When doing so, you will pay the full mana cost of the spell as you normally would, and any extra copy you make of the spell beyond the first costs 1 mana less. This ability can't make a spell cost less than 1 mana. Convoke. Requirement: green and white. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -15. Choose one of your known spells. Whenever you cast your chosen spell, any creature or commander that you control will be able to aid you, casting your chosen spell, reducing the mana cost of your chosen spell by 1 mana for each minion who aids you. Aiding you cast this spell will be a distracting action for your minions. Haunt. Requirement: white and black. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -10. Whenever you die, your killer will become haunted by supernatural forces. This will permanently reduce your killer's power and toughness by 1. If you are killed by a summoned minion, your killer will count as the person who controlled the minion. If you are brought back to life, your killer will no longer be haunted. Surveil. Requirement: blue and black. Type: activated ability. Cost: -10. You are able to attune yourself to up to 1 location at a time that will cover a radius of 1 kilometer. Once attuned, you are able to surveil the area and view current or past events that have happened in that area. Past events can't go further back in time than the point of your attunement to the location. You are also able to surveil your own lands. Hellbent. Requirement: black and red. Type: triggered ability. Cost: -10, plus unknown. Choose one ability that you are eligible to purchase. For as long as you have either forgotten all of your known spells or don't possess any known spells, you will gain your chosen ability, and your power and toughness are increased by 2. Unknown is equal to the cost of your chosen ability. Overload. Requirement, red and blue. Type, triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery known spell with a single target, you can choose to overload it. Overloading your spell will increase its mana cost by 50%, making it grow in proportion. Instead of merely affecting a single target, the spell will affect everyone inside a large area. Populate. Requirement, green and white. Type, triggered ability. Cost -30. Whenever one or more creature spawns are summoned under your control, one additional spawn is summoned, which is a copy of the summoned creature spawn, or spawns that trigger this ability. Note that the effects of Populate cannot cause Populate to trigger itself. Exalted. Requirement, white, blue and green. Type, triggered ability. Cost -12. Whenever you stand alone, having no allies at your side, your power and toughness are increased by X. X is equal to the number of ranks that Exalted has. You may purchase Exalted multiple times. Artificial. Requirement, blue, black and white. Type, static ability. Gain +10. Large parts of your body, or your entire body, are made of inorganic materials, such as the ether-infused alloy Ethereum. Because of your bodily makeup, you will count as an artifact, allowing spells that affect artifacts to affect you, for better or worse. Unearth. Requirements, black, blue and red. Type, activated ability. Cost -15. Unlike other necromancers, you don't need corpses to raise undead minions. You can unearth fragments of beings long dead. However, these corpseless undead will only last for a limited amount of time before turning into dust, but they will count as spawns. Devour. Requirement, red, green and black. Type, activated ability. Cost -20. You can devour creatures with a lower toughness than your power. Devouring a creature will kill it and temporarily increase your power and toughness by 2. Devoured creatures cannot be resurrected, raised, or repaired. Alliance. Requirement, green, white and red. Type, triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever a creature, commander or creature spawn is summoned under your control, you and every minion that you control will have their power and toughness increased by 1 for a short period of time. Outlast. Requirement, white, black and green. Type, triggered ability. Cost -10. For every minute you spend in battle, you will gain a lasting boost that increases your power and toughness by 1. Outlast will not grant you any lasting boosts if you already have X lasting boosts that were created by Outlast. X is equal to the number of ranks that Outlast has. You may purchase Outlast multiple times. Prowess. Requirement, blue, red and white. Type, triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you cast any spell that isn't a creature or commander spell, you become empowered for a brief period of time, temporarily increasing your power and toughness by X. X is equal to the number of ranks that Prowess has. You may purchase Prowess multiple times. Delve. Requirement, red, green and blue. Type, activated ability. Cost -20. You are able to delve into the minds of dead spellcasters by using some of their remains as a focus. This will allow you to cast any spell that they were capable of casting. When a spell is cast in this way, you don't need to match the mana color or colors of the spell's mana cost. Once cast, the remains you use as a focus will disintegrate. Raid. Requirement, red, white and black. Type, triggered ability. Cost -15. If you or your allies were the ones who initiated combat, You and all the minions under your current control will have your power increased by 1, and gain haste until the battle ends. If you or any of your minions already have haste, they will gain dash instead. This boost will not be applied to minions summoned after the start of the battle. Ferocious. Requirement: green, blue, and red. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. If you control a minion with power 4 or greater, whenever you make a combo of physical melee attacks against a single enemy, the last attack of your combo will have its power increased by X. X is equal to the number of attacks in your combo that dealt damage to your enemy. Protection from Y. Requirement: white. Type: static ability. Cost: unknown. Choose what color or creature type Y is. If Y is a color, like black for example, this ability costs -30, and if Y is a creature type, like zombie, then this ability costs -10. This ability will protect you from physical attacks, abilities, and spells that originate from Y as a source. For example, a black creature would not be able to harm a planeswalker, with protection from black. Ward. Requirement: blue. Type: static ability. Cost -7. Any hostile spell will be blocked by a magical ward before it can affect you directly. Unless the original caster or controller of the minion whose spell struck your ward pays X mana to penetrate the ward. If the ward is penetrated, the spell effect will affect you normally. X is equal to the number of ranks that ward has. You may purchase ward multiple times. Persist. Requirement: black. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you die and aren't afflicted with any lasting debuffs, you will instantly resurrect as an undead. If you already were an undead, you will look even more undead. In your undead state, you will be infused with a lasting debuff that reduces your power and toughness by 1. If this lasting debuff is removed, you will slowly return to your living state, and no longer be an undead. Exert. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost -30. You can exert yourself to effectively double the effects of one ability of your choice that you possess for a short amount of time. Once the effect runs out of time, you will be completely worn out and exhausted. Your exhaustion will last for twice the length of the initial boost. Note that Exert would double the ranks of any ability that is purchasable multiple times if it is chosen. Transform. Requirement: green. Type: activated ability. Cost -100. You have a second form that you can transform into at will. Make a second build using this CYOA to represent your second form. Skip the planes and planeswalker sections for your second build. Your second build must also purchase Transform and choose the same multiverse. Since your second form cannot planeswalk, you cannot purchase or take any option in the perk section with Spark in its name. Sweep. Requirement: white. Type: activated ability. Cost -10. When you activate Sweep, you will instantly unsummon as many lands under your control as you wish. Once unsummoned, you will create a huge shockwave emanating from yourself, which will cover a massive area. Anyone hit by the shockwave, except you, will be dealt damage as if being struck by an attack with power X. X is equal to the amount of lands that you unsummoned. Scrycast. Requirement: blue. Type: activated ability. Cost -10. Whenever you scry, you are able to cast spells into your future visions. Once cast, your scrycast spell will be pending, and is fated to appear in that future scenario, should it come to pass. You can only have X scrycast spells pending at any time. You can cancel your pending spells at any time. X is equal to the number of ranks that scrycast has. You may purchase scrycast multiple times. Fear. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost -20. You have an aura of fear that will scare others. It will reduce your enemy's morale and overall effectiveness in battle against you, making them hesitant to attack you and prone to overestimate you. However, your frightening presence will not have any effect on those who share a mana color with you, or creatures devoid of human emotions like Eldrazi or artificial creations, for example. Read ahead. Requirement red. Type activated ability. Cost -15. Saga enchantments are magical bardic stories that produce ongoing magical effects that serve as a symbolic retelling of an epic story. All sagas have multiple chapters, which play out in a specific order. Once all chapters have been played out, a saga enchantment will get destroyed. Read ahead allows you to skip chapters in your saga enchantments. Poisonous. Requirement green. Type triggered ability. Cost -30. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack to someone, they will become diseased. They will suffer damage equivalent to an attack with X power every 10 seconds, for as long as they remain diseased. Where X is equal to the number of ranks that Toxic has, you may purchase Toxic multiple times. Those who are diseased will remain diseased until they are healed. Friends Forever. Requirement white. Type static ability. Cost -20. You have access to 2 commanders, who are the bestest of friends. Choose one or multiple Magic the Gathering card or cards to represent a second commander that you have access to. The card or cards must fulfill the same requirements for being a commander, as described in the commander's option. Note that you could have 4 commanders if all of your commanders have partner. Transmute. Requirement blue. Type activated ability. Cost -15. For each known spell that you know, you get to choose that many Magic the Gathering cards to represent your unknown spells. By paying 3 mana, you are able to transmute one known spell of your choice into an unknown spell of your choice. This will effectively turn your chosen known spell into an unknown spell, and turn your chosen unknown spell into a known spell. Infect. Requirement black. Type triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack, you will infect the victim and deal 1 infection damage to them. Those who are infected will suffer 1 infection damage each time they are dealt damage by being poisoned or diseased, and will remain infected until the battle is over. Those who have been dealt 10 or more infection damage during the same battle will die. Last Strike. Requirement red. Type static ability. Gain unknown. Any damage that you deal with a physical melee attack is delayed by 5 seconds. Your attacks will appear to do literally nothing, giving your enemy a chance to inflict some damage of their own before your damage kicks in. The gain of this ability is equal to 3 times X. X is equal to your natural power stat, combined with the ranks that your Bushido has. Toxic. Requirement green. Type triggered ability. Cost -9. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack to someone, they will become diseased. They will suffer damage equivalent to an attack with power X every 10 seconds for as long as they remain diseased, where X is equal to the number of times you have purchased Toxic. You may purchase Toxic multiple times. Those who are diseased will remain diseased until they are healed. Phasing. Requirement white. Type activated ability. Cost -20. At will, you are able to phase in and out. While phased out, you are intangible and cannot be affected by any spell or ability. You also cannot cast any spells of your own. When you phase in, you cannot phase out again until an equivalent amount of time has passed to the time that you were spent while you were phased out. Suspend. Requirement blue. Type activated ability. Cost -15. Once per battle, you are able to suspend your body for X minutes inside a protective time bubble. Where X is equal to the number of ranks that Suspend has, you may purchase Suspend multiple times. While suspended, you are immune to spells, abilities, and all forms of damage, including mental damage. You can still cast spells and use abilities while you are suspended. Shadow. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost -25. You become a living shadow. You are now unable to physically touch creatures who do not have shadow. However, you are able to selectively choose objects that you can interact with. For example, you can wield a knife and stab a creature without shadow with it. While choosing that you don't want to interact with your enemy's weapon, note that spells and abilities will still be able to affect you. Myriad. Requirement: red. Type: triggered ability. Cost -25. Whenever you charge an enemy, you will summon 2 subservient mirror image creature spawns that look like you but are painted in the colors of your color identity. Your mirror images have the same power, toughness, and static abilities as you, and will vanish once they have performed an attack. This ability can't trigger more than once every 10 seconds. Mutate. Requirement: green. Type: activated ability. Cost -30. Instead of summoning a non-human creature, you are able to mutate into a hybrid version of yourself and that creature. You will gain all of the creature's abilities in addition to your own, and you can choose to have your power and toughness overridden by the creature's stats. You can mutate multiple times. Each mutation will count towards your mana manipulation limit, equal to the mana cost of the creature. Level up. Requirement: white. Type: triggered ability. Gain +50. Your power, toughness, and abilities are distributed across 5 levels. You may determine the distribution, but your abilities and stats must be as evenly distributed across the levels as possible, and uneven abilities and stats must be placed at the highest levels. In battle, you start at level 1. To level up, you need to inflict damage to an enemy. You cannot level up more than once every minute. Wisdom. Requirement: blue. Type: triggered ability. Cost -16. As long as you have access to 7 or more known spells, your mana pool and talent are increased by X. Note that you can spend talent points from Wisdom's talent boost, but the options that you buy with those points cannot be used if Wisdom isn't triggered. X is equal to the number of ranks that Wisdom has. You may purchase Wisdom multiple times. Fading. Requirement: black. Type: static ability. Cost: -12. Your existence is fragile, and hostile intent is like acid to your life essence. If you remain in battle for longer than X minutes, your existence will fade away into nothingness. You will instinctively be aware of how long you can last in battle. X is equal to 5 times the number of ranks that fading has. Fading is free and will grant you +50 power points if it's the first time you purchase fading. Tribute. Requirement: red. Type: activated ability. Cost: unknown. Choose any number of abilities that you are eligible to purchase. Once per battle, you may demand a tribute in gold and blood from your enemy. If your enemy gives you a decent amount of gold and sacrifices 1 creature, then tribute has been paid. If your enemy does not pay tribute to you, you will gain your chosen abilities until the battle ends. The cost of this ability is equal to half of the combined cost of your chosen abilities. Monstrosity. Requirement: green. Type: activated ability. Cost: unknown. Choose one ability that you are eligible to purchase. Once per battle, you can spend 8 mana to gain a lasting boost that makes you monstrous and increases your power and toughness by 2, as well as granting you a stronger version of your chosen ability. Your chosen ability will effectively be twice as potent. This ability's cost is equal to twice the cost of your chosen ability. Devotion. Type: static ability. Cost -30. Choose one colour. Your commander's power and toughness is now equal to the devotion you have to your chosen colour. Your devotion to a colour is defined as a numerical value, equal to the number of mana symbols of your chosen colour, found among the mana costs of the permanents that you control. Sunburst. Requirement: colourless. Type: triggered ability. Cost -30. Whenever you summon a commander, your commander will receive a lasting boost. That increases his power and toughness, equal to the number of different mana colours that were used to pay the mana cost of your commander. For example, if all colours were used, then your commander would get +5/+5. Modular. Requirement: colourless and artificial. Type: triggered ability. Cost -30. Your body is of a modular design, allowing you to use parts from destroyed artifact creatures to repair yourself. Depending on the parts you take, you might be able to gain an ability that artifact creature had. For example, a new enhanced arm could grant you trample. You can only gain a single ability from modular at a time. Manifest. Requirement: colourless. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you summon a creature, you can choose to cloak it in colourless mana, manifesting the creature as a medium-sized ball of swirling energy. Upon attacking, being attacked or using a triggered or activated ability, the creature's cloak of mana will dissipate and reveal the hidden creature. Morph. Requirement: colourless. Type: activated ability. Cost -10. At any time you can pay 2 mana to mask yourself with a cloak of colourless mana, making you appear as nothing more than a medium-sized ball of swirling energy. Your cloak will break if you attack, get attacked, use a triggered or activated ability, or cast a spell. Meld. Requirement: colourless. Type: activated ability. Cost -40. You are able to meld with any summoned minion that you control, becoming a nightmarish version of yourself and the minion. You will gain all of the minion's abilities, in addition to your own, and your power and toughness will become combined with that of the minions. You can only meld with a single minion, and it will count towards your mana manipulation limit, equal to the mana cost of the minion. Devoid. Requirement: omnicolored. Type: static ability. Cost -10. You have transcended the colours of mana. By becoming devoid of colour, you have unlocked powers that lie beyond the conventional mana colours. Your colour identity counts as colourless, but you still have access to all mana colours and fulfill all colour requirements, including colourless. No ability, magic or known spell is beyond your grasp. Ingest. Requirement: colourless. Type: triggered ability. Cost -10. You will consume those you harm, eating away at everything that makes them, them. When you rend the flesh of your enemies, you will tear apart their minds as well, devouring both their mind and body. Whenever you deal damage with a physical melee attack, you will also inflict some mental damage on your victim. This ability cannot trigger more than once every 10 seconds against the same victim. Annihilator. Requirement: colourless. Type: static ability. Cost -40. Your very existence erodes reality, making it break down in close vicinity to yourself. Anything that isn't alive will crumble before you, as your reality-slicing aura will unmake it. This will very much include enchantments, artifacts, battles, and lands, as long as they aren't alive. You have become a walking calamity, a living catastrophe, and an enemy of reality itself. Your every stride is an act of destruction. Emerge. Requirement: colourless. Type: triggered ability. Cost -20. Whenever you die, you will respawn as long as you control a creature or commander. When you respawn, you will use the body of one random creature or commander that you control, as a catalyst for your rebirth, remodeling their body into a new suitable vessel for your soul to inhabit, identical to your previous body. This is not an instantaneous process. The time it takes is comparable to casting a slow spell. Planeswalkers. The following list of planeswalkers contains the most powerful planeswalkers in existence, and some planeswalkers who have the potential to rise to such greatness. You can spend your influence points to befriend these planeswalkers. Each planeswalker can be purchased at 3 different friendship ranks: friend, companion, and lover. The friend rank will cost influence points, equal to the base cost of the planeswalker. This rank will guarantee that you will meet the planeswalker within 6 months and befriend them. What happens from there is up to you and them. The companion rank costs influence points equal to twice the base cost of the planeswalker. This rank requires single player or co-op, and will make sure you start your adventures with your companion at your side. They will become your loyal ally and accompany you on your adventures. They will never betray you or leave your side unless you wish them to. The lover rank costs influence points equal to twice the base cost, plus 1 additional influence point. This rank is basically the same as the companion rank, but also guarantees that the planeswalker is sexually and romantically attracted to you. The lover rank also requires single player or co-op. If your color identity includes every color of a planeswalker's color identity, then you may purchase that planeswalker at any friendship rank, with a 50% reduction to their regular cost. This will make it possible to gain and spend half points. You may want to find allies on your own, but you will find no planeswalkers who are even remotely as powerful as these. Gideon Jura. Color identity: white. Base cost -2. Gideon is a large, muscular man with a baritone voice. Fiercely loyal, unyielding, just, and charismatic. He is a powerful warrior mage with the ability to make himself invulnerable. His distinctive weapon, the Surul, consists of 4 whip-like blades anchored to the exterior of his arm guard. A man of the people, he takes pride in leading his comrades towards the common good. Gideon believes that those with power should protect the weak, and takes this belief personally, using his invulnerability to protect any in need. J. Spelleran. Color identity: blue. Base cost -2. Jace is incredibly intelligent, and capable of such talents as clairvoyance and illusion. His specialty, though, is in the art of mental magic, which makes him unique within the multiverse. Curious and always in control, Jace is a master of mind reading and memory modification, and is a master illusionist. His telepathic powers allow him to manipulate enemy mages by nullifying their magic or using their spells against them. An adept analyst, he has an optimized plan and a backup plan for every situation. Liliana Vess. Color identity: black. Base cost -2. Raven-haired Liliana Vess is a human planeswalker from Dominaria, and is both a master necromancer and a healer. She is charismatic, witty, and attractive, but profoundly cunning and egocentric. She cares little for others, seeing them as stepping stones on her path to greater power. Though she appears to be young, she is actually over 2 centuries old. She prefers to wear luxurious, revealing dresses, and a golden headpiece that she stole from an archangel. She hates angels. Chandra Nalar. Color identity: red. Base cost -2. A highly gifted pyromancer, she is not one for subtlety or grace. Chandra is particularly good with fire and uses it to resolve whatever situation she might be in. She values ingenuity and improvisation with her magic. She is passionate, impulsive, and doesn't much like authority, as typifies individuals who are tightly bound to red mana. Even though Chandra is proud of her independent nature, she also recognizes the volatile nature of her inner fire. Despite being hot-headed, she cares deeply for those she calls friends. Nissa Ravane. Color identity green. Base cost -2. Nissa is an animist whose ties to her home plane go beyond that of a normal shaman or even a druid. Her soul speaks to Zendikar, and the land is as much a part of her as the blood pumping inside her veins. She can communicate and connect with the world soul from every plane and manipulate ley lines. Nissa's magical abilities are rivaled by her martial strength. She's a seasoned warrior who is as comfortable in a sword duel as stomping through a city riding a massive animated tree. She has archery, fencing, and scouting skills. Elspeth Tyrell. Color identity white. Base cost -2. Elspeth is a knight who thinks all should be free. Tormented by memories of her past, a time spent in servitude to the Phyrexians, she fights against those abusing their power everywhere. She harbours an intense hatred for the Phyrexians that sometimes outweighs her own better judgment. Elspeth specialises in the powerful magic of community and fortification. Spells that build mighty armies, bolster them, and protect them from harm. She uses ritualised sword fighting forms to channel mana and cast her spells. Kasmina. Color identity blue. Base cost -3. Kasmina is the leader of an ancient secret order of planeswalkers, a shadowy cabal with mysterious aims. She can use her transformation magic to polymorph organic beings. This ability can be used offensively, e.g., transforming an enemy into a helpless creature like a frog. She can also take direct mental control of other people's actions, effectively possessing them. In addition, she can see through the eyes of her alfamiliars. Finally, she can control air, being capable of creating blades out of pressurized air. Ob Nixilis. Color identity black. Base cost -2. Ob Nixilis was once a human, but became a demon as a result of a powerful curse. He believes that every society is doomed to collapse, and that the only thing that matters is taking as much for yourself as you can before the collapse occurs. Ob Nixilis wields a form of magic that acts like anti-life magic, contrasting other forms of death magic like necromancy. With it, he can weaken his enemies and erode solid matter, and even consume the life energy of other beings to increase his own power. Koth. Color identity red. Base cost -2. Koth was born on Mirrodin as a Volshok human. A member of the Hammer tribe, his specialty is geomancy, spells that move mountains, shatter stone, and melt iron. Koth is a passionate leader of his people, but he is also wise for his years, taking counsel before rushing headlong into action. But if action is called for, Koth is a decisive man of few words, and can bring a mountain down on top of anyone who dares to threaten his home. He can turn his stony armor white hot, as he activates it and feed heat into metal. Garruk. Color identity green. Base cost -2. Garruk is a giant of a man. He's an exceptional tracker and can move in complete silence. He can sense trails of magic, including those left by planeswalking. Garruk's philosophy is to live naturally, be one with nature, aspiring to become a predator. He is gruff and impatient, uncomfortable in a conversation or civilized settings, and prefers the wilds. Garruk has an uncanny understanding of the animal's mind. After defeating particularly difficult prey, Garruk sometimes connects them to himself, gaining their strength. Basri Ket. Color identity white. Base cost -2. Basri Ket is a charismatic young man and sand mage from Amonkhet. He is a paladin devoted to Orketra, who evangelized the virtue of solidarity. His magic appears as a swirling aura of sand. He is a master of group tactics and strategy. Basri believes in fighting for the people around him, and has the perfect set of powers to do so. He protects himself and others with his golden aura of sand, and can take damage in place of his allies. Thanks to his natural charisma, Basri always has someone to fight alongside him. Will Kenrith. Color identity, blue. Base cost -2. Will Kenrith is a planeswalker from Eldraine, who specializes in ice magic. He is the twin brother of Rowan Kenrith. Will's easy acquiescence during his youth made everyone think he was the obedient twin, while Rowan was the headstrong, insubordinate one. The misapprehension gave him a lot of space to do what he wanted, which was to seek out secrets he could someday trade to the mirror at Castle Vantress in the hope of winning knighthood there. At Vantress he aspired to study and learn to his heart's content. Tasha. Color identity, black. Base cost -2. A famous archmage and demonologist. She wrote the Demonomicon of Igwith, a tome on demonic lore. She was born in the world of Oath and was adopted by the witch Baba Yaga, at which time she was known as Natasha the Dark. She became known later as Tasha before adopting her alias of Igwith, although it was not clear whether any of those was her original name. It was at that early point that she was credited with inventing the Tasha's hideous laughter spell. Rowan Kenrith. Color identity, red. Base cost -2. Rowan Kenrith is a planeswalker from Eldraine, who specializes in electrical magic. She is the twin sister of Will Kenrith. Rowan is bold and impetuous, and augments her swordplay with magic. Trained as a knight, she uses electrical magic to charge her blade with arcane energy, or to trap, stun, or shock her opponents. Rowan's ambition drives to eclipse her royal parents' accomplishments, and achieve greatness as a hero in her own right. Vivian Reed. Color identity, green. Base cost -2. Vivian was born on Scala, a plane destroyed by Nicol Bolas. Raised for the hunt, Vivian is a huntress. She has a martial demeanor and a cold-sated intensity. Vivian can call for spirit creatures with her arc bow. She is also able to enlarge living animals to enormous sizes. Her mission is to destroy the cancer of civilization and restore the natural order to the multiverse. She has not forgotten her home, however, and takes swift action against those who would see other worlds meet the same fate as her own. The Wanderer. Color identity, white. Base cost -2. The Wanderer is a travelling mysterious swordswoman with snow-white hair and brown eyes. The Wanderer is adept at swordplay, and can magically absorb kinetic energy and redirect that force through her sword. The Nodachi leaves a white mana trail in its wake when she swings it. She often appears without warning to aid in a battle or defend the innocent, only to disappear just as suddenly without explanation. Able to down the largest foes with a single stroke. Mu Yangling. Color identity, blue. Base cost -2. Mu Yangling is a slender young woman with long flowing silver hair and azure-coloured eyes. She is a hydromancer who can also control air elementals. Yangling is also capable of flight. After a violent wave devoured Mu Yangling's homeland, she was saved and raised by a wanderer. One day, the wanderer disappeared. Yangling set off to search every corner of the multiverse for a trace of her beloved mentor. She will not give up her search until she finds the truth whether the wanderer is alive or dead. Davriel Kane. Color identity, black. Base cost -2. Davriel Kane is the pseudonym of a mysterious diabolist, shadow mage and planeswalker living in Keswick on Innistrad. Davriel is considered to be lazy and selfish, He is able to steal spells from the minds of other mages and keep them available for a limited period of time. His eyes change colour whenever he uses one of those spells. Spells that Davriel stole from the minds of others usually faded a few hours after he first employed them. In public, he wears a cloak and a mask that has been charmed to obfuscate his features. Luca. Color identity, red. Base cost -2. Luca is a military-trained man, and a bonder from the plane of Ikoria, and as such he can form a magical bond called Eluda with creatures across the multiverse. When he does that, his face acquires the physical attributes of those animals. The Eluda ties the spirit of the bonder and the monster together, helping them evolve and become stronger. Bonders are hated by the civilized humans in Ikoria, and are considered traitors for aligning themselves with the monsters that threaten the human cities. Zhang Yanggu. Color identity, green. Base cost -2. After waking up with no memories, he didn't know his name or family. He renamed himself Yanggu. He encountered a sapient dog named Mo on his travels. Mo can follow Jiang when he planeswalks. This is an exception to the common rule that planeswalkers can't bring living organic matter with them. Jiang Yanggu's only explanation for this is that Mo is a magic dog. Jiang Yanggu has power over the creatures of the forest, and can magically enhance their strength. Teo Veranda. Color identity, white. Base cost -2. Teo is a natural shield mage, a prodigy, a savant. He can summon up geometry with no lore, chanting, or training. His powers first manifested at 4 years old, when his parents and his sister were killed in a diamond storm. His magic shields manifest as geometric shapes of white light. A small circle of light at his ear appears when he creates his circles, triangles, and 4 points. He has also developed the ability to shoot solid spheres of white light, and to use his shields as a battering ram. He is more a follower than a leader. Braids. Color identity, blue. Base cost -1. Until now, Braids, or Barra, was a student at a Talarian Academy of Dominaria. She ignited her spark just recently, due to a failed magical experiment. Braids is shy, but also kind and curious, awkward, clumsy, and even reckless at times. She is remarkably intelligent and a bookworm, preferring the company of dusty old tomes to that of people. While she is young and inexperienced, Braids possesses the magical potential to one day become one of the most powerful mages of the multiverse. Xynthia. Color identity, black. Base cost -2. Xynthia is a lusty witch who is as jealous, clingy, needy, charming, petty, and possessive as she is obsessed with the idea of becoming a love goddess. She desires the undying love and adoration of all, for love is an inescapable chain that will bind its victims to the object of their desires every whim. What is love but willing slavery? Xynthia has accepted love as the ultimate power. It intrigues and scares her in equal measures. The thought of becoming someone else's love slave makes her hot and bothered. Jaya Ballard. Color identity, red. Base cost -2. Earning her name as a not-so-humble spell shaper, Jaya Ballard has witnessed many of the momentous events on Telisea during the Ice Age. In her early years, Jaya Ballard was a hot-headed, sarcastic hero who played an important part in the plane's early history. In later years, she has become rather thoughtful and controlled, utilizing her flames with a clear head, making her a direct contrast to her former student, Chandra, to whom she was teaching control. Jaya is still quite witty, still coming up with sarcastic remarks. Eliwick Tumblestrum. Color identity, green. Base cost -3. Eliwick Tumblestrum has beguiled a Fey Prince, calmed the fury of the Nine Hells, twisted the mind of an Archmage, won the love of a Dragon God, and brought a Demon Queen to tears. This gnome is known as one of the most powerful bards in the multiverse. She possessed a vast knowledge of many worlds. Her music bends hearts and minds to her will, draws animals to her side, and reshapes her environment. Eliwick is charismatic and witty, with a fondness for practical jokes. Daria. Color identity, white. Base cost -2. Daria is a human girl from Olgrotha, whose planeswalker spark triggered early in life. As an orphan, she was adopted and apprenticed by Taysir after he was reborn. She was the first to arrive on Corondor for the Planeswalker War, which she survived, and in fact, helped convince Jared Carthalion to ascend. She and Taysir later joined the Nine Titans as a group of Planeswalkers brought together by Urza to attack Phyrexia. Daria was almost killed in Phyrexia when Abanox betrayed his fellow Titans. Tezzeret. Color identity, blue and black. Base cost -2. He is a henchman of Nicol Bolas, yet he despises his master. His specialty is artifice, spells that forge or manipulate artifacts and technologies, and bring artifacts to life, creating huge constructs from mere scrap bits of metal. Tezzeret is also proficient in mental magic, and in the manipulation of magnetism. Like all Esperites, he has part of his body enhanced by the magical alloy Etherium, part of an overarching planar venture. Tezzeret's primal driving force is his lust for power and knowledge. Tevesh Sat. Color identity, black. Base cost -3. Tev Loneglade was a human wizard. After the death of his sister, Taimolin, and with his spark ignited, he renamed himself Tevash Zat, and reshaped his body into that of a twisted dragon. From this point on, Tevash Zat abandoned his neutral position, and became spiteful, malevolent, angry, and manipulative. His spells are centered on death, destruction, torture, and manipulation. Before his transformation, he had already demonstrated to be a powerful planeswalker, who once enchanted his sister with eternal youth. Jeska. Color identity, red. Base cost -2. Jeska was a warrior in Otaria. She was trained by Balfour. However, she had studied with the dwarven clans behind Balfour's back, and was more of a dwarf at heart than Balfour ever was. The dementia summoner, Beards, corrupted Jeska using the Mirani, and transformed her into the abomination known as Phage the Untouchable. Jeska was eventually freed from this curse, and became Corona, goddess of magic. She was the one who initiated the mending, which cost her most of her powers and almost her life. Vash Vroga. Color identity, green. Base cost -2. She is a skilled assassin who uses green magic to summon saprolings and elementals, and can create simulacra of herself. She holds a deep-seated grudge against the Cabal, and is respected by Danitha Kapashen and the Banalish military as a powerful co-belligerent against the Cabal. She is rumoured to be a breath stealer. The breath stealers are an ancient cult of fanatical religious assassins and night stalkers from Orbog. They are known for their ability to kill with complete accuracy and utter silence. Sarah. Color identity, white. Base cost, -4. Sarah is a human planeswalker from the ancient days of the plains, with an affinity for angels. She was immensely powerful, enough to create her own plane, Sarah's Realm, which she populated with her Sarah Angels. The Church of Sarah was founded on Dominaria in her honor, worshipping the planeswalker as a goddess. In Sarah's realm, the 4 virtues of the Church of Sarah were codified: art, discourse, freedom, and peace. Sarah's personal realm came to an end after a Phyrexian attack. CYOA. Color identity, blue and green. Base cost -2. CYOA loves the seas, above all else, finding them beautiful and full of mysteries to discover. In a bid to protect her home world, Zendikar, she travels the plains, seeking ways to increase her control over the seas, thinking the creatures within could stop the menace that threatened to consume all she knew. CYOA is fierce, fighting relentlessly to protect her home and the landwalkers of the plain, although she knew them not. She can be somewhat rash and unwilling to listen to others. However, she isn't above feeling shame for her own faults. Lylin. Color identity, black. Base cost -2. Lylin believes that having too much power is almost as dangerous as having too little. There is always a bigger fish out there who is ready to take a bite out of you if you become too big. This is why Lylin has always been content being a lackey, enjoying the power and protection of her master, while being able to slither away if things start to get out of control. She used to be one of Nicol Bolas's minions until she messed up, and was too afraid to face her former master. Now, she is looking for a new master to serve. Baltrice. Color identity, red. Base cost -2. Baltrice used to work for the Infinite Consortium, a mercantile organization that was founded by Nicol Bolas. She was the loyal lieutenant of the artificer Tshirt for a time. Being a pyromancer, she specializes in fire elementals, though she seems to have learned some of the art of artifice from Tshirt. Baltrice can, at times, act irrationally and hot-headed, but is extremely loyal to those she calls friends. She is also surprisingly hard to befriend, and will take a while to warm up to new people. Freyalise. Color identity, green. Base cost -3. Freyalise is a planeswalker who specializes in nature magic. Freyalise cares for the Sky Shroud deeply, using her magic to protect it without a care for what happens beyond its borders. She is known for being stubborn, if not somewhat selfish in her views. When the Phyrexians invaded Dominaria, Urza convinced Freyalise to join his 9 titans and help him fight the nightmare machines of Yawgmoth. Freyalise never trusted Urza, but she fought by his side to protect her people and her home plane. Ajani Goldmane. Color identity, white and green. Base cost -2. Ajani Goldmane is a large albino Leonin planeswalker from Naya, torn between his Leonin ferocity and his sense of justice. He believes the strong should protect the weak, and that tyrants must be toppled at all costs. He cares for his allies, taking a mentor-like role for them, and doing his best to help them through their time of trouble. His specialty is magic of the purification of body and soul, spells that heal and strengthen his allies, and spells that evoke the inner, spiritual essence of others. Dak Faden. Color identity, blue and red. Base cost -2. In search of greater magical knowledge and on the hunt for the people who destroyed his town, Dak Faden is the self-proclaimed greatest thief in the multiverse. His right hand and forearm were permanently dyed a deep red, nearly to his elbow, as a punishment for a past theft. He has the innate ability of psychometry, the capability to absorb knowledge from objects by touch. He uses his ability of psychometry to absorb the spells of items he touched, using their unorthodox spells to remarkable efficiency. Vraska. Color identity, black and green. Base cost -2. Vraska is a Gorgon planeswalker from Ravnica. She is a sadistic and efficient killer, an assassin of the Okran. She resents the order of the Azorius because of her upbringing, and the world around her. Vraska has bright yellow eyes with a petrifying gaze. Like all Gorgons, she likes to collect trophies. Her eyes shine golden when she uses her power to turn her victims to stone. In her travels, she has learned an important lesson, a creed by which to live her life. A person should die the death they deserve. Ren. Color identity, red and green. Base cost -2. Ren is a dryad who can symbiotically bind with a tree folk. She will die without a host after a prolonged period. She treats her hosts as allies, refusing to see them as tools or as mere means to an end. Ren gained access to Red Mana by trapping within herself the fire that destroyed her home glade, causing her chest to glow red hot. Ren retains her dryad nature magic. She gained access to pyromancy after containing the forest fire within herself. Finally, she is capable of metamagic, allowing her to feel and perceive spells. Titania. Color identity, green. Base cost -4. Titania is a marrow sorcerer, and was the guardian of the forest of Argoth, which was attacked by both sides for supplies at the end of the Brothers' War, the legendary Great War between the brothers Mishra and Urza, that spawned after the two each found half of an ancient Fran Power Stone, and wanted both. She tried to negotiate with both brothers, but they wouldn't leave. She then led the Ponent offensive against both armies, leading to the extinction of most of the lifeforms in Argoth. Titania absolutely hates and despises Urza. Venser. Color identity, white and blue. Base cost -2. Venser was born in Urborg. He is a brilliant inventor, able to think fast on his feet and able to build unique and powerful artifacts, with an emphasis on teleportation. Venser's talent eventually ignited his spark, making him a planeswalker and giving him direct access to the planes beyond the boundaries of Dominaria. Relying on his knowledge of artifice and teleportation, Venser now travels the multiverse, satisfying his boundless curiosity of all things mechanical along the way. Kaito Shizuki. Color identity, blue and black. Base cost -2. Early in their lives, Kaito and his twin sister's parents had an accident at the Tawashi lab. Their father attempted to heal their mother with unapproved black market medtech, but was arrested by Imperials and died in prison shortly before his wife. Kaito Shizuki is now a master ninja, who augments his skills as an infiltrator with his innate telekinetic powers. He pursues a personal agenda of technological progress on his homeworld of Neon Kamigawa, determined to make the plane a better place for himself and his sister. Sorin Markov. Color identity, black and white. Base cost -4. With his blood magic, he can drain the life force of other beings, place curses on enemies, possess the minds of others, or even fashion blood into weapons. He is naturally capable of flight. Being a vampire, Sorin has keen senses and his walk is silent. He is described as having a predatory yet enchanting characteristic to him, apparently appearing almost above other vampires in regards to his appearance and mannerisms. Sorin Markov is one of the oldest living planeswalkers. He is more than 7,000 years old. Tybalt. Color identity, red and black. Base cost -2. Tybalt is an empath, specializing in pain, causing it, and drawing power from it. The pain is not limited to physical damage, as he has magic capable of instilling despair and exasperating emotional weaknesses. He loves to have fun in his own way, which is bringing pain and misfortune to those around him. He can feel this pain and even seeks it out, to heighten it and revel within it. He cares not for others, being selfish and sadistic to an almost inhuman degree. He also has the ability to create illusions. Tyvar Kell. Color identity, green and black. Base cost -2. Tyvar is confident and charismatic. He loves to boast, always on the hunt for glory and the admiration of his peers. He's a classic extrovert at heart, who enjoys the camaraderie shared among warriors. Tyvar can transmute natural substances, including his own body, into other close-by natural materials, letting him use the environment to his advantage in combat in a special way. Tyvar's abilities are very flexible, but limited by what kinds of natural terrain are immediately at hand. Tyvar is a formidable close combat fighter. Nahiri. Color identity, white and red. Base cost -4. Being a lithomancer, she has special power over stones, being able to forge weapons from stones and restructure it for multiple purposes. She used to be one of the Three, a group of planeswalkers that included Sorin Markov and Ugin, that decided to rid the multiverse of the threat from the terrible Eldrazi. The duty-bound took it upon herself to keep the Eldrazi bound to her plane. She believed strongly in keeping one's word, becoming enraged the moment she realized Sorin had broken his own. Ral Zarek. Color identity, blue and red. Base cost -2. Ral Zarek is a storm mage who can create electrical storms and has control over rain. He has to be in the open to recharge his electrical powers. Ral is immune to the effects of electricity. He is the chief researcher for the Izzet League. On his back, he often wears a Misium-ion electrostatic accumulator that can channel ambient static for his arm-mounted gauntlets. When he ascended, he thought to have managed to hide this fact from Niv Mizzet. Despite all of this, Ral has consistently served the Firemind with loyalty. Kaya Kassir. Color identity, black and white. Base cost -2. Kaya is the nominal guildmaster of the Orzhov Syndicate on Ravnica. A confident, roguish duelist with the ability to become partially incorporeal, allowing her to slip through solid items and to touch and assassinate spirits. When going intangible, the affected portions of her body turn a transparent purple. Kaya acts as though she is driven by a desire for money, but often her sense of justice is greater than her desire for personal gain. It just happens to be convenient when her personal and financial ambitions align. Saheeli Rai. Color identity, red and blue. Base cost -2. Saheeli has a magical command over metal that she uses for artifice and the creation of lifelike artifacts and constructs. She is even able to transmute metals from one into the other. On Kaladesh, she is regarded as one of the brightest inventors of her age. Enjoying competition, she's wholly supportive of the efforts of other inventors, happy to share advice, a kind word, or an encouraging smile. Saheeli has a bright, optimistic personality, and she loves facing off against other inventors in contests and tournaments. Huatli. Color identity, green and red. Base cost -2. Born of commoners, Huatli excelled at the battle, schooling all children of the Sun Empire receive. She rose to a station just short of nobility. Huatli has a special connection to dinosaurs, being able to communicate with them via scent memories. She is a poet and a singer. When she sings, her voice is a clear, soothing, and warm alto. In addition to her great martial skills, she is an excellent and eloquent orator, who can inspire her allies in battle. Her powers in battle are complemented by her summoned dinosaur creatures. Quintorius Cand. Color identity, white and red. Base cost -1. Quintorius Cand is a male Loxodon, a mage student of the Lorehold College of Strixhaven on Arcavios. His mind is piled high with facts and knowledge that might become useful. Being a Lorehold student, his magic usually comes from scrolls or a tome, blasting out like bladed sharp paper golden energy. Quintorius views the accuracy of historical accounts as extremely important. The truth is also a priority to him, as it enables the preservation of facts rather than myths. Teferia Kosa. Color identity, blue and white. Base cost -3. He is a philosopher and scientist. He eschews violence and will attempt to deal with opposition via the control of its allies and the eventual removal of its power base. He is a chronarch, a wizard who can manipulate the flow of time. When Teferia Kosa was young, he was a prankster, and at times a bully. He had considerable magical potential, and was thus brought to Talaria, where the planeswalker Urza had founded an academy to train the mages of Dominaria and prepare the plane for an attack from Phyrexia. Angrath. Color identity, black and red. Base cost -2. After he got trapped on Ixalan, he has lived as a pirate for 14 years. Angrath is driven by a feeling of restless impatience, like a caged animal awaiting his moment of freedom. This fuels his wild temper and spurs him on in an endless series of raids. His magic matches his temper, inflaming tensions among his enemies and turning them against each other. A skilled blacksmith and terrifying warrior, once his trust and respect have been earned, he is an implacable ally, but if crossed, his rage burns as hot as his forge. Domri Raid. Color identity, red and green. Base cost -1. Domri Raid was orphaned and abandoned in what remained of Ravnica's wilds at a young age. He had always admired the Gruul, idolizing them for having the guts to fight the powers that he had to deal with every day in his adolescence. Unfortunately, he was too small and wiry for any clan of the Gruul to claim him. That was until he awakened the magic within him. His skill would finally earn him his long-desired place among the Gruul. Domri Raid is a chaotic, power-hungry individual, eager to prove himself. Oko. Color identity, green and blue. Base cost -2. Oko is a shapeshifter, who is as charismatic as he is conceited. A man who is mysterious, uncommonly clever and vain. He possesses healing and mind control magic. He considers himself pretty and witty, and tends to talk too much. Hating authority, Oko is an iconoclast, and a bit of an anarchist. He sees it as his mission to help others to embrace their freedom, and to cast off the rules of any government. Oko generally tries to avoid revealing himself to other planeswalkers, preferring trickery and manipulation to all-out battle. Emeria. Color identity, white and black. Base cost -2. Emeria is a demonologist and a member of a secret order of planeswalkers, led by Kasmina. Their goals are unknown, but Emeria seems to be focused on recruitment. Her preferred method is to identify what she calls embers, non-ignited planeswalkers. She helps these mages to discover their potential, even if it means causing trauma to ignite their spark, and then indoctrinates them in the ways of her order. She is preparing for a looming conflict that will span across the multiverse, or so she claims. Savitri Skarzam. Color identity, blue and black. Base cost -2. Savitri Skarzam is a planeswalker of the lineage of the Skarzam dragons. She has travelled the multiverse, broadening her magical knowledge and collection of artifacts. Her powers include hydromancy, cryomancy, and a strong defense against telepathic intrusion. Savitri used to raid southern eastern Corondor with her horde of dragons on several occasions. She left Dominaria for other planar conquests, after having suffered a defeat that almost made the Skarzam dragons go extinct. Grist. Color identity, black and green. Base cost -2. Grist, known as the Hunger Tide, is an insect planeswalker. For years, Grist has travelled the plains, arriving at locations where vegetation was ready for consumption. After about a week, he would summon a swarm of massive proportions from the local host of insects, and would lead the swarm to a feast that would leave the land dry as a bone. At times, he would call the swarm into a condensed form, acting as one, creating the illusion of a horrible zombie-like creature. Inserver. Color identity, red and blue. Base cost -4. Inserver is an Elder Dragon planeswalker, who gathers knowledge and jealously hoards secrets. He fought in the Elder Dragon War, a great conflict in the mythia history of Dominaria between beings collectively known as Elder Dragons. In the aftermath of the 5,000-year conflict, only 7 of these dragons survived. Among them were Ugin and Nicol Bolas. The rest were killed or stripped of their powers, forced to become limbless, wingless, unintelligent giant serpents, now known as worms. Glisser. Color identity, green and black. Base cost -2. Glisser was an elven warrior planeswalker on Mirrodin, who became completed by Vorinclex. She became the champion of the Praetor, and an extremely useful asset to New Phyrexia. Glisser believes that New Phyrexia should progress more naturally, based on the roles of predation, allowing the strong to emerge triumphant over the weak. Glisser calls it the true way. She is a firm believer in the survival of the fittest and eugenics, killing those she deems to be weak. Dovin Barn. Color identity, white and blue. Base cost -2. Dovin Barn is an impeccably dressed Verdalcan who strives for perfection. Barn has an innate talent, heightened by magic, that allows him to see the flaws in any system or machine. After mere moments of scrutiny, Dovin can provide a complete analysis, noting a particular machine's weaknesses, highlighting his shortcomings, and predicting with startling accuracy exactly how and when it will fail. Consequently, he can perfect the thing, little by little, until it becomes a true exemplar of what it was meant to be. Nim. Color identity, blue and green. Base cost -2. Nim is a very young fairy planeswalker, who possesses a dangerous amount of curiosity, always poking around and sticking her nose where it doesn't belong. She is also very fond of playing pranks on people. Despite her childlike personality, Nim possesses wisdom beyond her years, which she loves to share. Every prank she plays has a hidden lesson to it. It makes Nim seem a little crazy to other people, because they often don't get it, but those who do have had their lives changed for the better. Ashiok. Color identity, black and blue. Base cost -3. Ashiok is a living nightmare, capable of reaching into the dreams and fears that dwell inside of others. With this power, it can summon beings born of people's darkest fears, call them into reality and give them form. They become Ashiok's minions, eager to please their master, free from the dreams of the believer. Ashiok uses these minions to tear down those who view themselves as untouchable and superior, believing that since all sentient beings feel fear, fear is the greatest equalizer of all beings. Doretti. Color identity, red and black. Base cost -2. Doretti is a goblin planeswalker from the plane of Fiora, of surprising intellect, talent and ambition. He is a master artificer, skilled at finding treasure where others see only trash, inquisition and discovery pervading his scientific efforts. One of Doretti's cogwork constructs exploded, apparently killing him. The explosion ignited Doretti's planeswalker spark, and he planeswalked to relative safety. Although he escaped with his life, the accident was not without cost, leaving Doretti without the use of his legs. Arlen Cord. Color identity, green and red. Base cost, -2. Arlen Cord is a tormented werewolf planeswalker from the Keswick province of the plane of Innistrad. She is the protector of the Orvenwald. Arlen never fully embraced the violence of her werewolf nature. She wears a single last scratched leather pauldron on her shoulder, which carries over into her wolf form. At some point, she even studied magic in the Church of Ephesin, while successfully hiding her curse from her teachers and mentors. She can now control the transformation in both directions. Mayael. Color identity, white, red and green. Base cost -2. Mayael was barely out of adolescence when the previous anima summoned her to the Sancellum of Naya. Near death, the anima named Mayael as her successor and instructed her to undergo the ritual of the white cover gaze, blinding herself in exchange for the ability of powerful magical sight and the memories of all previous anima. Mayael is an agent of balance, seeking to bring peace and harmony throughout the multiverse. Striving for peace doesn't necessarily make Mayael a pacifist. Meshuvel. Color identity, blue, white and red. Base cost -4. Meshuvel was the first planeswalker Urza encountered when he was new to his powers. She became somewhat of a mentor to him. However, Meshuvel knew that even among planeswalkers, Urza was unique. She eventually began fearing his power so much that she tried to snare him in a time pit. When that failed, she fled the plane where they'd been living. Urza wanted to find her, not to get revenge on her, but out of curiosity as to why should she act as she did. They have not crossed paths ever since. Nyla. Color identity, black and blue. Base cost -3. Nyla is a mighty sorceress queen of Rabaya, who sought to absorb Taysir's power. As a girl, she was trained in magic by her father, El Hajjaj. She overthrew her father and killed him. She later tracked down the Ring of Maruf, which she could use to locate the Taysirs. Nyla seduced the black version of Taysir. After Taysir became a planeswalker, Nyla tried to seduce him by appealing to the black in him, but he hit her with an energy blast and planeswalked away, leaving her absolutely furious. Xenagos. Color identity, red and green. Base cost -2. Xenagos led the life of a hedonist. At some point this lifestyle led to his ascension. Xenagos took advantage of his newfound status and perspective, engaging in revelries elsewhere in the multiverse and enjoying the new pleasures available to him. But soon he was aware of a grim reality, that he, ultimately, was utterly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Following the trauma of this revelation, and disillusioned with the meaningless hedonism, the satyr has progressively become more ambitious. Calyx. Color identity, green and white. Base cost -2. He was created by Clothis, the god of destiny. Calyx is a patient master tracker with a one-track mind. His powers over fate not only help him influence the future, but they also allow him to read the past. He wields flying needles and threads of destiny. Calyx is a Nyx-born, so it is possible to see fragments of Nyx's night sky in green tones on his body. Calyx is artificially created, and artificial creatures normally can't be planeswalkers. But since belief and desire can reshape reality on Theros, Calyx was able to become one. Aminato. Color identity, white, blue and black. Base cost -3. Aminato is an incredibly young planeswalker. Her spark ignited at a young age and for seemingly no reason at all, although if one were to ask her why it happened, she would tell them, "Because I foresaw it would one day, and I decided I didn't want to wait for that. Aminato's magic revolves around fate and the manipulation of destiny. She can perceive the matrix of fate and foresee the destinies of others. Like all children, Aminato is playful and fickle. Her destiny is something she toys with daily. Beau Lavar. Color identity: blue, black, and red. Base cost: -3. Formerly known as Crucius, a sailor turned pirate due to an indiscretion with the daughter of an admiral. When Argoth was destroyed by the Silex blast, Crucius' ship was caught in the blast, and that was the end of Crucius' tale. Yet, the beginning of Beau Lavar's story. He was recruited by Urza as one of the 9 Titans, and placed one of the soul bombs on Phyrexia, which led to his destruction. Beau Lavar is now an interplanar smuggler, who transports goods across the boundaries of the planes. Karnai. Color identity: black and white. Base cost: -2. Karnai is a former member of the Society of Mishra, a secret cult of Phyrexian sympathizers within the modern-day Tolarian academies. They are worshippers of Mishra, the brother of Urza. When Karnai's spark ignited, she planeswalked straight into New Phyrexia. Overjoyed by her discovery that Phyrexia had been rebuilt, Karnai was willingly completed by Sheoldred and Elish Norn. Now she travels the multiverse to create Phyrexian cults, sleeper cells of fanatics, that await the interplanar crusade of New Phyrexia. Mordrain Kenrith. Color identity: red and blue. Base cost: -2. Mordrain Kenrith is the firstborn of Algenius Kenrith. She is Will and Rowan Kenrith's older sister. Mordrain is determined to claim the throne of Eldraine once her father has passed. She is much beloved in the court of Embereth, which is where she earned her knighthood. In the meantime, she travels from plane to plane in search of adventure, while staying true to the knightly virtues that were instilled in her. Mordrain is very proud and a bit of a show-off, favouring flashy and bold moves to display her superior swordsmanship. Ravi. Color identity: green, blue, and black. Base cost: -3. During her youth, before she became a planeswalker, Ravi befriended and aided the now infamous Baron Sengir to overthrow and kill his father. She was rewarded with the gift of immortality in the form of vampirism. Having travelled across the multiverse, Ravi is an explorer in every sense of the word, diving into the deepest, most terrible secrets the multiverse has to offer. She believes that when she has found the darkest corners of knowledge itself, her eyes will finally be opened to the true nature of things. Ixel. Color identity: white, black, and green. Base cost: -2. Ixel is a Phyrexian angel from New Phyrexia, made by Atraxa as a weapon in her own image. Ixel's greatest desire is to see the glory of Phyrexia propagated across the multiverse. However, she is plagued by other independent sentiments, which formed a rift between herself and Atraxa. As she has matured, so has her understanding of New Phyrexia. She has begun to call into question the doctrine that raised her. While she is loyal to New Phyrexia, she desires to see it changed. Narset. Color identity: blue, white, and red. Base cost: -2. At a young age, Narset gained the personal notice of Ojutai himself. She attracted the dragon's attention as she would often mimic the exercises performed by both the dragons and her elders, marshalling them after no more than a casual glance. Narset is a master of martial arts and mental discipline, with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Following her years of mystic and martial arts training under Dragonlord Ojutai, Narset has the ability to nullify magic used against her, as well as intensify the magic of others. Dakon Blackblade. Color identity: black, white, and blue. Base cost -3. Dakon has a violent personality and short-tempered. He is also left-handed. As a mortal, Dakon was a master blacksmith and a warrior. One day he was visited by the planeswalker Gaeadrone Dehada, who offered to make him a planeswalker if he would make her the most powerful blade in existence, the Black Blade. He forged this sword using magic, and dark rituals taught to him by Dehada. The treacherous Dehada used the sword to steal Dakon's shadow, forcing him to serve her. Samut. Color identity: red and green. Base cost -2. Samut was born on Amonkhet, in the city of Naktamun. She is a renowned fighter and specializes in speed-based magic. Adept at boosting the speed and strength of her attacks. In a forgotten district, Samut found hieroglyphics and murals different from those in the rest of the city. Samut is currently searching for powerful allies to help her uncover some long-lost secrets that she has stumbled upon in Amonkhet. She deeply cares about her plane and its people, upholding the customs of her plane. Windgrace. Color identity: green, black, and red. Base cost -3. Lord Windgrace is a catfolk planeswalker from Urborg on Dominaria. He remembers Urborg being a forest before it was submerged by the Silex blast that ended the Brothers' War. Seeing his entire world devastated by the detonation of a magical device instilled in him a hatred for artifacts. Having spent time with Urza as one of the 9 Titans, who fought Phyrexia, and witnessing the man's creations has done nothing but stoke Windgrace's hatred for anything artificial. Atraxa. Color identity: white, blue, black, and green. Base cost -4. Atraxa was a former Mirren Angel, who once opposed New Phyrexia's corruption. She was captured, and completed through the combined efforts of 4 of New Phyrexia's Praetors. Atraxa was reborn, shaped by Norn's own hands and implanted with a planeswalker's spark. She now serves as Elesh Norn's most loyal subject, and looks forward to her part in the indoctrination of the rest of the multiverse. Her voice is sharp and painful to mortals, and even recently completed Phyrexians. Tamiyo. Color identity: blue, green, and white. Base cost -2. Tamiyo is a truth seeker. She aims to understand and seeks truth and records that truth for all time. She is reluctant to interfere. When the Phil Scholar's spark ignited, the secrets the multiverse offered were a greater dream than any she had ever had. For Tamiyo, every plane holds a mystery that makes it unique. Tamiyo's magic centers on the stories recorded in her scrolls, each story, when read, providing her with a different power. She has telepathic and telekinetic powers, and is capable of flight. Nicole Bolas. Color identity: black, blue, and red. Base cost -6. Nicole Bolas possesses a greater threat to the multiverse than almost any other creature alive. In addition to his natural draconic strength, Bolas also possesses extensive magical abilities. Yet neither his physical might nor his magical prowess compared to the power of his intellect. A schemer of extraordinary depth, Bolas's machinations have touched countless planes, and the seeds of his elaborate plots sometimes lie dormant for decades before they come to fruition. He possesses a wide array of abilities. Kieran. Color identity: red, white, and black. Base cost -1. Kieran, or the Unluckiest as he is more known as, was once the luckiest planeswalker in the multiverse, until he was cursed multiple times. Kieran is snazzy and sharp, but always in the wrong place at the wrong time. He has a knack for getting in trouble, yet always ends up not dying, thanks to his natural luck, which hasn't abandoned him completely. At some point, Kieran ran afoul of the warlock Linda, who is the source of his many curses. It still amazes Linda to this day that Kieran is still alive, despite all his curses. Tshirt. Color identity: green, white, and blue. Base cost -2. Constantly striving for self-perfection, Tshirt is an enchantress who summons magical masks that imbue her with the strengths and skills of the creatures they represent. Calm and collected in times of danger, Tshirt takes pride in her flexibility. She is always ready with the right mask and set of talents for whatever challenge she encounters. Her arsenal of enchanted masks let her shift seamlessly between the powers and fighting styles of countless creatures to adapt to enemy tactics. Garth. Color identity: white, blue, black, red, and green. Base cost -3. Garth, nicknamed One Eye, is a powerful wizard and planeswalker from Kush on Dominaria. He was born as Galen, the son of Cullinan, the master of the House of Ortail. The house was destroyed by Kufuman, who was on a quest to become a planeswalker. After 20 years in exile, he returned to Estark under the false name of Garth and manipulated the remaining houses and the new Grandmaster, Zarel, so that he could meet Kufuman in order to enact his vengeance and also steal his planeswalker spark. Garth. Color identity: blue, red, and white. Base cost -4. Commodore Garth is a very old planeswalker that lived in a hidden library on Dominaria. This library contained every book ever written, including the books that held the destiny of the multiverse. He joined Urza on his crusade against Phyrexia as one of the 9 Titans, even though he knew how Phyrexia would win. Bolivar discovered Garth had this knowledge and convinced him to change it. Garth erased the important parts, since Phyrexia lost the invasion, but his library was destroyed in the aftermath. Geodrone Dehada. Color identity: black, blue, red, and white. Base cost -5. Geodrone Dehada is an ancient demonic planeswalker who can manipulate her form. She is a powerful mage with a vast knowledge of magic. Her magical expertise is in corrupting, enslaving, and manipulating creatures. Her schemes span millennia, and her lust for power and dominance knows no limits. She is compelled to bring the most powerful beings under her control. Sometimes she finds the champions she seeks and binds them with powerful spells. Sometimes she molds and corrupts them to suit her needs. Sarkhan Vol. Color identity: red, green, and blue. Base cost -3. Sarkhan Vol is a battle-scarred warrior from Tarkir. He is fascinated by dragons, something that has been a blessing and curse to him throughout his life. He is able to transform into a dragon and commands powerful draconic magic. He was once a pawn of the elder dragon Nikorbolas, but became disillusioned with his old master once he found out Nikorbolas was the reason that dragons went extinct on Tarkir. With the help of Ugin's spirit, he travelled back in time to resurrect Ugin and alter the timeline. Greensleeves. Color identity: green, white, blue, black, and red. Base cost -3. Greensleeves was a human archdruid of Dominaria who became a marrow sorcerer, also known as a force of nature. A being of pure elemental power, Greensleeves is particularly skilled at green magic and dislikes harmful spells. During her youth, Greensleeves lived peacefully together with her brothers, Gull and Sparrowhawk, in a small village on the border of the Whispering Woods. Upon igniting her spark, she has experienced much hardship, but has managed to retain her upbeat personality. Karn. Color identity: colorless. Base cost -4. Karn is a silver golem planeswalker from Dominaria, created by Urza. As an artificial being, Karn is centered in colorless manner. Although Karn is nearly indestructible, Urza designed him to experience pain and feelings, allowing him to develop a personality and make decisions on his own. Khan has near-complete mastery over artifacts. He can understand most technological devices with a single touch, and quickly create artifacts or automations without the need for components or materials. Urza. Color identity: blue, white, black, red, and green. Base cost -5. Urza is among the most influential planeswalkers of the multiverse, originating from Terracer on Dominaria, a master of artifice who possessed near godlike power before the Mending. Urza's true strength lay in his ability to lay plans years, even centuries in advance. Urza stops at nothing to achieve his goals. He devoted centuries of his life to fighting Phyrexia, sometimes employing questionable methods. After his rise as a planeswalker, he replaced his eyes with the Might Stone and the Weak Stone. Taysir. Color identity: black, red, green, white, and blue. Base cost -5. Taysir of Rabaya is the most powerful sorcerer in the multiverse. His life is long and complicated. Taysir's life was unique even before his planeswalker spark flared. During the thousandfold refraction of Rabaya, he was copied 5 times, once for each color. According to the lore of the ancients, the one made of 5 would become the most powerful sorcerer ever known if all 5 of his cells were joined within one body, and join they did. Taysir despises Urza for sacrificing the love of his life in their battle against Phyrexia. Jared Carthalion. Color identity: red, green, blue, white, and black. Base cost -4. Jared Carthalion, also known as the Shadow Mage, is the end of the long and illustrious Carthalion lineage, dating back far into the Ice Age. Jared is a formidable warrior, swordsman and mage. He can channel his magic into his sword during his strikes. He is strong, hulking even, and carries in one hand a sword that was meant for 2. He wields his trusty sword Foe Cleaver to the defense of the innocent. Jared has returned to Dominaria. His return is connected to his wish to free Corondor from the influence of Dehada. Ugin. Color identity: colorless. Base cost -5. Unlike his twin brother Nicol Bolas, Ugin is uninterested in power for its own sake, preferring instead the pursuit of knowledge in the hope of understanding the nature of the multiverse. Ugin's unparalleled knowledge allowed him to transcend the colors of mana, and he is now centered in colorless mana, although he retains the ability to use all 5 colors. His capabilities range from the transmutation of energy into matter to the manipulation of time and fate, and on several occasions he has proven able to return from death. Take 5 additional points to be used anywhere if you like the video and subscribe to the channel. Have another 10 points if you support me on Patreon or as a YouTube member. Thank you very much for having my back. Have another 10 points if you make a build and join multiplayer in the comments below. And if you use this as a writing prompt to create your own HFY story, have another 15 points on me.